Part 20. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 191. In the next few days, Ji Chang's calmly helped, tortured, the team members and the two supernatural beings. Wang Ken is half dead in learning optics, and the flying superpower is not much better. He also has to learn atmospheric pressure, and how to judge at which altitude he can operate with ease, and at which altitude his body will be affected. And when he swoops down from the air, can he gain momentum when using weapons, and will he be bounced back? Also, because he could fight at high altitude, he was required to learn Nu arrows. The flying superpower, who almost fell down after practicing all kinds of exercises, was quite puzzled. Boss, who am I going to shoot when I learn Nu arrows? There is no one for me to shoot. Ji Chang's glanced at him and said, let's beat those with abilities like you who are causing trouble. He said, we are all superpowers, maybe we are in the same group. This is not good. No problem, you can choose not to learn. I'm very easygoing. Either you fight the superpower, or I fight you. I respect your choice. Stranger. I suddenly feel that I really want to learn Nu archery. Let me learn it, boss. If I don't learn it, I will feel uncomfortable. After studying for a day, he became paralyzed again. Boss, aren't you learning Nu archery? Why should I do anaerobic exercise? Ji Chang's train your arms. You need to use your arms when using Nu arrows. But I also trained my legs. Practice your legs well and run away if you can't beat them. Escape will be more powerful. What about the buttocks? I did a butt bridge today, and my buttocks, oh, it hurts so much. When you run out of Nu arrows, you can fall from the sky and kill the opponent. Stranger. His whole body was throbbing with pain, and he lay on the ground like a dead dog, unable to move anywhere but his mouth. When Wang Ken came to see him, he struggled to force out his voice, I seriously doubt, the boss is retaliating. Wang Ken, the boss is just retaliating. Flying superpower. Wang Ken, don't worry, this is the way the boss likes to value someone. Of course, this does not conflict with his retaliation. But don't worry, I have experience. Soon you won't have to be watched by the boss every day. Hearing this, the flying superpower raised his head with difficulty, his face full of hope. You mean that the boss won't torment me like this after being fresh for 2 days? He complained bitterly, I've really had enough. This is much harder than studying. Not only do I have to memorize some messy information, but I also have to do various exercises. Moreover, the other elder brothers also laugh at me. As for the boss, he changes his mind every day no matter how hard you try. Wang Ken, it's better for you. You're the only one here to comfort me. You were the first to welcome me when I first came here. So how many days will the boss torture me until I don't feel fresh anymore? Wang Ken felt a little guilty as he listened to his new friend Balabala. No, I mean that once there is a new leader, the attention will naturally be transferred to the new person. So you just have to wait for the new guy to mess with the boss. Flying superpower. Wang Ken looked at his increasingly thoughtful gaze and felt guilty for a few seconds before feeling confident again. Yes, that's what I thought. Before you came, I was tormented by the boss, not the one who valued you. So I will give you a special welcome as soon as you arrive. After saying that, he added, of course, my friendship for you is true. Flying superpower, if you didn't snicker, I might still believe you. The boat of friendship was overturned at every turn. The flying superpower took back his emotions and began to look forward to the day and night that an unruly superpower would appear and provoke Ji Chang's. However, recently, the superpowers have been competing against each other. Wang Ken shared in the group that Ji Chang's was called to work overtime at night, and almost beat the troublemaker half to death. They are afraid that they will be beaten half to death next time, but many strange creatures emerged. A three-headed snake hidden in a tree almost swallowed the head of an ordinary resident. After Ji Chang's arrived at the scene, he beat down half of the opponent's 3 snake heads. The news report given was that a python escaped from the zoo and almost attacked humans. Fortunately, a passerby, Ji Chang's, acted bravely and subdued the python with his bare hands and sent it back to the zoo. A bunch of black social bats went around sucking blood and knocked out an ordinary person. Ji Chang's went over and pulled out their teeth one by one, and tore off their wings. Finally, he gave the news that someone secretly raised giant vampire bats from a certain country and was now in jail. However, when the onlookers got the news and went to take pictures, they found that each of the giant bats captured by the police officers was wilted, their wings were folded in abnormal postures, and some were even spitting out from their mouths. Green spit, blood. In response, the official response was that these bats were alien species and were not well adapted to China's ecology, so they were somewhat wilted. In the following days, the foreign security team fully witnessed their leader's combat effectiveness. It can spray venom to attack the winged shells of humans, and the wings will be torn off. The tentacled monster was covered in mucus and was looking for parasites. Only one of its tentacles was cut off. There is also an object that is suspected of being a piao wandering around, boasting that he wants to eat 99 beautiful women. Because the leader is a firm materialist and firmly believes that a piao cannot exist in the world, he just dragged him to do a series of experiments. He refused to use garlic, glutinous rice, crosses, or the charms bought by a certain treasure. He had to choose to deal with the opponent like a living creature, so he beat a piao all over with a wooden warehouse, and then used a bomb to blow it up. Seeing that the opponent was still okay, he was so angry that he dragged him up a boxing ring set up in the yard. As a result, this a piao was burned by the sun. Before he died, he was still screaming, "I am a ghost. Even if you kill me, I will be a ghost too." Having to prove one's identity in the end is quite tragic. It's a pity that her death was in vain. The boss didn't think that a piao was killed by the sun. Instead, he firmly believed that he punched the person too hard and killed him. As for why he melted, there must be a poison we didn't find hidden in her body. It's a colorless and odorless drug that can turn corpses into nothingness. You've all seen the martial arts dramas. Bone-transforming palm and bone-transforming water all have this effect. The team members who heard Ji Chang's remarks. But aren't the bone-resolving mianjiang and the bone-resolving water both fabricated and non-existent? How can you believe this? You just don't believe that a piao really exists. The team members complained a lot in their hearts, but no one dared to say to Ji Chang's in front of him, "Boss, don't think about it. That's a piao. Our world has long been unscientific. The leaders have said it's unscientific. Why are you insisting on it?" They are afraid that after they say it, they will die scientifically before they realize that the world is gradually becoming unscientific. Anyway, since the piao incident, everyone in the foreign security team has realized how ferocious Ji Chang's is, and everyone has been studying and progressing according to his requirements, loving life, science, and labor. Occasionally, they go out to deal with unnatural creatures. To their relief, these things appear during the day, usually in the morning. This is when Ji Chang's is at his best. He is no longer angry or irritable when he goes on a mission. He cursed people everywhere like a firecracker, and he was in a good mood while humming when fighting monsters. Of course, there have been many cases where monsters were driven crazy by his leisurely humming mode, and then were beaten violently by their leader until they were subdued. On this day, they were once again called out for a mission. A humanoid zombie with a green face and fangs that is extremely powerful and bites people. Because the team members have rich experience in fighting against this unnatural creature, they pulled up the iron net and subdued the opponent directly. Ji Chang's was eating melon seeds while watching, euphemistically saying that he was training the team members and checking their learning results. In the end, The iron net didn't stop the zombie. This guy had long teeth and long nails. Not only were they long, but they were also extremely hard. He just used brute force to tear the iron net open, and he came towards a few people with great ferocity. Holy shit, it's coming, open the warehouse quickly. I don't have a gun here. There are people watching over there and we can't let them hear the sound of the wooden warehouse. Which of you brought a gun? Come here, oh my god, luckily I rolled fast, this guy can break the stone with one slap. A group of people were fighting passionately and there were many dangers, but their leader was leaning against a tree and eating melon seeds leisurely. Don't forget to add a sentence from time to time, poke his eyes, if his eyes are green, he deserves a beating. Hey, stupid, you try to stop his leg when he rolls on the spot. If your claws fall to the ground, won't they be like a poisonous snake with its teeth pulled out? Back behind, this thing is very fast, you have to pay attention to him going around behind, click, click, click. Kaka, who is it? Stop beating me now. You can't run anymore and you're spanking me. You go out and buy me some melon seeds. I've finished eating these melon seeds. Xiaoqi, it's you, Where are my peanuts? Who stole my peanuts? Wang Can, who was assigned the task of recording, quickly came over with a camera. Boss, Peanut is in the car. Who is that? Go get peanuts from the car for me first and then buy melon seeds. I don't know if it's because Ji Chang's unique temperament is too obvious, or if he's too talkative and never stops talking, or maybe it's because he doesn't look tall or strong and is easy to bully. The zombies that the two team members were fighting suddenly spun in the air, staring directly at Ji Chang's with green eyes, and jumped over with a cry. Then, he was beaten violently. Just being beaten up is not the worst thing. The worst thing is that in order to give a scientific explanation to the onlookers who saw the humanoid object biting people, Ji Chang's held the pliers, fixed the zombie's brain with one hand, and used the other hand to remove the super long body. The sharp fangs were pulled out one by one. Okay, it'll be fine soon. Because he was not woken up today and just went on a mission at a normal time, Ji Chang's was not very irritable, but was in a good mood and had the leisure to comfort the zombie. Don't move, yes, don't move, the tooth will come out soon. A long tooth was pulled out by pliers. Seeing that half of the zombie's face was about to be pressed into the ground by their head, the onlookers subconsciously covered their cheeks. How could it not hurt when a tooth was forcibly pulled out? The zombie screamed so hard and whined that it completely lost the energy it had before chasing people and biting them. Boss, why don't I stop his mouth? Otherwise, if he keeps screaming, there are still people outside. It's all because of the blockage of the teeth, the growth of this thing, the deformity, and I don't even know how to go to the hospital for treatment. Isn't he tired of brushing his teeth every day with so many teeth? Ji Chang's finished complaining in disgust, and slapped the other person's head. Stop screaming. Again. I'll beat you to death. The zombie was stunned for a moment, and after reacting, he was unconvinced and howled louder than before. Then, he was stunned by Ji Chang's, who struck out at the speed of light. Keep barking. Keep barking. You're still barking, aren't you? Just bark. I'm letting you scream. Ji Chang's palm strikes are always fast, especially when the opponent doesn't listen to him. People next to him can only see the afterimage of him hitting the opponent back and forth. By the time he stops, the zombie's entire head and neck have been completely beaten into the ground. The team members, boss, let's not argue with him, he has no IQ at first glance. Ji Chang's, who was twisting his wrist, looked very satisfied. I don't care. What do I have to argue with this thing? Okay, let's dig him out and continue to extract the teeth. By the way, do we have a kitchen knife in the car? Bring it over. Team member, What are you doing with a kitchen knife? If he doesn't call, he will cut his nails. If he calls, he will chop his tongue. Hurry up and make a quick decision. Finish it early and get off work early to eat hot pot. The team members quickly sent one person to the car to get a kitchen knife, and the remaining people worked together to pull out the neck and head of the zombie that had been driven into the ground. Watch Ji Chang's humming a song and using pliers to pull out the opponent's teeth. He would beat him violently every time he screamed. Then he would cut his nails and change his clothes. In the end, the zombie had no energy left to scream. He lay on the chair like a dead fish and let his boss smear powder on his face. There were no female colleagues in their alien insurance team. Ji Chang's had picked up this foundation from the electronics group next door. When he applied the powder on the zombie's face, the female colleague felt very distressed. She carefully held it next to her and kept talking. You don't have to use so much. Use this powder in small amounts and many times. It has a good whitening effect. A little bit is enough. Team G, don't use so much force. This is a new one I bought. Enough, enough, it's white enough. Team G is really white. Finally, Ji Chang's took back his hand with satisfaction. The zombie who had just regained his youthful fangs now had a pale face. Except for his eyes, which were still green, and his lips, which were extremely white, he looked normal. He looked left and right, but it was still not perfect. He turned around and asked, which colleague has black and brown contact lenses? Let me borrow them. It was the female colleague just now who raised her hand cautiously. I have it. It's a daily disposable one, but it's just a prescription one, okay. You can bring whatever you want, as long as it can cover his eyes. So, the female colleague took out her own contact lenses and watched as Ji Chang's opened the other person's eyelids with one hand and put the contact lenses on them. After blurring his pupils, he asked his female colleague, you should also have lipstick. The female colleague subconsciously covered her small bag and said, forget about this lipstick. I feel uncomfortable when I think of using the same lipstick as this thing. The lambskin I just bought. The leader of the alien group, who had the face of a 15-year-old boy, obviously didn't understand the cause and effect relationship. I don't want your sheepskin, I want to borrow your lipstick. The female colleague said weakly, my lipstick is called lambskin. Ji Chang's, you file a report and make a price list. All the cosmetics used on this thing today will be paid at 3 times the price. I will approve it for you. Female colleague. No problem, no problem. Take it and use it, feel free to use it, and also, it's too monotonous like this. Team G, I also have eyebrow pencil, eyeliner, blush, highlighter, shadow setting powder, use these, I guaranteed he looks more like a normal person. So in the end, the female colleague got her wish and used all her cosmetics on the zombie's face. When the zombie, which had been beaten to the point of not uttering a word, was taken out, what the onlookers saw was a frighteningly white, too much powdered, middle-aged man with a sluggish look on his feet. He occasionally fell and was held up by the police. I feel dizzy when I look at anything with prescription contact lenses. I heard that he took drugs and went crazy. He bit everyone he saw. Good guy, I made 2 bloody holes in my mouth. What kind of teeth are these? There are actually people in China who take drugs openly and openly. I thought this kind of thing only happens abroad. Look at his ethereal eyes. He must not have woken up yet. These people are only living a good life. If they have to mess with these harmful things, they should be arrested. However, the injured person who had been bitten twice was holding his arms and stretching his neck to look. He saw that the other person was indeed the face he had just seen. It was very strange. I remember that his teeth were very long and his eyes were green. The nurse next to him gently advised him to lie back on the stretcher. He was like this when we came to pick you up. Sir, your memory may be confused. People who have lost too much blood and are frightened will indeed have confused memories. You can lie down first, let's take a rest, this is a blood transfusion. The injured man lay down with a puzzled look on his face. When he saw the first policeman who came to save him coming towards him, he quickly asked, "Comrade policeman, did you see that man's teeth were particularly long and his eyes were green, like a zombie? I remember that the nails seemed to be very long, right, you saw it too?" The police comrade, colleague in the alien protection team, looked seriously, looked at the nurse, another colleague, and began to hint, will the drug be transmitted to the injured person through saliva? Why did he start talking nonsense? You can use this reason to tell the injured person. The little nurse understood and immediately showed a worried look on her face. If the other person has just taken the medicine orally and the remaining medicine remains in the mouth, it is indeed possible that it will remain in the blood of the injured person when biting, but there is no such precedent before, so you still have to go to the hospital for a checkup to be sure. Don't worry, we will confirm that he was infected with the drug and his memory was affected. Then why don't you send him to the hospital? The matter has been resolved and the person can be sent to the hospital. Of course, it is our hospital. There's a big traffic jam ahead, and the ambulance can't get through. We were afraid that a real ambulance would come and take people away, so we specially asked colleagues to create a big traffic jam. Then I'll ask my colleagues to help clear a road. Understood, I told them they could evacuate. It's better to send the person to the hospital for examination as soon as possible. He is already unconscious now. The injured person said, "Huh? No, I'm not delirious. I saw that person had particularly long teeth and green eyes before." The little nurse turned her head, pulled the quilt on the injured person, and gently comforted, "Sir, don't worry, you will be fine." Injured person: "Okay, thank you. If I am really not fine now." Next, he lay dazed in the ambulance. On the way to the hospital, he listened to this gentle and kind-hearted little nurse, in order to comfort him, tell him about a poisonous mushroom that will appear after people eat it. Hallucinations, such as elves, but with good treatment, they can still return to normal. The implication is that the green eyes and fangs in his memory are all hallucinations derived from the influence of non-existent drugs. When he arrived at the hospital, the doctor checked him and made sure that the zombie was not poisonous and would not cause any sequelae to the injured, such as turning into a zombie or something. He then breathed a sigh of relief, maintained the doctor's benevolent smile, and gave him, after the injured person explained, made up, that there are drug residues in your body, so you saw hallucinations. The incident came to a perfect end. For the injured, it was just an unlucky morning when they were inexplicably bitten by an intoxicated lunatic. For the crowd, it was another day to condemn drug dealers and get high. This drug is really like a zombie virus, it will bite people if infected. However, because the police quickly reported that the drug addict had regained his consciousness and presented a letter of apology to the public to compensate the injured for various expenses, he was then sent to a drug rehabilitation center. People who eat melons quickly lost interest in this matter. However, a young man named Wang, who was always called Lao Wang by his classmates, had been paying close attention to this matter because the unlucky guy who was bitten was his roommate. On this day, several people in the same dormitory bought some fruit and were on their way to the hospital, intending to visit their unlucky friend. Just when they were joking about how he could be so unlucky that someone would pop up and bite him while walking on the street, a few people suddenly noticed that standing in front of them was a middle-aged man with long hair and a dark attire. Man. This person saw them, grinned at them, and laughed. He looked very retarded. It's not that this man's smile is retarded, but the way he's dressed, those big yellow teeth, and the cloth shoes under his feet that are stained with something messy and look disgusting, and the one on the end that looks disgusting. The long hair that has not been washed for at least more than a month makes it difficult not to think of a beggar who cannot take good care of himself because of a mental disorder. The beggar stared directly at them, raised the corners of his mouth, and opened his smelly arms. I didn't expect that there were so many mortals hidden in the depths of the sea of corpses. This is really, too, all right. Yes, this is the first demon cultivator to touch the modern world. As for demon cultivators, except for those who have a very high status and have countless subordinates, they have to pull things from corpses, practice spells with blood, practice magic weapons with bones, and stuff souls into magic weapons. Even in the world of cultivation, corpses are also those who are about to rot, are always walking around in a sea of corpses. It's strange that they can be clean. He stared straight at the young students across from him. His attention was not on their cleanliness, but on the fact that they, like the pedestrians around them, had no spiritual power. So much material. He doesn't have spiritual power yet, so it's not like he can just do whatever he wants. However, there is no need to do it himself. If these mortals know his identity as a demon cultivator, they will immediately kneel down and beg for mercy. Then, he can completely force these mortals to do things. Thinking about it, he smiled contentedly with big yellow teeth. Several students opposite. He seems to be a little abnormal. Is he lost? Maybe his family is looking for him. He looks so pitiful. How about we call the police? While they were discussing, the demon cultivator finally thought clearly. He raised his chin condescendingly and looked at these humble mortals. Mortals, I am the cave master of the 42nd cave in Huangling Mountain. Now I want to accept you as my subordinates and as my cave master. If you agree to do something, this cave master will naturally not treat you badly. If you don't agree, you will become the cave master's soul today. Students. It sounds familiar. A fairy tale. No, it sounds very familiar. The student who said it was familiar to him finally recalled what sounded familiar to him. His eyes lit up and he stepped forward in 2 or 3 steps. He came up with a stream of rainbow farts and sweet words. It is an honor for us to have the cave master as my subordinate. Cave master, you are the best. No matter what you say, we promise to do whatever you want. Other people. Can madness be contagious? The students who were blowing rainbow farts turned around and winked at them and mouthed 50,000 yuan. The whole dormitory had been laughing together for several days about the news that the mental hospital had offered a reward of 50,000 yuan to find someone. The others were stunned for a moment before reacting. 50,000. The unscrupulous poor college students immediately put on flattering smiles on their faces. Yes, yes, it is our blessing to be able to work for the cave master. Master of the cave, if you have anything to do, just ask. Are you thirsty or hungry? Can I buy you a bottle of water? Come on, cave master, let's go this way, the sun will be shining on you over there. The demon cultivator felt comfortable and happy after being flattered, and felt proud in his heart. Sure enough, mortals have light bones. When they see him, they want to hold him in the sky. Well, since these people are so smart, let's kill them later. Behind him, a student took out his mobile phone and started sending messages openly. Half an hour later, Mo Xiu was coaxed by them to say that he was looking for a beautiful girl. In fact, he walked to the designated location on the official blog of the mental hospital, a large iron box. When the door of the box was closed and the students who had been flattering him just now were laughing and joking, the demon cultivator realized that he had been sold. He was really caught off guard. After all, in his impression, mortals were weak, just like ants. Who would be prepared for an ant? As a result, he was really sold by ant. He didn't know what this weird instrument was made of, and no matter how much magic he used, he couldn't break it. There was a short boy next to him who had a vicious attitude and asked him to be honest. He was filled with hatred in his heart. I am a demon cultivator. If you dare to treat me like this, I will lead my brothers to crush you mortals. Ji Chang's, hey, demon cultivator. He turned to a team member and said, "This rhetoric is fresh enough today. Demon cultivator. This look of disbelief is what kind of trouble is going on." He pointed in the direction of the students. "If you don't believe it, just ask these mortals." Student 1, "Ha ha 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 ha, brother, take good care of yourself." Student 2, "You must take medicine regularly." Student 3, "Ha ha 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 ha, watch less TV series." Returning demonic cultivator, "It's so funny. Is there really such an uncle as you in this world who can return demonic cultivator to reincarnation?" Demon cultivator. "Why do you mortals change your attitude so quickly? Didn't you still believe that I was a demon cultivator before? I am a demon cultivator. I really am a demon cultivator. Listen. If I can come here today, other demon cultivators can come too. This world of yours, which is full of mortals, will become ours sooner or later." An ant passed by with a vegetable basket and glanced at her. "Hey, mental illness is really difficult to deal with now." The students laughed and laughed. "He's pretty good at making stuff up." "No, why didn't he say he could fly?" Demon cultivator, "This cave master can fly. It's just restricted by this cage." A man in a white coat came over and nodded perfunctorily. Yeah, 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 you are a demon cultivator, you can fly, you are so awesome." Demon cultivator. He couldn't tell that it was just perfunctory. A student kindly stepped forward to comfort him. "Uncle, don't be afraid. Take good treatment. As long as you take the medicine well, you will definitely become a normal person. And uncle, although you may not believe it, really, what is cultivation? Moshiu, those are all fake. Stop watching novels and TV series, come on. I am a demon cultivator. I am really a demon cultivator in the world of cultivation. You mortals. Ignorant mortals. You actually think that demonic cultivators do not exist. You have never seen the vastness of the world of cultivation. You don't know how powerful cultivators are. However, no matter how true his feelings were, he was just helpless and furious. Even though many people passed by here, and some took photos and videos, but there was a car parked here with the name mental hospital on it, and no one believed him. It's so pathetic, so crazy. People nowadays tend to go crazy easily if they are under too much pressure. Not long ago, there was a mentally ill person who thought he was a bird. This one is even worse. He actually thought he was a demon cultivator from the world of cultivation and could fly. Why not write a novel if he is so imaginative? Demon cultivator. Everything I said is true. It's true. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 192. Although this man kept saying that he was a demon cultivator, because he looked like a human being from top to bottom, the alien protection team did not treat those strange creatures as simply and roughly as usual. Instead, they took out a small book that recorded the troublesome supernatural beings as usual. Ask questions one by one. All the members of the alien team pretended not to have heard this man's stinky words and continued to say that he was a demon cultivator and wanted to destroy their mortal world. I've been doing this job for so long, and the superpowers I've met have all kinds of things to say. Last time, there was a winged supernatural being who kept claiming that he was the son of God. I'm afraid he had a problem in his head. Let's not talk about whether there is a God. Even if there was, how could a Western God give birth to a purebred like you? Oriental, there is no logic at all. Therefore, when facing this demonic cultivator who said that he was a high-level creature and all mortals were low-level creatures, everyone in the alien protection team was very calm. Name. You mortals don't deserve to know my name. If you let me escape from here, I will definitely train you all into magic weapons, and let your souls suffer all day and night. Ouch. Ji Chang's whipped him with a whip. Seeing the demon cultivator scream in pain, he frowned. What are you pretending to do? I didn't hit him hard. Violent ghost whip. You actually have fierce ghost whip. Who are you? Ji Chang's, what the hell? The demon cultivator looked at the whip in his hand with a horrified expression. That's right. He did feel the aura of a fierce ghost on it. A fierce ghost once died under this whip. The powerful and strong resentment was subdued and stayed on this whip forever, becoming a tool driven by the owner of the whip. How is it possible? Such resentment. This evil ghost must have killed at least 1,000 people to achieve such a level of cultivation. How can you mere mortals have the evil ghost whip? However, his shock was in vain. The boy, who looked like he was no more than 14 or 15 years old, holding a ghost whip in his hand, looked confused and disgusted. He plucked his ears and turned around to ask, "Is there something wrong with this person's mind? What are you talking about? How about we stop asking and send the person to a mental hospital for treatment?" One of the team members glanced at the whip. "Boss, he seems to know the ghost from before, not the guy pretending to be a ghost. We know each other? That's great." Ji Chang's looked at the demon cultivator with evil intentions. "Tell me, how did the superpower who insisted on saying she was a ghost run away last time? Also, what happened to her? She couldn't be hit, no matter how hard she hit her. It suddenly disappeared while basking in the sun. Is this a new ability? Have you reported it to the alien protection team?" "Forget it, I can tell you don't know the alien protection team by looking at you. Tell the truth now. I can also consider applying to the higher authorities to detain you for a few days, otherwise, ha." Demon cultivator. His eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at the ordinary young man in front of him, who looked unattractive, without the demon cultivator's iconic beard, and short of height, in disbelief. He was so shocked that he was shaking as he spoke. You actually sunk Iligui to death alive." The other members of the alien insurance team gradually felt something was wrong. Why does this person seem to be telling the truth? Is he really some kind of demon cultivator? Is he so shocked and excited because ghosts and demons are members of the same family? Then this matter must be told to the superiors. Last time, a Piao, who claimed to be a fierce ghost, had a bad mouth. He kept talking about how young and beautiful the girls in this world were, how suitable they were to be killed, and was resented by her. She also babbled about why 99 of them should be arrested. What kind of magic circle should the 99 virgins open, otherwise they will be killed, etc., provoked the leader. Everyone agreed that this APIO would be beaten by the boss to vent his anger, but when he got into the boxing ring, he was sunburned before he had a chance to beat him. Before I exposed myself, I still believed that I was APIO. They were dumbfounded at the time and quickly reported it to their superiors. As a result, they searched the national database based on APIO's face, but they couldn't find anyone who looked like her among the deceased. This fact is really evil. Although Ji Chang still firmly does not believe that APIO exists in the world, the team members have secretly discussed it several times in private, but they have not been able to discuss a charter. Now think about this person who keeps saying that he is a demon cultivator. The demon cultivator was still shouting angrily, "How can it be sunburned to death? How can this be done? Looking at this posture, are the demons really a family?" Then they heard the demon cultivator say, "How can you be so wasteful? Team members. Waste. The demon cultivator was heartbroken and his distressed face kept twitching. "Do you know how many magic weapons a fierce ghost with such a cultivation level can refine? After taking them apart, he can refine at least 10, no, 20 soul-trapping banners. How many spirit stones can you exchange? No matter how cruel you are, you can cut it into 30 pieces. Team members. So you are so excited not because that APIO died, but because it was such a waste? Dedicate the ghost whip to me. I can save your life, otherwise you mortals will live under the sea of corpses. One day, I, the demon cultivator, will trample your entire mortal world." When the time comes, all of you will run away. No. After scolding Ji Chang's for his waste, the demon cultivator's eyes were glued to the ghost whip again, and the greed in his eyes almost jumped out. Give it to me, and I will accept you as a servant. When the time comes, I will be able to save your life. After speaking, he raised his eyes and saw with satisfaction that the expressions of the members of the alien team gradually turned ugly. Apparently, they learned from his words what they, mortals, were going to face. Be afraid, be afraid. They were just a group of mortals. Although I don't know how they could trap him, it was only because he was deceived by those insidious brats. If he was given a chance to come out, none of the mortals present would be able to escape. Overcome his demon, ah! Ji Chang's looked at the demon cultivator with a proud face and hit him with a whip. Don't bullshit me. The things you are playing are the ones I got tired of playing in elementary school. You think this is just playing house? Say. Name. The members of the alien team looked at each other. Boss, let's report this to the higher UPS and let them investigate. If what this person said was true, and a demonic cultivator really came to them through some kind of sea of corpses, then they would have to deal with it in advance. The superpowers in the past were all Chinese people who were hard-working. The most noisy one just watched too much and wanted to have a harem. After being arrested and educated on the crime of bigamy for more than 2 months, he went back to college to take the exam. But what if it was really someone from another world who invaded? The hearts of non-human beings must be different. Just look at the non-human beings who have been invading intermittently these days. It's not that the alien protection team didn't want to have friendly exchanges with them at first, but they don't communicate with humans at all, except for the unlucky beast, female ghost, who attacks with killing moves as soon as she comes up. To them, humans seem to be just roadside fruit, which they can pick whenever they want. So, do these creatures also come from the same place as this demon cultivator? He calls them mortals. He keeps saying that he wants to flatten their world and kill them all, which shows that he does not put them on the same level and does not think that they are all human beings. This is just a demon cultivator. What if there are 10, 100, 1,000, or 10,000 in the world over there? This time, he was lucky. He happened to meet a kind-hearted and brave student, who wanted a bonus, and coaxed him to come over. There was also a reason why he didn't think about it for the time being. If the demon cultivator comes to their place next time, he will kill him. Woolen cloth? Boss, I'm going to make a call. The more I think about this, the more serious it becomes. Go ahead, this matter is really serious. Ji Chang's words made the team member who spoke feel happy. As the leader who has been stubbornly insisting that this world is scientific, only science can defeat everything, and all the things about Apiao's cultivation are fake, finally figured it out. Then, he saw Ji Chang's looking at the demon cultivator up and down with disgust. You ask me clearly if people with superpowers can also be mentally disturbed. What do I think of this person? He is so crazy and talks nonsense. Hey, you can ask those students, by the way. Did you hurt your brain when you sent him here? Why are you talking nonsense? Team member. You see, our leader has as much faith in science as a straight man has. I remember the last time I reported the Apiao incident, what was said in a vague way, Xiao Qi, don't argue with your boss. He has always been unable to accept unnatural events because of the curse. It would be good if he can go on a good mission now. If he gets into trouble, let him get into it, as long as it doesn't affect your work, and so on. Over there, I'm going to make a call first, and you continue to ask. Well, go ahead and bring me the bag of melon seeds on my desk in the office when you come back. Ji Chang sat on the chair brought by other team members, crossed his legs, and looked at Mo Xiu up and down suspiciously. Do you think he is really crazy? Demonic cultivator, who is crazy? I am not crazy. You mortals sit in a well and look at the sky. You have never seen a demonic cultivator, so you think there are no demonic cultivators in the world. If you have the guts, let me out. As long as I can use my magic power, it must be my magic power. This is so vicious. Mana. The member of the foreign insurance team who did nothing. What did he say? What kind of resentment? Did he talk about that Apiao last time? It seems that Apiao was locked in here last time, can you feel it? The demon cultivator felt that the magic weapon he had worked so hard to cultivate was being attacked by the resentment of the ghosts remaining in the iron room. He felt extremely distressed, but there was nothing he could do. Ghost cultivators and demon cultivators have never dealt with each other. Demon cultivators like to catch all kinds of ghosts to refine magic weapons, and ghost cultivators also like to forcibly suck away the essence of demon cultivators. Now, even if they lose their consciousness, they will still feel the resentment of ghost cultivators left in the iron room. After sensing the aura of the demon cultivator, he subconsciously attacks him, eating away at his mana and energy. The demon cultivator watched helplessly as his mana and essence were dissipated under the attack of resentment. However, he was unable to do anything to the other party. He felt extremely distressed and lost the aloofness he had before. He was screaming and howling. Ji Chang's was so noisy, can you please stop adding drama to yourself? Why don't you make a TV series? You are so talented. Why don't you become a screenwriter? You're locked in there alone and you're still yelling at me. I don't believe it. If you don't believe me, I'll beat you and me to death. The ghost whip was raised, and the demon cultivator looked at it in horror, and his voice suddenly stopped. His cultivation is being dissipated by attacks. If he gets a whip at this time, he will really die here. The form is stronger than the person. He no longer talks about his own cave master, nor yells that he wants to kill everyone present. He timidly shows a flattering smile to Ji Chang's. Master, I won't bark anymore. I won't bark anymore. Don't be angry. However, while his attitude was good, the attitude of the mortal in front of him was even worse, and his face even turned ugly. Tmudi sure enough, he was pretending to be crazy just now. Really, who are the superpowers nowadays? Everyone is an actor. Wouldn't it be nice to waste time and have so much time to learn and practice it? Demon cultivator, I am not a superpower, I am a demon. Ji Chang's hit the cage with his whip to scare him. You are still pretending to me, right? Demonic cultivator, I am a super powerful person. You say it, just say it, I won't talk back anymore. It won't be better if it's like this earlier. After the cruel, and terrifying young man said this, he turned around and said to the other mortals, look, I admit it. I told you earlier that these superpowers deserve to be beaten. Who did that guy call himself last time? There are still very few strong-willed ghosts. Demon cultivator. Could it be that the evil ghost was dragged to death in the sun because he refused to admit that he was a supernatural being? God, what a terrible world this is. I thought they were all little sheep without the power to be needed by him. As a result, I first met a few vicious villains who were cunning and full of lies, several students who wanted to get bonuses. Then, they have to face cruel tortures such as if they don't admit that they are superpowers, they will be killed, and even if they die, they will be put to the best possible use. Refer to Yidio's resentment and ghost whip. Terrible. Mortals can be so scary. Why are you so stunned? Name. Master of Shanhu Cave. What kind of bad name is this? Your surname is Shanhu and you call him the Cave Master. Yes. How old are you? 359 years old. Ji Chang's, who was recording with his legs crossed, raised his eyebrows, and swung the whip at the cage with a crackle in his hand. 359. That's right. That's right. You are a turtle. Or a bastard. What are you doing? That's it? Be serious. If you keep talking nonsense to me, I don't care if you are a superpower or not. I'll beat you later. The demon cultivator, who was almost pissed by the whip, huddled in the corner of the cage tremblingly. Living in a world where the average age per capita was around 500, he had no idea what was wrong with his answer. He could only try to recall the lifespan of a mortal and carefully estimate a number, 79. Snapped. Why are you 79 looking like this? Come on, come out. Anyway, you will most likely come to us as a volunteer in the future. Come on, and I will discuss with you in advance. The demon cultivator watched helplessly as Naji Devil walked closer and closer with the sharp ghost whip, and was so frightened that his voice broke. 39. I'm 39. That's pretty much it? The scary mortal boy was finally satisfied. He took the melon seeds handed over by the person next to him and cracked them. The demon cultivator hid in the corner, shivering, with snot and tears running down his face from fear. He finally knew why there was such a fat mortal world under the sea of corpses, but he had never heard of it before. Those demon cultivators who came here accidentally before must have died in the hands of this group of people. This group of people was so terrifying. They were even more ferocious than the demon cultivators. He was probably going to die here too. The demonic cultivator, who was still enjoying conquering this human land and doing whatever he wanted, was huddled in the corner, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Glistening tears streaked across his dirty face that had not been washed for 2 months, and everywhere the tears streaked. It's much whiter than the rest of the face. Weak, pitiful, helpless, and dirty. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 193. No matter how unwilling Mo Xiu is to accept the reality, he still has to answer the question honestly in the fear of will I be killed. When the answer is finished, he doesn't expect Ji Chang's to get him out anyway. Even if he is out of this cage, his current cultivation level has been defeated by resentment, and there is only a few left, and he can't do anything. So when Ji Chang's finished asking the questions and opened the door to get the person out, the demon cultivator looked like a dead pig and was not afraid of boiling water. He walked to the ground and said nothing. The security team was a little nervous when their leader opened the door to let the people out, and they all became vigilant, fearing what tricks the man who claimed to be a demon cultivator would use. As a result, nothing happened. The demon cultivator lay on the ground like a dead pig, as if he had no hope of life. The team members looked at each other, unsure whether this person was in danger. Okay, the registration is over. His name is not in the database. He is probably a new superpower. Send him to the top. I will check everything inside and out before sending him to us. I came here as a volunteer. I really thought that our alien protection team was just collecting rags. All kinds of cats and dogs were stuffed here. Now these 2 superpowers are enough to give me a headache every day. As Ji Chang's rolled up his whip, he kept complaining, everyone's brain and IQ are in arrears. How old are they? They still have to be watched by others when they study. They can't even memorize the party's ideology. I still have to spend time every day to give it to them. They made up classes, and they didn't even pay me the tuition fees. And you, what are you looking at? Every one of them is useless. Last time I beat that non-mainstream person. I have to say he was a zombie. So many people beat him and I couldn't beat him. It's so shameful. Don't be shy, everyone worked overtime for me today. While talking, he did not forget to crack the melon seeds. Finally, he ended with the all-purpose "it's really annoying." He ate melon seeds and went into the room with a displeased look on his face. No one can come to my office to disturb me. The team members did not dare to refute, that person with superpowers doesn't even want to learn. It's you who has to force them to learn. Why do you have to memorize party ideology when you fight monsters? Then he's just a zombie. How can he be non-mainstream, with such long teeth? No normal person can beat a zombie, they all agreed timidly. It wasn't until Ji Chang's entered the room that they breathed a sigh of relief. I was scared to death when my boss was talking about it just now. Fortunately, I wasn't too angry, otherwise my boss would suffer again. Okay, stop talking about this, quickly lock the person in for interrogation again. The demon cultivator, who was lying helpless on the ground and was being slaughtered, didn't react much when he was picked up and locked inside the iron house. Anyway, now that he has no cultivation and energy, he no longer has the strength or confidence to resist even if they want to do anything. Whatever, give up the treatment, whatever you like. Then he saw the picture the team members showed him. You said you are a demon cultivator, do you know this thing? In the picture, a giant python with a huge body is lying miserably. A snake head is hanging on the side as if it is half dead. Next to the snake head, there are two huge bloody holes. Judging from the size, it is exactly the size of a snake head. The demon cultivator's eyes widened in horror. Three-headed blood pythons. How is that possible? These are three-headed blood pythons that are at the lowest golden elixir stage. You actually killed it? And cut off its head. Even nascent soul can take it, it's such a hard head. Huh? He really knows me. But is he lying? Didn't the boss chop off the head of the snake with a kitchen knife? Yuanying, I remember that the settings in those cultivating immortals are quite powerful. Is it possible that the powerful creatures over there will be less dangerous when they reach our side? I remember reading a book that said that if people who have become immortals want to go to the realm of cultivation, they must to stay below the tribulation period, otherwise you will be ejected from the world. While the team members were discussing the settings made up by the authors, Mo Shiu was so frightened that his legs were shaking. He had only thought that he had been accidentally attacked and that these people were just relying on their grievances to hurt him. However, he did not expect that even 3 blood pythons died at the hands of these people. What kind of terrible world did he come to? But the demon cultivator didn't know that this was just the beginning. These ordinary people, who seemed to have no appearance and no cultivation at all, actually took out miserable portraits of monsters that could bring trouble to a place even if they were placed in the world of cultivation. Soul-eating shell, as long as it is entangled, no matter whether you are a mortal or a cultivator, you will not be able to escape the fate of having your soul eaten by it. This is not a fierce ghost. This is a 1,000-year-old ghost. She must have absorbed the essence of 1,000 people at least to have such a form. The water demon has infinite power and is good at finding substitutes. The person or monk caught by him will definitely be dragged into the water to become a substitute, unless he is at the nascent soul stage or above. The drought demon, turned out to be the drought demon, no. This is impossible. How can you even subdue the drought demon in the Mahayana period? Even if the demon lord takes action, it will take a lot of effort. The demon cultivator's mentality was completely shattered. He had been able to suppress the fear in his heart before. When I saw the last picture, the Hanbao who had killed tens of thousands of people from the Gendao sect and destroyed 3 human cities by himself had actually fallen into the hands of these people. They even forcibly pulled out its hard and indestructible sharp teeth that had once bitten a Mahayana monk. It would be strange if the mentality is not broken. What tricks do these people have? They are all mortals. Why on earth? The team members who were seriously learning new knowledge looked inexplicably at the demon cultivator who suddenly started crying and howling while he was talking. They looked at each other, and they all looked confused. What is he doing? I don't know, I was fine just now, why did I cry while talking? Forget it, forget about him. We really have to do what he said. He is not from our Chinese country, and he wants to use us humans to refine some magic weapon. It's not a good thing at first glance. Anyway, I've finished asking for the information. Leave it to the people above. The demon cultivator, who was caught in the thought that he might have offended a Mahayana monk, was sent away crying. This is definitely a good thing for China to know the enemy's situation in advance, and because the alien security team has communicated, scared, with the magic cultivator in advance, he is very cooperative, and he will say whatever the staff asks. So no matter how reluctant the country is to believe it, it still has to tell everyone involved in this matter. Our world seems to have a passage from other worlds. But the people in that world are not engaged in technology, they are engaged in cultivation. That's right, it's the kind of practice in TV dramas where you fly in the sky on flying swords, move mountains and seas with one move, and collapse landslides with one spell. And this is not the worst thing. The worst thing is that although most of the cultivators have a peaceful mind and believe in the concept that I will not offend others if they do not offend me, and if you dare to offend me, I will destroy you, but there are still some monks who are demonic repair. Just like the characters in various fantasy works. Most of the demonic cultivators have a cruel temperament and enjoy Shari'an, and now they also have a tendency to dislike cleanliness. For them, ordinary mortals are just a storehouse of materials, including bones, blood, and souls, which they will use to refine weapons. If there were not monks protecting the mortals, the demon cultivators would have killed all the mortals in the world of cultivation. At present, it seems that the entrance to the two worlds is in the realm of demon cultivators. In other words, as long as a demon cultivator steps into their world, it must be an enemy or not a friend. This news put the leaders in a very bad mood. Although the existence of superpowers brings a lot of troubles, they are still their own people. They teach the superpowers who are disobedient and cause trouble everywhere a lesson, and they will still protect them in the end. As for the various strange creatures that slowly appeared in their world, there was nothing they could do about it. They were already here, so what else could they do? Just kill them or fight them. But what is coming now is a demon cultivator who has thoughts, can speak and communicate, and has a cruel temperament and does not regard ordinary people's lives as his own. Oh, no, let me add that they don't care about the lives of monks and other demonic cultivators, mainly because they sometimes can't defeat them. Then it's embarrassing now. They are engaged in technology and others are engaged in fantasy. How can we fight this? Especially what I advocate above is not to expose this matter to the public. In the past, people with superpowers hid their secrets because they were afraid of causing trouble. At that time, they were just worried that they would not be able to stop it in the end. What now? Let me tell you, listen, a group of demonic cultivators who enjoy Shari'an may come to our world at any time. These demonic cultivators all have magic power. It is useless for ordinary people to resist and they will die immediately, so everyone be careful. And, even if we tell you in advance, it's useless. These magic cultivators are all very powerful. We have taekwondo and karate, let alone black belts. Even if you have a rainbow belt, you can't beat them. Then what will be the result? The crowd was guided by panic. Before the demonic cultivators arrived, their own homes were in chaos. So, now everyone is sitting together and discussing what should be done. So far, things are looking up. After all, according to the magic cultivator, those things that the alien protection team killed before were also very powerful in the world of cultivation, but they still died at the hands of ordinary people like the alien protection team. Everyone did not think that Ji Chang's abilities were greater than the Mahayana period, but thought that the abilities of these creatures might be suppressed in their world. This makes sense, otherwise why can't such a cowhide thing defeat their ordinary people? Therefore, there is still hope to fight against these demonic cultivators from other worlds. Also, they cannot just sit and be beaten. Since things have become like this, they must either block the entrance to the two worlds. If it cannot be blocked, then you can consider forming an alliance with the Gendao sect next door. Didn't it mean that the sect and the demon cultivator were mortal enemies? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Also, let's see if we can think of ways to try to get people here to practice. After summarizing a series of indicators, layers of orders were conveyed. On the alien insurance team's side, the atmosphere fell into awkwardness after listening to what the leader above had said. No one dared to say anything, and everyone carefully looked at Ji Chang secretly. Even their leader, an amiable old man, looked at Ji Chang's face and smiled coquettishly. "Changs, I know you have always insisted on materialism, but look at this, it's not all facts. Is it in front of you? You should stop talking about it. Look, now we have superpowers, including cultivating immortals and cultivating demons. Even if you keep talking about things that I don't understand, you can't do this. Change the facts, right?" The leader of the alien group, who had the face of a 15-year-old, was expressionless. "I don't think that the emergence of demon cultivators, and human cultivators means that our world is no longer scientific. This must be the fault of the world next door. I believe that different worlds will have different systems, and I can also accept the existence of other worlds with different structures. It's a mess, but our world is different. Our world has been developing technology step by step from the beginning. If the world next door hadn't intervened, how could there have been so many things?" The old man was a little dazed by what he said. "So what is your opinion?" Ji Changs took out his whip and slapped it on the table, his face full of irritation. "I can't control their own superstition, but if they dare to come to our world, destroy scientific materialism, and encourage those supernatural powers, I want them to look good." Audience. So is your focus still on this? Our world is being invaded, brother. Good. In the end, it was the old leader who reacted first with his rich work experience, applauding and saying, very good, everyone must learn from Comrade Ji Chang's fighting spirit of not fearing power and resisting the enemy to the end." Everyone applauds. The team members looked at each other. "Is this what you mean, boss?" "It seems not. What should we do, applaud now or not?" While hesitating, he suddenly found Ji Chang staring at them with squinted eyes. "If you are not targeting the boss, then there is nothing wrong with applauding. Good. The boss is the boss. We want to learn from you." After the warm applause, I found that the scene was relatively harmonious. The leader took out his handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Oh my God, this job is really not done by humans. Not only do you have to coax the superpowers, but you also have to coax Ji Changs. Each one of them is getting smaller and smaller as they work." The tone was set. "Anyway, it's just one word, fight." The state machinery began to operate. When ordinary people didn't know it, the state was really worried about their safety. Not to mention there were more police patrolling the streets, and the soldiers also began to intensify their training. Those who were previously pampered by the father of the state, the remaining superpowers, can no longer just eat and wait to die. Each one of them has been assigned an instructor to train them forcibly. Wang Can and the flying superpower are feeling happy at this moment. They were trained by Ji Changs before, and they were extremely uncomfortable during the training. Now everyone is a monster, but they are not afraid at all because they have been trained before. They watch others cry and scream, but they feel relaxed. The taste is incredible. When other superpowers asked them why they could keep up with the training and were so good at it, and when they wanted to be so good, their eyes lit up. Ji Changs will still spend a lot of time with them now. Although the two of them now know clearly that improving strength can indeed save their lives, they still can't help but feel a little unbearable. After being trained by the country every day, I was still being trained by the boss. I didn't have time to play games on my phone at night, so I went back to bed and fell asleep. It's so miserable. Now there is a rare opportunity to bring others happiness, and hardship, together, so why not do it? So in their mouths, Ji Chang's became a kind-hearted and helpful person who was willing to help people with special abilities improve their abilities. Of course, if you insist on understanding, there is nothing wrong with thinking this way. Some people with supernatural powers who heard about Ji Chang's reputation ask suspiciously, but how do I remember that he hates people with powers? He doesn't like people with superpowers very much, but that's just because the superpower team always has to wipe their butts when trouble's caused by superpowers. Think about it, if it were you, you would like someone who causes trouble every day and harms people. Do you want someone to work overtime? But that doesn't mean he's ruthless. Many people with superpowers have reported him. You haven't seen him beating those creatures from another world. That's called ruthlessness. Come on, I have a video here, let me show it to you. Wang Ken took out his mobile phone, and everyone gathered around to watch several videos, and they all exclaimed, "Amazing! His physical strength is so good, I would have knelt down long ago. Oh my god, he can actually cut off such a big snake head with one knife. He used a kitchen knife. It's so powerful." Most of the superpowers are young and have a natural admiration for powerful people. After seeing the video of Ji Chang's beating someone and kneeling down, I unconsciously admired him a lot. Very powerful, right? Wang Ken saw them taking the bait and said with a smile, "So, believe me, Team G is actually quite good. He just has too high a force value, so sometimes it is inevitable that his subordinates will. It's not serious, but you can see from these videos that he has spared us superpowers, right?" The superpowers nodded hesitantly. Even a supernatural being who had been treated roughly by Ji Chang's touched his arm with fear. Damn it, if this team had used the same method to deal with these monsters from another world, his arm would probably no longer be on his body now. Then, let's ask him to teach us. Will he agree? After all, he also has his own work. Will this waste too much of his time? Wang Ken and the flying superpower were so happy that they quickly said, "No, no, how could it be possible? Team discipline will urge us to work hard every day, so we can just give this time to you. This is not good. What will you do if you leave it to us? We can just study on our own, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter." Of course, such a good discipline team must be shared with everyone. The voices of the two of them were shaking when they spoke. They were afraid that the cooked ducks, the superpowers, would run away, so they quickly suggested, "It's time to take a break. Why don't we take you to visit the discipline team and ask him to teach you? If you feel embarrassed to buy some gifts, don't worry, Captain G is very helpful, he will definitely be willing to help you." In the end, the young superpowers who didn't know how dangerous the society was were still embarrassed to buy gifts and followed the two of them to the superpower group to ask the discipline team to teach them to become powerful. Wang Ken and the others were very talkative, fearing that these superpowers who were about to take over their happiness would regret it and say good things about Ji Chang's. Team G, although he is a bit grumpy when he goes on a mission, he is really a nice person at ordinary times. That's right, that's right. He, Captain G, not only diligently learns knowledge himself, but also supervises and helps the team members. Although he is not a superpower, he is very knowledgeable about superpowers. Wang Ken and I were taught the skills of using superpowers by Team G. The superhuman who had just joined the team stopped in confusion. "Wait a minute, isn't Captain G a superhuman?" Wang Ken was also a little confused. "No, why do you think he is a superpower? Don't everyone know that Captain G is an ordinary person? This person with new powers who just joined the team, I awakened my powers because the three-headed snake wanted to eat me. Fortunately, I awakened my power, so I could barely resist it and didn't get eaten. Later, the discipline team came, and I saw with my own eyes that the discipline team tossed the snake around. That day I was taken back for a test. My maximum load-bearing capacity was 10 tons. I couldn't even catch the snake, but the discipline team could. How could he not be a superpower? Wang Can rubbed his head, maybe he is gifted? But Captain Ji is really an ordinary person. Everyone knows that Ji Chang's is very repulsive to superpowers. If he is really a superpower, how could he still be so repulsive? Is it possible that he is repelling himself? No matter how powerful ordinary people are, there is an upper limit. I think Captain G is a superpower. Wang Can patted his chest. I've been with Team G for a long time, and I've never heard of him having any powers. I can guarantee with my head that he definitely doesn't have any powers. Boom. A loud noise sounded in the direction of the alien protection team ahead. A man wearing a cloak with a slightly cleaner face flew in the air, laughing wildly. You are the mortals who killed the ghost? A group of mortals like ants dare to go against us. Today, I will let you have a taste. Hey hey hey. The sound of a trumpet interrupted his speech. The superpowers looked blankly and saw Ji Chang's opening the door and walking out. He held a trumpet in his hand and shouted to the sky, don't force me, come down and talk. Hee, come up if you can. The other party's very disdainful attitude clearly angered Ji Chang's. He looked ugly and even his voice became cold. If you don't come down, when I come up, I won't just beat you up. The demonic cultivator had obviously been lurking and observing for more than a day or two, and was very scornful of Ji Chang's words. Don't think I'm as stupid as that idiot. I've been observing your world for a few days. You do have something that can take people flying. It's called an airplane, right? But that also requires an airplane to fly. You guys mortals just use some methods that we don't like to get to heaven. Today, I will let you see, what are you doing? Ji Chang's didn't listen, threw down the horn, took out a black cloth from his pocket, and covered his eyes. The one above shuts up. Because after Ji Chang's blindfolded him, he really flew into the air. Before he could reach him, he suddenly flew in front of him and punched him. One punch, another punch, another punch. You're the uncle. It's just flying. Who can't do it? Who can't do it? If I wasn't afraid of heights, I would have pushed you down. The demon cultivator was caught off guard. He couldn't figure out how this mortal could fly just as he said. He wanted to resist, but he couldn't resist for some reason. Before he could think for a few seconds, he was knocked down from the air. Boom. He fell in front of the stunned superpowers. Puff. He spat out a mouthful of strong blood. It seems that I still don't understand you mortals well enough. It's just, cough cough cough, just. What kind of magic weapon is the fear of heights? Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 194. Perhaps because he was angry at the demon cultivator's provocation, or perhaps because he knew that this was not his world and people were merciless, Ji Chang struck harder this time than every time. The demon cultivator collapsed on the ground, like a blood bag, vomiting blood. After a while, the ground where he lay was covered with blood. Ji Chang's began to fall, and landed on the demon cultivator's back very accurately. Even though he was fixed at 15 years old, he was still a big boy. This weight dropped from the sky on the demon cultivator, which made the other person's throat feel sweet and he vomited blood even more violently. Ji Chang's, the culprit, showed no guilt. He took off the blindfold from his eyes and looked at the demon cultivator he was stepping on with an unkind expression. It's not just that you can fly. What's so great about it? You can't fight at all and you still have the nerve to force yourself in front of me. It's really shameful for you. You're not a Chinese, but you still want me to tolerate you. After saying that, maybe he still felt uncomfortable, so he suddenly raised his foot and stepped on it hard. Puff. The demon cultivator spat out another large mouthful of blood, his legs twitched and he rolled his eyes, looking pitiful as if he was about to die soon. Unfortunately, he had just revealed his identity, he was not one of his own, and he still wanted to invade their world. No 1% sympathized with him. Boss, how can you fly? Are you a superpower? Why haven't you told us? The team members were just looking for weapons that could shoot into the sky, but when they were looking for them here, their leader went up to the sky. After a few moments of confusion, the demon cultivator above was forcefully knocked down. How many times have I told you that these superpowers are not a long-term solution at all? To deal with the enemy, you still have to use scientific methods. Didn't you see that I just used science to defeat him? Team Member 1. Team Member 2. The superpowers who are still in a stunned state. As soon as the team member who was most affected, poisoned, his eyes lit up and he suddenly realized, I understand, boss, what you mean is that you fell on him intentionally. When you fall from a height and perform a free fall due to the influence of gravity, the potential energy is converted into kinetic energy. The faster the falling speed, the greater the impact when landing. In this way, as long as you find the right position and land on the demon cultivator, you can naturally crush him to death. Oh. So that's it? Everyone nodded in confusion and immediately said, we understand, too. Then he was sprayed by Ji Chang's. You understand, big-headed ghost. The reason why I landed on him is because I was wearing slippers when this guy was making trouble. When someone came up, my shoes couldn't keep up. If I didn't fall on top of him, why would I have to step on the ground? Team members. They looked down and saw that Ji Chang's was barefoot. Turning around again, the pair of slippers actually stayed at the door. Because the boss actually has superpowers thing was so shocking, a group of people ran out in a swarm, and no one noticed that they were left alone at the door. A pair of slippers. One team member quickly ran back to the door to get the shoes back and carefully placed them at Ji Chang's feet. Boss, put on your shoes, put on your shoes. Seeing their irritable leader taking his feet off the demon cultivator and putting on his slippers with an impatient expression on his face, and looking less angry, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, put this person up for me. I want to ask him how many people like him are there in our world now. He looks like the second and third child of the world, but he is still so timid. Rats, if you want to invade our world, you don't fight first but act like rats and hide in the dark to kill us. It's really embarrassing for the demon cultivators. The demon cultivators on the ground were beaten half to death and still had to endure Ji Chang's verbal attacks. He was so angry that he kept twitching and wanted to refute, but he couldn't move at all because of the serious injury. He could only try to open his eyes wide and glare at Ji Chang's. What are you looking at? I'm not talking about you. You have a sinister eyebrow and a pair of eyes no bigger than a mosquito's. Your face is sloppy and your clothes are in tatters. Some people believe you when they say you are a beggar. You are a demon cultivator, if you are really like this, then no wonder you come to our world and start shouting and killing. Isn't it because you don't have the resources and are greedy for our resources? You are so arrogant, bah. Take a look at yourself. There is mud between your fingernails and your body is so dirty. Even the beggars here are cleaner than you. Wait a minute. The leader of the alien team who was furiously criticizing the demon cultivator suddenly realized something while he was talking. He stopped suddenly and lowered his head to look at his feet. Damn, why are you so dirty? If I step on you, I might as well step on the ground. W0 Kai, it's so disgusting. You guys hurry up and find me a new pair of shoes, to take a bath. He ran away in a hurry. While running, he was cursing, who are these people? They are so dirty at such an old age. I can't blame them all the time and scream and kill. They are so ugly and dirty. They must not have a girlfriend. Ouch, I'm going to vomit. Xiao Qi, hurry up and get the disinfectant spray from the office and spray it everywhere. This person doesn't have any germs on him, it's so disgusting. The demon cultivator, who was forcibly knocked down from the air and used as a human mat, and then was criticized for being disgusting and dirty, was so angry that his eyes turned black. Blood spewed out again, and he tried to shout incoherently, "You, mortals, I have passed the news to, Lord Demon, you, will all die." Unfortunately, his voice was too low and the members of the alien team couldn't hear him clearly. One of them leaned forward to listen, but was stung by his bad breath and came back. "Ugh, it stinks so quickly. Disinfect him quickly. We'll attract those flies again in a while." Even now, the demon cultivator still does not abandon or give up, trying hard to amplify his voice, "You, will all die, you." Zitzai. Xiao Qi took a large spray bottle and sprayed him from head to toe very professionally. Cough cough cough. "What is this? You want to poison me, you can't. I tell you, I am a master of poison making. I. Oh my god. There are so many bugs crawling out of his ears, hurry up, insecticide, insecticide." The demon cultivator watched helplessly as the goo worms he had worked so hard to cultivate crawled out of his body due to the disinfectant. He was anxious and angry, and his eyes were splitting. "My goo worms, what have you done to them? My." However, his voice was too low and did not attract anyone else's attention. Some of the superpowers were afraid of bugs and were so frightened that they jumped 3 feet high. Fortunately, the insecticide was quickly brought out and sprayed on the bugs by members of the superpower team. The bugs tried to struggle at first, but unfortunately they couldn't resist the chemical composition, and their hair became warped after just 2 bounces. Demon cultivator. His distressed voice changed its tone, my chong chong." The team members worked like tigers. When Ji Changs came out from the shower, they not only completed the disinfection, but also took Mo Shiu to give him a cold shower in the yard, and used insecticide to disinfect his whole body. Every time, the only king goo insect that had not crawled out before was also forced out, and finally died under the pesticide. The demon cultivator watched helplessly as the goo worm he had worked so hard to cultivate from the corpse died, and he almost didn't follow him. When Ji Changs arrived, his eyes were dull and he already looked like a zombie. "What happened to him? Did you hit him?" When Ji Changs asked, the team members all said, "How is this possible? Our country, China, has always been kind and righteous in treating prisoners well. Not only did we not beat him, we also gave him a shower and caught bugs. Look how clean he is now." Ji Changs listened carefully and saw that the magician was muttering blankly, "My chong chong." He glanced at the team members with a subtle expression, and for a moment he felt a little sympathetic to the demon cultivator. "Okay, if you don't get down to business, what's the use of getting into these minutiae? Ask questions." He leaned back comfortably on the recliner, picked up the melon seeds, and placed the coke next to him. Ji Changs raised his chin and said, "Let's get started." It's like a scene of a landlord and a wealthy man commanding people to torture. However, the demon cultivator refused to cooperate at all. No matter what the team members asked him, he clenched his teeth and stared at them fiercely. "Whether you say it or not, we should all get off work. You can't even hope to get any information from me. I want you to die. All of you die." The team members were quite helpless at his lack of cooperation. Are everyone in their world so rude? It's so uncivilized to open your mouth and say Shari'an. Fortunately, we helped him bathe and deworm him before, but his attitude is still so bad. Really, why is this person like this? The demon cultivator, who was looked at with condemnation by everyone. "You mortals who killed the goo bugs I worked so hard to cultivate and washed me down with cold water are telling me to be polite and civilized. So terrible. The people in this world are really terrible. Now he even began to doubt whether he had done the right thing or wrong by coming here to try to get the head diving skills after passing the news to Lord Demon Lord. Although there are all mortals in this world and they seem to be powerless, they can actually fly into the sky and can easily kill his goo insects that even nascent soul stage monks are helpless in the world of cultivation. Even when killing them, these people did not even touch them. How on earth is it done? What secret did they use? If they use this kind of magic to deal with the Demon Lord. Mo squirmed hard and shed tears of regret. Why did he tell the Demon Lord and then run over on his own? He should tell the Demon Lord and hide in the dark to watch the Demon Lord fight with these people. If the Demon Lord is defeated by these mortals, and the mortals don't know how to use magical weapons, wouldn't he be able to inherit the Demon Lord's magical weapons and spiritual treasures? Regret. I'm so sorry. The superpowers were also invited to the special protection team to watch. Seeing that the demon cultivator was half dead, they all came forward curiously. This is a demon cultivator. It looks similar to us. It's much worse. The teacher said that magic cultivators look at ordinary people as if they are just reading materials. They don't even blink, and they don't even need a reason. Anyway, as far as I know, there are quite a lot of demonic cultivators in the world over there. I don't know if we can handle them. If you can bear it, carry it. If you can't bear it, I would rather die in battle than become a useless material for these demon cultivators. With their dirty looks, they still have the nerve to use us as materials to let them step in for the discipline team too dirty. So the focus is on demonic cultivation of the dirty? The members of the alien team who were watching were a little amused. After all, these children were too young to see the seriousness of the matter. There were several little girls surrounding Wankan and laughing. Wankan, what did you promise to say before? If Captain G has superpowers, what will happen to your head? Quick, quick, let me touch your head. I won't see you again for a while. Wankan. Listen to what I'm telling you, the fact that Captain G has superpowers is really a big upset. After all, think about it, he has never told anyone that he is a superpower, and he always shows that he hates superpowers. If it were you, you wouldn't think Captain G is a superpower, right? Then we don't care, you said it yourself, hurry up, head. Being surrounded for his head, Wankan felt miserable, and he quickly winked at the flying superpower and said, "Brother, save me." In the eyes of those with flying powers, Wankan was surrounded by several beautiful young sisters laughing and joking. In this scene, he still had the nerve to wink at him and show off his popularity with women. Pooh! King Dog! I knew you didn't regard me as a true friend. Asking for help from his brother, Wankan got an angry look with a. Maybe it's because he can make any part of his body shine. Think about a person smiling at you, and suddenly one of his teeth starts to sparkle. How can he not attract other people's attention? Some female superpowers came up with a new idea. How to play: set the glass on the ring, and then ask Wankan to make the glass shine. This is how to create a ring that is brighter than a diamond. As soon as this method came out, Wankan immediately became the favorite of female superpowers. Earrings, necklaces, etc., as long as they pass through Wankan's hands, they look much better than before. He has even practiced a move that can make emeralds greener because of the light. As a result, he became the most envied existence among male supernatural beings. The girls even took Wankan with them when they went shopping, and never left him behind even for dinner parties and the like. Wankan himself knew that they simply regarded him as their best friend, but others didn't think so. The eyes of a group of young men who just wanted to attract the attention of girls of the same age were almost green with envy. At this moment, everyone saw him waving at them like Tang Monk being entangled by female goblins, and everyone turned their faces angrily. Pooh! King Dog! Wankan! There was really no other way. He could only save himself. Okay, Otherwise, how about I let my hair shine for you to see? A shining head appeared among the girls. Awesome. Can you control the glow of your scalp now? Quick, quick, I want to record it. I want to take a group photo together, so I don't even need to light it. Yes, there is another reason why girls like to call Wanken when they have dinner. His light is very bright, and it also has a lighting effect on the people around him. Every time everyone takes a photo after dinner, as long as Wanken is there, the photo will be taken. The effect is more powerful than beauty. This is going downhill, right? Also, don't focus on Team G's superpowers. Now that this demonic cultivator has appeared again, it means that more and more demonic cultivators will come to our world in the future. Even if Team G, if he has superpowers, then he is just one person. No matter how powerful he is, he can't beat 1,000 people, right? So everyone, don't forget the purpose of our coming here. We are here to help you practice more. Come on, come on. Don't take pictures. While Team G is in a good mood after taking a bath, hurry up and beg for mercy. This way, we will be really good in the future. We are about to go to the battlefield, so you can use some means to save your life. Thanks to Wanken, who never forgets the purpose of pulling people into trouble, he turns to business in a few words. The flying superpower, who was still secretly jealous of him, heard this and couldn't care less about his jealousy. He quickly smiled and said, "No, we are here to practice with the Kyoji team. Why are we here chatting?" A superpower carefully poked the half-dead demon cultivator. "I'm a little curious. Like in novels and TV shows, the demon cultivators will have a boss. What kind of demon king, demon emperor, etc., you say, do they have it over there? If there is one, a boss of this level should be very powerful. What will we do then?" Wanken sneered after hearing this. "Do you really think you are filming a TV series? Why did the Demon Lord bring his shrimp soldiers and crab generals as soon as he heard that there was a new world here? Oh, no, he flew over with his men to start a war. Wake up, TV dramas are just made like that, reality can't be that fantasy." The flying superpower looked at the familiar and confident Wanken in front of him, and suddenly felt that the scene seemed familiar. "Where have you seen it? It's strange, I feel it all in my head, but I just can't remember it." A person with superpowers objected to Wanken. "What is unrealistic? A few years ago, would you have believed that there were people with superpowers in reality? There was a world of cultivators next door, as well as demon cultivators and all kinds of strange things. Are creatures coming to our world and trying to invade it? Our world has already become magical. Magic is magic, you have to follow some logic. How can anyone come to the door after hearing the news? Even if they really want to fight, they still have to study the tactics, right? Even if the Demon Lord comes to fight, this sentence sounds just right. Funny, even if our two worlds really go to war, it will take more than 10 years or decades. If the war breaks out, I estimate that it will last for more than 10 years. Imagine the news page saying that the Demon King of the cultivation world next door leads his troops attacking Blue Star. Really, this is impossible. I guess it won't happen even if I lose all my hair." As soon as he finished speaking, the pagers on the superpowers suddenly started beeping. The flying psychic, who was rubbing his chin and wondering why the scene seemed familiar, finally remembered. Didn't Wanken also swear so confidently before that Team G couldn't possibly be a superpower? Then he was brutally slapped in the face. He looked down at the pager on his body. "Isn't it? It's true." The foreign insurance team held an emergency meeting. Everyone sat in the conference room and watched the picture on the big screen. Obviously in mid-air, densely packed magic cultivators wearing black clothes, maybe not black, but they look like black because they don't like hygiene and are too dirty, are suspended above the center of the city, as if they are hitting some barrier. Generally, all kinds of weird weapons are flying here. In broad daylight, they were dressed in black and flying in the sky. It would be strange if no one noticed them. Countless ordinary people raised their heads and looked at them in shock and curiosity. What's going on? Filming a TV series? Where's Wea? Damn it, Daddy Cow's gravity has been eaten. No, let's not talk about why those people flew away. How do I see their expressions, as if they came with bad intentions? They seem to be hitting something? No, can anyone explain it? What is going on? What new holographic technology is it? Everyone in the alien protection team looked solemn. A team member quickly reported information. They suddenly appeared there, and they have been there for about 5 minutes. According to facial expression experts, these people should not be able to see the situation on our side at the moment, and detectors have been sent to detect it. I feel abnormal energy fluctuations in the area where they hit, and the fluctuations are continuing to increase. Preliminary speculation is that what they hit is probably the barrier between the two worlds. The screen zoomed in, and it was fixed on the face of a person sitting on a sedan chair being carried by several people, looking over here comfortably. We believe that this is the demon lord mentioned by the previous demon cultivator, who is the most powerful among all demon cultivators. His cultivation is in the Mahayana stage and is about to pass the tribulation. According to the demon cultivator, although he has never seen the demon lord, but he has heard that even the only Sangxian from the upright sect can only compete with this demon lord. So once they are really hitting the barrier between the two worlds, then we must pay attention to this demon. Because he happened to be here, a psychic who was pulled over to join the meeting raised his hand cautiously. Are you sure this is the demon lord? What is the basis for the determination? The members of the alien protection team looked serious and spoke seriously. The lower the status of the demon cultivators, the less hygienic they are. The higher the status, the more they care about cleanliness. Look at the person sitting in the sedan. His face is clean, and his clothes are not stained at all. In addition to the demon lord, the demon cultivators can also. Who is it? Stranger. He wanted to laugh, but found that everyone was serious and no one was laughing, so he could only answer dryly, that sounds reasonable. Ji Chang's face remained as dark as water and he said nothing. After all the information was gathered, he asked, what are the plans from the higher-ups for the people? Have they found a way to get around it? People are here, and so many people are watching. I'm afraid it won't be able to get through. What it means is that it seems that a war is about to start. They are all fighting. Do you want to hide this matter or not? It doesn't make any sense anymore. Even though the team member said it politely, the face of the leader of the alien team gradually turned ugly. Boss, don't be angry. There's nothing we can do about it. It's not that we can't do our job well. With so many demonic cultivators standing in the sky, we can't get through no matter how hard we try. Yes, boss, why don't we think about how to deal with the demon cultivators now? The higher UPS were very happy when they found out that you have special powers, boss. By the way, boss, I didn't even ask before, what is your superpower? Yes. Flying type. No. Anyone could tell that Ji Chang's was trying hard to speak with anger, and every word he spoke was full of uncontrollable anger and irritability. My powers are similar to creation. Whatever I want, I can create it out of thin air as long as I know its structure. Wang Can carefully looked at his face secretly and quickly blew a rainbow fart. So that's it? No wonder, boss, you took out such a big mirror from such a small backpack when you arrested me. I thought I saw it wrong at the time. Boss, you are great. Yes, I'm telling you why you have all the props prepared every time you go to catch the superpower leader. It turns out it's because you have superpowers. You are worthy of being the leader. All those props can be made with superpowers. Because it was obvious that Ji Chang's couldn't accept that he had worked so hard to hide it from the public for so long, but in the end he still couldn't hide it, so everyone didn't even dare to flatter him too loudly. However, even if they flattered him, they couldn't make the leader of the alien group, who looked like a 15-year-old boy, any happier. The look on his face was frighteningly cold, and his whole body was filled with terrifying anger. When he stood up suddenly, everyone was startled. Wang Can, who was used to being beaten, even subconsciously held his head. Crouching under the table, "Boss, don't hit me. Don't hit me. I don't dare talk nonsense anymore." Ji Chang's didn't even look at him. He looked at the team member with a computer to take notes with a cold face. "Lend me your computer for a while." The team members were so frightened by the majestic and terrifying aura on his body that their hands kept shaking. When they heard that he was actually talking to them, their legs began to shake. Trembling, he pushed the computer toward Ji Chang's with shaking hands. Boss, you can use it as you like." Ji Chang's picked up the computer expressionlessly, turned around and left. It wasn't until he went out that everyone in the room took a deep breath and started breathing heavily, covering their beating hearts, as if they had escaped from death. Wang Can climbed up with difficulty holding onto the chair. I told you before that the boss's terrifying aura was a bit abnormal, but you still didn't believe it. Now it seems that this may be what the teacher said about the possible appearance of high-level superpower's aura. The flying superpower was so frightened that his body was floating upwards. After hearing this, he quickly came down and retorted, "Okay, you are the one who didn't believe that the leader was a superpower before. Now it's an afterthought. Oh no, I almost scared myself out of my wits just now. This is the first time I've seen him so angry. Even when he was woken up in the middle of the night to work overtime, he didn't act like this. Just now I thought the boss was going to kill the whole house. It's all exploded. Oh my legs, please help me, I was so scared that I almost peed my pants. I have to go to the toilet. Don't pull at me. My legs are weak too. Hey, why do you think the boss needs a computer? Is he unable to accept the fact that the truth is exposed, and is he reading online information?" Wang Can panted for a while before he managed to recover. Then, why doesn't the boss accept ordinary people knowing the truth? One team member sighed with vicissitudes of life. He has always hated the existence of superpowers. He thinks that our world only needs science and technology. I think it is better to get into trouble. He was particularly irritable towards superpowers before, but because of superpowers, I have no choice but to endure it. Later, things from the next world came to us. The boss gradually stopped holding back on these things from other worlds. I guess if he hadn't been fixed at the age of 15, he would have wanted to live an ordinary life. If he couldn't live it himself, he would have hoped that the lives of other ordinary people would not be changed. As a result, now, he has worked so hard to maintain such a stable life. The long-standing scientific worldview is about to be shattered, and it would be great if the boss is not angry to death. The young psychics who had been listening quietly on the side suddenly caught the important point. Exceptionally irritable towards people with superpowers. You too. What did you say to us before? Liars. Wang Can and the flying superpower. At this critical moment of life and death, let's not worry about these trivial matters. Go back and get your weapons quickly. Those demon cultivators don't know when they will break through the barrier. We are the ones who are going to the battlefield. Time is running out. Wang Can. I treat you like a good sister. You actually lied to us, you went too far. Sisters. Is this what you think of me? Damn it, why should I be a brother? You lied to us and still wanted to be a brother, just go ahead and dream. The supernatural beings, mostly in their teens, left noisily. The members of the alien protection team looked at them with emotion. They are still young and energetic. When the war starts, such good days will be rare. Hey, let them make trouble, they are just children. What do you think the boss is doing with his computer? He doesn't really read online information, does he? Will the boss cry? What are you thinking? I really thought that the boss is 15 years old. He won't cry even if you cry. But the things you have been insisting on are suddenly declared invalid. Maybe he will really cry. Hey, who of you will take a peek? Look. In the end, no one dared to peek to see if Ji Chang's was crying. When the order came from above, indicating that the energy fluctuations over there had reached a terrifying level, it was estimated that the world barrier was really going to break, and they were told to gather in the main square to prepare for the battle. He just walked out of his room. Several people took a sneak peek and saw that there were no tears on their faces and their eyes were not red. However, murderous intent was written all over his body, and he still remained silent. He didn't speak, and no one dared to say a word. It was so silent that when they went there, ordinary people had already been cleared away. This is really confusing to say. Everyone was happily shopping when suddenly a bunch of people dressed in weird clothes appeared above them. Then everyone's mobile phones rang with messages. The content was probably that people in the country should stop wandering outside. There is a group of demon cultivators living in the cultivator next door to us. Now the demon cultivators are trying to take over our world. Ordinary people should grab their weapons and hide them. At home, everyone in the Ju and Jiang department hurriedly gathered to prepare for the war. No joke, today's battle may determine the fate of our planet in the future, so please cooperate. Everyone. Mischief. But soon, the big screen in the square and the planes flying in the sky began to play this passage in a loop. Finally, air defense sirens sounded all around, and the soldiers arrived quickly. All weapons and equipment were there. Everyone looked determined, shouldered their guns, and pointed at the group of people in the sky. Everyone went home in a daze, and then turned on the internet in a daze. There was almost an uproar online. Am I dreaming? What's going on? I also had a bowl of rice porridge and 2 eggs in the morning, and I was preparing to eat a weight loss meal at noon. Did the cultivator world next door come to take over our world? I'm so confused, are we going to perish? Has anyone seen a middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s who is wearing glasses and wearing floral clothes and walking with a slight limp? Here in the XX area, there are photos here. She is my mother. She went out to buy groceries today without her mobile phone and she hasn't come back yet. Has anyone seen her? Upstairs, there should be soldiers in your community. Go report the situation and Brother June will help you find them. Come on, come on, come on, watch TV, CCTV is actually broadcasting footage from XX Square. On this day, CCTV's ratings reached a record high. But no one was happy because of this. The host looked solemn and stared closely at the sky that was gradually beginning to crack. Click. Finally, the demon cultivators stepped into their world with an unceremonious aggressive attitude. The host tried hard to keep his voice calm. The news coming from the scene is that the demonic cultivators have broken through the world barrier. We will fight with them next. Please hide at home, grab your weapons, and protect the people around you. Boom. There was a huge roar in the video. It was the demon cultivator known as the Demon Lord who hit the ground with a move. The ground that was flat just now turned into a big pit. At the scene, there was a scene of the soldier who had just been standing there rolling away in embarrassment, holding his injured arm and being carried away. This is the power of demonic cultivation. The host's voice stopped for a moment, and his eyes couldn't help but turn red. He choked back his sobs and said, "No matter what happens today, please take care of yourself. I hope that after this battle, the mountains and rivers will still be there, and the country will be peaceful and the people will be safe." At this moment, even the naive children were too nervous to make a sound. No one expected that war would come so quickly. In the picture, the Demon Lord did not pay much attention to these ant-like mortals below, nor did he think about negotiating. He only raised his hand slightly and gave the order. Kill. Actually, he didn't take them seriously. A voice suddenly rang out, "I'll kill your uncle." A voice rose into the air and stood right opposite the demon cultivators. There was a hint of interest in Demon Lord's eyes. "Mortal? Who are you?" "I am your father." "Mortals, mortals, open your mouth and shut up, mortals. Do you think you are cool and domineering?" Ji Chang's didn't say much nonsense. He waved his hand in the air with a curse, and an object quickly condensed in the void. The people below were stunned. Cannon. Ji Chang's aimed the cannon at the demon cultivator and fired directly in that direction. Boom. The magic cultivator exploded. The demon lord waved his sleeves to block it and smiled disdainfully. "It's a mortal thing, I really thought it could." Boom. A huge bomb flew towards him and exploded directly in front of him. The Demon King didn't expect the power of this thing to be so powerful, so he didn't try to block it. As a result, he put down his ripped sleeves that were blown up, and his face was completely black. He touched his face, and his aloofness disappeared, and he said angrily, "How dare you blow me up? How come I don't dare to blow you up. Call me immortal." "Immortal, right? Why the hell don't you call me daddy? No matter how mortal you are immortal." While Ji Chang's was cursing, he quickly condensed various thermal weapons and fired at the Demon Lord with a clear target. These weapons would not really kill the Demon Lord, but it would not necessarily be the case for other demon cultivators. He could only block it awkwardly while getting angry and saying, "Stop wasting your time. Do you really think you mortals can resist me, waiting for the demon cultivator? He. Your uncle is the demon lord just by washing his face. I take a shower every day and I still don't scream. You keep screaming. Scream. I can't kill you." Even though the demon lord had great magic power, he still had to quickly resist these weapons that somehow possessed huge energy. He couldn't help but grit his teeth and swung back his sleeves, pretending as if these things couldn't hurt him at all. "That's enough. Do you think these things can hurt me? Can't hurt you, right?" Ji Chang's opened his arms, and a huge object gradually took shape in the air. He sneered at the demon cultivator. "Sir, times have changed. You, an old antique like you who is a mere mortal, just lie down in the coffin for me. Everyone down there. Viewers watching the live broadcast. Nuclear bomb. Is that a nuclear bomb? Ji Chang's, do you really think? Are we ordinary people easy to bully?" He threw it in that direction. Demon Lord's pupils shrank and he stopped dangerously. What on earth is this? He can feel that if he is hit, he will be injured even if he is not dead. Fortunately, he still stopped him. Just as he was rejoicing, the next second, another one was thrown over. This time the Demon Lord failed to stop it, and it was thrown into the middle of the demon cultivators. Boom! Even with the cultivation base to protect their bodies, the demon cultivators still suffered numerous casualties. Even the demon lord who was not too close was nearly chased down from the air by the impact of this huge energy. And the mortal in front was still making a steady stream of objects that could hurt him. Although Ji Chang's had no trouble condensing such big things, he threw them away one after another while cursing, "I work so hard to maintain the situation of an ordinary person. Everyone believes that there are no people with superpowers in this world. They all believe that there is no unnatural energy. You bastard! Do you know what the scientific concept of development is? Do you know optics? Do you know mechanics? Do you know how much care we put into science and technology in our world? You fairy, what are you trying to do?" Seeing that the situation was not good, Demon Lord hurriedly blocked the huge object thrown from the opposite side, and quickly gave in. Wait, we won't capture you, let's make peace, okay?" However, Ji Chang scolded him vigorously and didn't listen at all. What the hell? I'll kill you. Look how you come out to engage in feudal superstition. Look how you keep forcing me to do anything. Demon Lord, I said make peace. Make peace. Obviously the person on the other end didn't hear clearly, and he even got mad. How dare you yell at me, it's you who messed up our world, you still yell at me, you, wait. Demon Lord. You are deaf, I told you to make peace. The next second, he didn't have the energy to make peace. Ji Chang's actually condensed 10 huge objects in one breath, facing his side of the world with a furious face. You bunch of feudal and superstitious people who mess around with other world systems will die for me. Boom. Demon cultivators, die. The cause of death was the enemy's deafness. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 195. Everyone was stunned. No one could react to the twists and turns of this matter. We all bewilderedly accepted that the world next door was invading us, and bewilderedly went home to hide, and then turned on the TV to watch the live broadcast. At this time, most people have the same idea. You must be dreaming. Today is April Fool's Day? I must not have woken up yet. Why is this so good? I went to the Ultraman crew next door. No matter how hard it was to accept it, in the end, when they saw the CCTV live broadcast and the familiar host said those words in a heavy tone, everyone still accepted the reality. Yes, our world suddenly became fantasy. Now the country is confronting the demonic cultivators in the cultivation world next door. This is not a petty fight between countries, nor is it a grudge between some countries. People just came up and invaded. Who is having a little fight with you? Resentment. We don't have any grudges, we just simply didn't regard you as a similar person, so we invaded when we wanted to. Older people don't know about demonic cultivation, but most young people know it. They dare not imagine what their world would be like if this demonic cultivator was really like the one in the movies and TV shows and the country couldn't handle it. When the host said, "The mountains and rivers are still there, the country is peaceful and the people are safe," many people cried. They thought this might be a disaster. It's okay if you win, but if you lose, it won't be good for all mankind. They can only hold on to the kitchen knife, stay with their families, and try hard to fight with the country until the end. They are sad, they are angry, they grit their teeth and stare at the screen, as if waiting for the final judgment. Then, the scene suddenly became joyful. When Ji Chang's made the cannon, everyone had not yet reacted. When the nuclear bomb appeared, everyone was stunned. These weapons that even the country could not use were as if they were just useful weapons in Ji Chang's hands. Throwing them out did not count, but he threw out a bunch of them. After the last 10 nuclear bombs rushed towards the cultivation world, they heard a huge explosion. The picture also fluctuated. But the amazing thing is that although it is a weapon as powerful as a nuclear bomb, when used in their own city, it should cause 800 damage to the enemy and 1000 damage to me, but the explosion did not affect their world at all. The soldiers standing below and the leader of the alien team flying above all stood firmly there. Only the opposite world, where you can vaguely see the sea of corpses, is already a black sea. The demon cultivators could not get up again, including the very Zhuang Bi Demon King. In the past, they could still calculate the status of people with clean faces and low status with dirty faces, but now they don't need to do that calculation, everyone is gray. This war, which was both a joke and a terrible one, ended so hastily. On the internet, netizens who were originally speaking words of comfort and encouragement to each other and strangers. What the hell? Nuclear bomb. Tell me, this is a dream, right? Otherwise, why would my fragile little heart have to go through such an exciting day? Holy shit, shit, shit. I'm speechless. Way, do we don't have to fight anymore? Mom. Come out and see God. The old man, who was nervously clenching his fists in front of the TV, let go of his hands and asked his children, "Did we win?" The children, who tried hard to find all the zero Jew in the house and distributed it to their families, put down their knives with red eyes. "We win, we win." The children who didn't understand anything but knew that the atmosphere in the house suddenly became tense, so they didn't dare to say a word, saw that the atmosphere cleared up. They also laughed and clapped, and imitated, "We won. We won. We won." Their world really does. The mountains and rivers are still there, the country is peaceful and the people are safe. Ji Chang's, who had saved the entire world, had not yet come down. He was worried about imagining a protective shield for himself, and then went over there to take a look at the world. He stood at the edge of the barrier and watched for a long time. After confirming that all the demon cultivators were dead, he settled down with relief. The camera focused on their hero. At this time, countless people watching the live broadcast discovered that the person fighting against the demon cultivator turned out to be a boy who looked only 14 or 15 years old. He was handsome and handsome. Although he had just thrown a bunch of nuclear bombs and blew up the demon cultivators into the sky, his face was white and clean, without any dust on it, and he looked particularly well behaved and sensible. The hearts of the people softened. Their world was made possible by a child who should go to school. Even the cameramen who risked their lives for the live broadcast couldn't help but shoot the camera on their little hero. He must be tired from fighting against everyone with such power. Will he say, "Don't be afraid, everyone, we are all safe," and then collapse from exhaustion? The camera focused on Ji Chang's, the seemingly quiet and well-behaved young man. Damn it! What kind of bastard can't help but hit them? Tmud, I am such a high-profile loser. If I had known that this guy was so mean-mouthed, I should have flown up and killed them right from the beginning. It exploded. Trash, bah. As soon as he opened his mouth, Ji Chang's, the old Zhuan, scolded him with his fair and clean face, which looked like a teacher, a good student, and a good parent. Cameraman. People all over the country watching the live broadcast said. The team members who reacted quickly came up and handed him the slippers he had left behind when he flew up before. Head, boss, shoes. Ji Chang's cursed and put on his shoes. From time to time, he would look back at the sky behind him, as if the magic cultivator bubbled up again, he would rush forward and crazily fill it with nuclear bombs. His uncle, I always feel that it is not safe. If I throw another nuclear bomb into it, they will come out again. Seeing that Ji Chang's was about to fly upwards as he was talking, the team members quickly stopped him. Boss, that's enough, that's enough. Everyone is blown to ashes. Don't go over there. It's dangerous. Ji Chang's thought the same thing. After 10 nuclear bombs passed, let alone the Mahayana period, he would have to weigh the situation even during the tribulation period. He was not afraid of nuclear contamination. When he first threw it, he aimed at it. As soon as he threw it, he immediately threw a transparent shield on the barrier. That thing was made by it, so he naturally controlled this measurement very well. He squinted his eyes and looked at the big hole in the sky again. After making sure that no demonic cultivators were climbing out, he took off his backpack and threw it into the hands of the team members. Okay, let's call it a day. Notify the electronic team to work overtime, and tell them that this is a holographic game being tested. Well, as for sending text messages, just say that the game company hacked the operator and planned to engage in marketing. No, this reason seems a bit nonsense. He thought for a while, closed his eyes and stretched out his hand, and a large piece of cloth with the same color as the sky slowly appeared in his hand. Where are the flying powers? The flying superpower, who was confused with other superpowers, ran out and raised his hands when he heard calling him, "Boss, I'm here." Well, okay, Take this piece of cloth, go up and paste it in that hole for me. Flying superpower, boss, how can you still be considerate after all this? When Ji Chang's came up, he was completely confused. What the hell are you? Are you stupid? What the hell are you doing if you lose? What the hell are you doing if you win? What the hell are you doing? The job of our alien security team is to clean up these messes. What the hell are you? You really think you are not in the volunteer period now, do you? Come up here quickly, don't force me to kick you up. The flying superpower was so frightened that he went up with the cloth in his arms. He didn't know how to get confused when he went up. The sky is not made of paper or cloth. It can be patched together. This is just an illusory thing. How can he be confused? But he didn't dare to go down and say, I can't do this job, boss. What if the other party was angry and threw a nuclear bomb at him, so he could only fly up there aggrievedly, but he didn't dare to come down. Ji Chang's took out a small notebook from his backpack and began to record the mission. What's the date today? It's not possible to just say it's April Fool's Day. We don't want to do this. Damn it, this stupid demon cultivator. Temu a batch of fragile blood is so thin and yet there is such a big battle. So many people have seen this, how can we be so stupid? Even if it dies, it will cause me to work overtime. Okay, let's just say it's holographic technology plus April Fool's Day. The team members cautiously said, boss, today is not April Fool's Day. It's April Fool's Day in China, isn't it? Our country in China has April Fool's Day starting today. Is there anything wrong with it? Think about it, the country specially made such a thing in order to launch holographic technology and April Fool's Day, I think this sounds good, reasonable, and there's nothing wrong with it. Okay. Just make a report and notify the electronic team to work overtime. Team members. Seeing Ji Chang's begin to take off the battle uniform he had been wearing when he first arrived, changed out of his regular clothes, stretched out, and waved to them, let's go, get off work, let's go eat hot pot. He patted Brother Jun on the shoulder quite naturally, brother, let's withdraw first. You can hand over the rest to the electronic group and ask their supervisor, Sister Cai. Brother Jun. As a military man who only listened to the words of the father of the country and knew nothing about the unnatural energy of superpowers, he didn't know what to say for a moment. Ji Chang said it so naturally, as if he didn't know he shouldn't. Really a little confused, he could only say dryly, I don't know that, Sister Cai. Ji Chang's looked him up and down, then suddenly looked at him behind him with weapons on his back and his face was confused. We were ready to sacrifice ourselves to defend the country, but in the end we became companions, and then we faced the strange things in the world capable, so should I express my surprise now, a large number of soldiers. The look on his face suddenly became speechless. He pondered for a few seconds, turned around and asked the team members in a low voice, why did the higher-ups send unknowing people here? There are so many people, how can I shut them up? The team members also said dryly, boss, life and death were at stake before, who cares about this? And I think these people are okay. You were always angry before and we didn't dare to tell you. The superiors decided to broadcast the battle live to the people of the whole country. Everyone will live and die together. As a result, no one thought that you could still create a nuclear bomb. The expression of the leader of the alien group, who had a boyish face, seemed to go blank for a moment. He paused for a while before speaking with difficulty, so. The team members clapped their hands and said, it's really not going to work out this time. The people of the whole country have witnessed everything, should we laugh now? They just watched as the other person tried to lie to them. For a moment, I didn't know whether to be shocked that the country actually had such a department, or whether to laugh at the current situation. Ji Chang's fell silent. He began to look left and right with an expressionless expression, as if he was looking for something. The team members knew something was going to be bad as soon as they saw his expression. Sure enough, the next second Ji Chang's locked the camera, put his hand on his waist and started to take out his gun to shoot it down. "Boss, calm down, calm down. It's live broadcast, people all over the country. Hold, 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 hold. It's okay, boss, the world next door is the world next door, our world is our world, they are fantasy and theirs, we are still scientific, hurry up, take it away. Let go. I've worked so many overtime shifts, been called up so many times in the middle of the night to wipe the butts of people with powers, and the stories I make up have to be reasonable and believable. Tmudi my hairline is, I have been working hard every day to clean up the mess made by those little bastards, and finally managed to maintain this situation. Everyone believes that there are no superpowers, but you told me not to hide it anymore. I'm going to blow up the fantasy world next door. Boss, calm down, let's go eat hot pot. No, boss, please keep your voice down, the live broadcast is going on, let's go, go, go. Ji Chang's was coaxed out of the live broadcast range by the team members. The Zhu and Jiangs who are ready to sacrifice and win without doing anything. The leaders who gritted their teeth and ordered the whole country to fight to the death must not be reduced to materials for demon cultivators. I witnessed with my own eyes the hero who saved the world seriously trying to think of how to deceive the people all over the country, saying that this was all fake. It stands to reason that now is the time to honor heroes. As a result, when the hero came down, in front of everyone, he began to think about how to make things up to deceive them. He thought about it seriously for a long time, and then he suddenly became furious when he realized that he couldn't deceive them. Isn't this embarrassing? The situation of we are just an ordinary technological world that the alien team works so hard to maintain is gone forever. After discovering that the world crisis had been lifted, the masses returned to their former melon-eating style. I've noticed something is wrong a long time ago. Do you still remember the incident between the lightbulb man and the bird man? Did you notice it? Come on, look at the screenshot. During today's live broadcast, the flying man who was asked to fly in the sky to cover up, look at his face. This is Birdman. Damn it, it really is. So the father of the country has really set up a department to hide these things from us ordinary people. If the world next door hadn't shown up directly this time, maybe no one would have known that they were done fighting. I also found the lightbulb man in the screen recording. Well, standing in this position, he is obviously a person with supernatural powers. At the beginning, I remember that there was a mental hospital that claimed Birdman and offered a reward of 50,000 yuan to find a fugitive mental patient. We were all laughing at him at that time. Now that I think about it, it's terrifying. Yes, you see the announcement at that time, it said that those people who claimed to have various strange abilities were the mental patients who escaped from their hospital. That mental hospital has changed its profile, and I copied it for you to see. This account is a tool account, and updates will be stopped starting today. Ha 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 ha, the waistcoat is so cute that it makes people fall off, so of course the update will be stopped. So there really are people with superpowers in our world. Of course it's true. During today's battle during the day, didn't our side just use superpowers to fight back? Everyone saw that the nuclear bomb appeared directly out of thin air. After everyone discussed it, the official couldn't let them guess. That night, the official announcement came out. The general meaning is: as for the superpowers everyone is discussing, some people have indeed turned into superpowers in recent years. However, because most of the superpowers are young and cannot control their superpowers well, plus the number of these superpowers vary rarely, in order to avoid causing unnecessary panic and confusion, we do not reveal the existence of superpowers to the public. As for the superpower who fought against the demonic cultivators, he is Ji Chang's, the leader of the National Department's Special Protection Team. His superpower is the ability to create any object through his own fantasy. In this battle, he won the victory by creating thermal weapons. It proves that our technology can still compete with these legendary cultivation methods, so please don't panic because of these unnatural abilities, and we will not be afraid if something similar happens again. Also, regarding some of the comments made about Comrade Ji Chang's after the fight, he was just fulfilling his duties as the leader of the alien security team. This is what their department does, so please don't panic or make nonsense. We will use a flashlight to shine a light on him. You will lose your collective memory for a moment. Although we have nuclear bombs, we still cannot develop this technology. Bala, bala, bala. After reading it, netizens returned to their silly nature and began to laugh and haha. I thought the angry look of the savior guy looked familiar before, but now I saw the official announcement and suddenly realized, isn't this the incompetent rage of a social animal? Ha 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 ha, it really seems like that. The Savior brother's previous job was to hide it from the public. As a result, while he was working hard here, the group of demon cultivators suddenly appeared in front of everyone. His hard work was not is it all in vain? Ha 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 ha. I feel so sad, ha 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 ha. I asked you, can you say you feel sorry for me and ha 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 at the same time? It seems that you are not sincere at all, ha 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 ha. Wait, why should I ha 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 too? Don't be angry, brother, they don't believe there are no people with superpowers in the world, I do. There are no superpowers in our world, and I don't believe in those feudal superstitions. Come on, sister, give me a hug. I really can't forget the scene of this little savior scolding me with such a cute and harmless face after he came down from the sky. I can't help but laugh when I think of it. Don't laugh at others. They are obviously very powerful. With the power of one person, wipe out all the enemy troops. This is a situation that can't be achieved even in games. It's super awesome, isn't it? This is true. Although many people smiled and expressed their feelings for this social savior, everyone saw his destructive power. Such an outstanding figure is actually just the captain of the alien protection team, responsible for dealing with the aftermath of the supernatural beings. The father of the country must not have known that he had such a high force value before. If he had known it earlier, there would be no need for such tragic preparations for the whole country to face it together. According to the familiar saying of the father of the country, we will fight against big things, you don't need to know, just live a good life. Just urine will definitely quietly send out this killer weapon to deal with it. Maybe they will penetrate the world next door, and the ordinary people here don't know what is going on. So the question is, why was this alien team leader who was 25 years old but had a 15-year-old face not known by the father of the country before about his correct force value? Country dad wants to know too. The leaders of the foreign insurance team almost lost their energy this day. He first got comfortable and prepared to enjoy a beautiful day, but then the demon cultivator called. He had just put himself in a good mood and said goodbye to his family one by one with heavy emotions. He carried the wooden warehouse, wiped his hat like he did when he was young, and went out to fight. However, as soon as he arrived, he found that these magic cultivators were real cowhide, and they could be beaten with one move. Come down, there is a big fire pit on the ground. He had just made preparations to sacrifice his life rather than give in. He was planning to kill one by one even if they both died together. But before he even came on stage, the demon cultivator didn't even last more than 5 minutes before Ji Chang's flew up and stopped him. Fly up and give it a second. Give me a second. Seconds. So all his previous tragic and heroic expressions were just a waste of expressions. The leader is really confused. The leader's leadership is also confused. If Matryoshka dolls were not banned, he would still think that my leaders must also be very confused. What does this say? Suddenly a fox jumped out of the good rabbit nest and wanted to bite all the rabbits to death. The rabbits were nervously preparing to start a war. As a result, a little rabbit in the nest opened the white cloth covering its body and rushed forward with its fangs exposed. Killing the fox protected all the rabbits. Then say you didn't expect it? I'm a wolf. Want to kill my rabbit brothers and sisters? Have your sweet dream. The rabbits are stunned to death. Okay. You are a wolf, why do you keep eating grass with us rabbits? We tmudi also let a wolf be responsible for wiping the butts of the little rabbits. Oh my god. Even though he is the father of the country, he is a bit unresponsive. So, the leader was sent to ask. What's going on? Why didn't you say you were so powerful before? Ji Chang's answered very confidently, those people in the past didn't need this trick. It's a cliché, but it's useful. He nuzzled, with a hint of disgust in his words, as for those junk things that popped up to cause trouble before, I don't even need to use my powers. I can just tear them apart with my hands. They can be done in a few or two, and the magic cultivator, I didn't even try hard, so I punched him twice with my fists, and he was crippled. It's like this, so it's not worth using my powers. The leader thought so, but thinking about the big mistake this time, he couldn't help but ask, why didn't you tell me before that you had this trick? Ji Chang's, I didn't know how to do it before. Didn't I just learn it when I saw that group of people were about to fight? Lead. Can I still learn this thing now? That's right. Isn't there a way to make a nuclear bomb online? I just learned it. Lead. So magical. He looked at the team members next to him. The team member whose computer was borrowed by Ji Chang's quickly took out his computer. When he looked at the chat history, his jaw dropped. Is it really there? This is not a top secret. Many students know the manufacturing principle. Ji Chang shrugged. Team members. Lead. One team member said dryly, but it seems that knowing the manufacturing principle of a nuclear bomb is still different from actually manufacturing a nuclear bomb. Really? Is it different? I feel that what I created is no different from the pictures on the internet, and the lethality seems to be quite good. The person involved seemed completely unaware of the magnitude of what he had done. He even asked the leader, is there really nothing we can do to reconcile? I just thought of a good reason. Boss, please listen to it. Are you just going to give up on treatment? We have put so much effort into it. Just at night I've been woken up at least 10 times while I was sleeping. Really, boss, I think we can save some more. Leader, what about that? I've finished asking and went to the top to hand in the information. You guys are tired these days. Take a few days off and have a good rest. Bye bye. Boss, wait a minute. Don't leave yet. Let's discuss it later. What do you think of this actually being an alien invasion? At least the aliens sound more scientific than their fantasy world. Hey. Boss. Boss. The leader ran away without looking back. Seeing that their leader failed to succeed, the team members turned around and walked away with irritated faces. They quickly comforted with a smile, boss, it's nothing actually. How about we go play these days and have a few days off? You can play a lot of things. I don't want to go. Then let's go have hot pot to celebrate the victory. I do not want to eat. Where's fishing? I remember boss, you like fishing very much, ha 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 ha. I still remember the last time we went into the water together, we both had our heads exposed, and you were completely submerged in the water. It's such a beautiful memory when I think about it, ha ha ha. Ha ha. his ha 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 ha. After discovering the boss is staring at him with a cold gaze. Boss, I didn't mean to say that you are short. You are not short. You are quite tall for a 15-year-old. Really, boss, believe me. I was just so happy to hear that it was a holiday. Then, there was the familiar sound of having a brain meltdown and the furious sound full of rage. Are you stupid? It's a holiday. It's a holiday. What a fart holiday. What does our alien team do? Our mission is to hide it from everyone and make these unnatural phenomena look natural. Now that everyone knows this is an unnatural phenomenon, can we still be here? Have a holiday. It's a holiday. This is called being laid off. I'll give you a holiday. A holiday. A holiday. After breathing a sigh of relief, perhaps in revenge for the team members saying he was short, the leader of the alien team was obviously in a much better mood and went to sleep as soon as the door was closed. Only the team members who had just suffered a brain breakdown were left, covering their heads and looking confused. What? Are they going to be laid off? It is impossible to be laid off. If others don't tell me, the state father is crazy and would not leave Ji Chang's in the State Department. So, a new department emerged. Different from the previous low-key behavior and wiping everyone's butt, this time because the superpowers are already known to the whole world, they can be as upright as they want. Ji Chang's was also promoted. He himself had no feelings about this high and scary position, but after learning that his new task was to train superpowers and lead them through various exercises, he became enthusiastic about the job. Based on the miserable cries of the superpowers, they had reason to suspect that the discipline team was helping them clean up their mess before venting their grievances. The people also accepted such a shocking thunder. I don't know if it's because the world barrier has been completely broken, or because the existence of superpowers has been announced to the world. More and more superpowers are registering. The younger ones are arranged to go to specialized schools, and the older ones depend on their personal wishes. Arrange. Some people with special abilities just want to be ordinary people, and some people with special abilities have heroic dreams of joining the national service. Gradually, China returned to its former peace. At the same time, some superpowers put on equipment and radiation protection suits and carefully entered the big hole in the sky. The demon cultivator caught last time said that there are still righteous monks in that world. Since this hole cannot be filled, they naturally have to take the initiative and make contact first. They put on the clothes of that world and stepped in under the watchful eyes of their colleagues. Ji Chang's didn't go. He was too lethal and had too explosive temper. Everyone agreed that it would be safer for him to stay with the father of the country. The superpowers entered that world quietly, intending to find out what was going on, whether the righteous monks would affect them, and how they could use the training techniques over there. The monks are also holding a conference here. The main content of the conference is why haven't we seen those demon cultivators causing trouble recently? The demonic cultivators used to do minor things about 10 times a month and big things every 3 months. When they did this, the righteous monks hated them and wished they could die where they were. But now, suddenly the demonic cultivators are quiet. No longer bullied men and domineering women, no longer massacred mortal cities, no longer harassed the righteous monks, instead the major sects felt uneasy. When something goes wrong, there must be a monster. Maybe the demon cultivators are holding back their energy to cause trouble. The last news they knew about the demon cultivator was that the demon lord came out of seclusion and ordered all the demon cultivators to go to the demon cave. But before, when he came out of seclusion, he would not call all the demon cultivators to the demon cave. This posture doesn't look like just shouting casually, but like starting a war. There are only 2 groups of forces in the world of cultivation. If the demonic cultivators want to start a war, who else can they fight besides the immortal sect? They immediately increased their vigilance and took precautions. They repeatedly put up protective shields outside several mortal cities that were relatively close to the demonic cultivators, and did not allow the disciples to go out. They were always prepared to receive attacks from the demonic cultivators. As a result, 1 day, 2 days, 1 month, 3 months, nothing happened. No, they will hold a conference again. The rather grumpy leader of the Fire Cloud sect slammed the table and said, "We can't wait any longer. Who knows what tricks they are playing? Anyway, my righteous path and the demonic cultivation are at odds with each other. If they don't come, we will fight. Why be so radical? Maybe things have changed. What else can change? So many demon cultivators suddenly stopped showing up. Isn't there some conspiracy hidden there? Could it be that they all exploded together?" He was impulsive and flew directly to the Devil's Cave regardless of the obstruction, hiding his body, intending to conduct an investigation. These demonic cultivators might be up to something. He had to be careful, otherwise he would be attacked by these demonic cultivators. After seeing the scene in front of him clearly, the leader of the Fire Cloud sect was stunned. Demon cultivators, really, exploded. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 196. The entire demon sect exploded. Those low and smelly buildings, as well as the palaces where the high-level demon cultivators lived, are now in ruins. There were various broken magic weapons scattered on the ground, and it was obvious that their owners were dead. The leader of the Fire Cloud sect was confused, and he was always vigilant. He walked all the way to the Demon Lord's hall, but could not see him. A living mouth. He was shocked, happy, and deeply frightened. The righteous cultivators hate demonic cultivators, because the demonic cultivators rely entirely on taking the lives of others to achieve their goals. They don't dare to provoke the cultivators, so they wantonly kill mortals who have no ability to resist. How innocent are mortals? Even if someone has done nothing wrong and his life is taken away, it is not over until his life is gone. The bones and even the soul will be used by demon cultivators, and often they will not be able to reincarnate until they dissipate. Although the major sects of the righteous path have different training methods, the temperaments of the monks in almost every sect are also different. For example, sword cultivators are as cold as stone, and alchemy cultivators are almost all good-tempered. For example, the Huoyun sect, everyone here has a hot temper that explodes at the drop of a hat. But what they have in common is that they never kill innocent people indiscriminately. In a sense, the biggest difference between the righteous monks and the demonic cultivators is that the righteous cultivators have 3 righteous views, while the demonic cultivators will do whatever it takes to cultivate themselves. Different from novels and TV series in the modern world, the demon cultivators in this world must have human lives on their hands because of their skills. As long as they can become a demon cultivator, some of them will absorb human energy to practice ghost cultivators and demon cultivators. They hit it off immediately and join the demon sect. Burning, killing, looting, and committing all kinds of evil. When facing mortals, he would directly use his killing move. When facing monks, he would lay a trap and then use his killing move. Mixed together, they have become a big cancer, and the righteous monks hate them with itch when they mention them. But now, this big cancer has disappeared so silently, the world of cultivation is too big, and the territory of the demon sect and the righteous way is far away, so they didn't hear the explosion. While it makes people feel happy, they can't help but feel deeply worried. It is certainly a good thing that the demon cultivator is destroyed, but who is the person who destroyed the demon cultivator? Such a large area, even if he flew with his sword, it would take him a long time to fly, but now it was flattened to the ground. Even the Sangxian in the sect probably couldn't do it like this. Who is it? Most of the major sects know the basics. It's really not like what is written in modern novels. They are fighting for power and resources, and you don't like me and I don't like you. This world of cultivation is very big, and any sect can occupy a place. And everyone has the same goal, working hard for ascension. Who can bother with all this mess? Isn't it good to ascend? Or is becoming an immortal not good enough? It's like everyone is a colleague in a small company. As long as we work hard and make progress, we can join a big company together. What's the use of fighting for power and profit? Even if you win the position of boss of a small company, your salary will not be as high as that of an ordinary employee in a large company. What are you trying to figure out? Therefore, the leader of Woyun sect did not think about the sect at all. If the sect really had such a powerful figure, they would have announced the good news to each other long ago and waited for others to ascend to experience the thunder tribulation. Even ghost cultivators are impossible. Because ghost cultivators enter the Tao through their souls, they are inherently limited, and their highest cultivation level cannot reach the Mahayana stage. The demon cultivators are not right either. Those powerful ones have ascended long ago, and now all that are left are little rabbits, foxes, and the like. Their cultivation levels are not as good as those of their disciples. Moreover, the demon cultivators have never cared about worldly affairs. The demon cultivators, I don't look down on their cultivation, and I haven't bothered them, so I can't fight them. Even if there was a real fight, the demon cultivator shouldn't win. The leader of the Fire Cloud sect really couldn't figure it out, so he could only carefully examine the ruins. He could see that there were traces of being burned at the scene, which meant that the other party probably used fire spells. Who on earth is it? After walking and walking all the way, when they reached the sea of 10,000 corpses, the leader of the Fire Cloud sect paused. He saw the remnants of mortal souls floating here. There are too many of them, they are floating aimlessly, and some are even tied to magic weapons. Although all the corpses in the sea of corpses below were reduced to ashes due to the huge shock wave, the pits were still there, and the formations used to trap souls could be seen clearly. At first glance, it is the method of a demonic cultivator. The leader of the Fire Cloud sect cursed in his heart. These unscrupulous demon cultivators actually killed so many mortals here. He took out the magic weapon he had exchanged from the Buddhist cultivator from the ring space, and used magic power to place it in the middle, trying to save these souls. Then there was only one magic weapon, but there were so many souls. The leader of the Fire Cloud sect, it's not like he was a professional in this business and was unskilled. After a while, the magic weapon couldn't hold on and broke apart. The leader of the Fire Cloud sect simply went back and informed all the major sects about the situation of the demon cultivators. Other sects were also confused. No one left. The leader of the Fire Cloud sect is certain that there is not a single one left. Not to mention the demon cultivators, the palace was blown up, and their magical weapons were all missing arms and legs. Even the demon lord's magical weapons were rotten, which shows how terrifying the magic power of the person who took action was. Everyone's expressions became serious. In the world of cultivation, the righteous path and the demonic cultivator have always been in opposition to each other, and I have never heard of any other relatively powerful forces. Now they don't know anything. They don't know why the other party wants to attack the demon cultivator. They don't know if the other party will also attack their righteous way. If they are enemies, they probably won't be able to defeat them. Everyone shared their nervousness and fear with each other. Then they all went back to practice. This is also a characteristic of righteous monks. Since it's useless to think blindly, they can still fight against the demonic cultivator, but they can't defeat the terrifying power that can destroy the demonic cultivator, so they might as well practice and improve their cultivation. Anyway, if the other party has no objection to them, they will not come to their door. If someone comes to them with objections, they can't fight them. That being the case, there's nothing to worry about. The Buddhist cultivator did not go to practice. Instead, under the leadership of the leader of the Fire Cloud sect, he arrived at the sea of 10,000 corpses. Looking at the human souls in the sky, he sighed, sat down cross-legged, and began to transcend them. So, not long after, the supernatural being who was responsible for studying the reputation of Xianzong and what he could do in the next world came back. While the experts were still studying, the sound of chanting sutras floated in the sky. The sound was loud and peaceful. Originally, the Great War of the Century, which ended so quickly, happened here, and the hole in the sky is still there. It quickly became a tourist attraction, and many people flew here just to look up and see the black paint above. Paint holes. As a result, the sound of chanting sutras came out of the cave. After a heated discussion, everyone suddenly discovered that the sound of chanting sutras can make people peaceful, and after listening to it, a sense of peace arises in their hearts. Oh haha. After the government announced that after their investigation, asking superpowers pretending to be natives to inquire, they found that the righteous Buddhist cultivator over there was saving the mortals who had been killed by demon cultivators before, so there was the sound of chanting sutras. More people are traveling there. Most of them are people who are depressed, in a bad mood, have problems at work, have nowhere to vent their stress, and feel very tired from living. Don't tell me, otherwise I wouldn't say that I am a Buddhist. It's just reliable. Even just listening to the sound of scriptures for the salvation of the dead from across the world can make people calm down quickly, and then they can calmly be social animals. The internet started to make memes again. After listening to the sutra today, my blood and chi are clear all over my body. I heard that masters from many temples came here with their own money. If the policeman hadn't said that they were not allowed to sleep in the square, they would have set up tents here, as if they were meditating on something. Hi, Nagasawa's father should come and listen to it. We are both social animals. After listening to the sutra, I felt peaceful in my heart. Even working overtime made me happy. Dad Nagasawa, come and listen to the scriptures. I recorded the chanting sound and listened to it every night before going to bed. I am not afraid of nightmares. Otherwise, how can I say that they are professionals? In other words, should we in the world establish diplomatic relations with them? Although the scriptures are very nice to hear, in the world of cultivation, the jungle is strong and the jungle is strong. Can we spirited young men withstand it? Anyway, it's impossible for me to shari and I can't accept this. No, you are cultivating immortality. Immortal. Stay young forever. If our country can really establish diplomatic relations and allow us to become immortals, wouldn't that be a great thing? What are you rejecting? Now it's not a question of whether we reject each other, it's a question of whether they are friendly or not. Have you forgotten the last time the demonic cultivators wanted to invade our world? What are you afraid of? We have Father Nagasawa. If someone is really dishonest, Father Nagasawa will teach them how to behave. The only information on the internet is that all the demonic cultivators there are dead, and now only the righteous monks are left, so even if there is a quarrel, it can't be more than a few words. However, on the side of the country's father, all departments are working overtime. You definitely want to cultivate immortality. Just like what is said on the internet, immortality and eternal youth are absolutely irresistible temptations for ordinary people like them. But at the same time, we must also take into account the differences between the two worlds. There is no country like theirs next door, and even if there is, it is just a feudal dynasty for mortals over there. Unlike here, where everyone is equal, mortals are hierarchical, and the sect does not like these emperors, princes, and the like. But just like in the novel, they also have high and low status. For example, masters and elders, cultivators of this level would not say anything even if they beat a disciple to death. Of course, at their level, unless the disciple made some unforgivable mistake, they would definitely not do it. Take action. But it also represents a world of difference. In China, people are equal and everything is judged by the law, but in the world of cultivation, there is no such thing as law. If you are beaten to death, you will be beaten to death. The matter of paying for your life depends on the ability of your relatives and friends. In such a situation, for the Chinese people who are accustomed to peace and call the police whenever something goes wrong, the biggest conflict that an ordinary person may encounter is that the neighbors upstairs are too noisy and disturbing the people. If they directly enter the world of cultivation, it will definitely be disadvantageous. Therefore, those who want to become immortals must find ways to cultivate, but they must not directly send people to the world of cultivation next door. Moreover, how do you greet the sex next door? In the conference room, everyone's eyes fell on Ji Chang's. Ji Chang's, who was in a meeting while expressionlessly video connecting the superpowers to watch their training, asked, "What are you looking at me for?" Establishing diplomatic relations means establishing diplomatic relations. You can also cultivate immortality, but I don't agree with throwing away technology just because you want to cultivate immortality. After all, we are a technological and scientific world. Just look at this fight. Didn't we just rely on technology to win? Everyone. If you don't have superpowers, how can you throw a nuclear bomb like an egg? But your force is strong, you are right. As for giving up technology and switching to fantasy, it is impossible to give up. Only children have to make choices, they want everything. Wouldn't it be nice for him to cultivate science and technology at the same time? As a result, China successfully reached a consensus. Ji Chang's went directly to the world of cultivation without any salutes. He rushed directly to the sect where the Sangxian, who was said to have the highest level of cultivation, was located, and knocked on his door very politely. Then he briefly explained the cause and effect of the matter. Roughly speaking, we are the world next to you. The demonic cultivators opened the world barrier and wanted to invade us, so we killed it. Now we find that the barrier cannot be blocked. Since we are peaceful, you are also peaceful, how can we all live together peacefully? Sample. Sangxian. Just, shocked. This was the first time he had seen such a simple and crude request for alliance. Ji Chang's, don't you believe it? How about we arrange a fight? If I win, can you believe me? Sangxian. No, no need to fight. What has become of the demon cultivator? He is now working hard to ascend, but he does not want to fall in the middle. So he took out the turtle shell and made a fortune. As a superstitious world, they naturally do not only know how to fly with a sword and catch ghosts. The calculated results made San Xian relieved. The above shows that if the two worlds form an alliance, it will be mutually beneficial for everyone, and the results will be good. He did not agree immediately, but said that each major sect would have to hold a meeting before making a decision. Ji Chang's expressed his understanding, turned around and flew back. Sangxian was left staring at his back in confusion, really unable to figure out how he could fly without a sword. Even in the world of cultivation, don't you need a sword to fly? Righteous monks always decide on something very quickly. After all, they have rich experience in fortune-telling. Several elders of the sect came together to make a fortune-telling, and after arriving at the same result as the Sangxian, they agreed. And the country over there who thought they would come over to ask their own details, such as the situation of the world, the population, etc., received the news that the world of cultivators agreed to establish diplomatic relations. After working hard for several months, the national personnel who have done countless things about the data next door and also analyzed their own world's data countless times. No, you haven't even spent a day thinking about it, right? This is a major event for two worlds. Did you just agree so quickly and simply? And when they found out that the neighbor actually used fortune-telling to determine their alliance, they didn't know what to say. This is the difference between worlds. Afterwards, the two worlds conducted friendly cultural exchanges. They sent there some technologies that can make people's daily lives comfortable, and there they sent some cultivation skills provided by the major sects. Take away enrollment ads. Yes, although they want to ascend wholeheartedly, as a pure ancient fantasy population, how come they don't have the heart to carry forward their sect? But it is a pity that when modern people hear that the system there is not equal, disciples must salute when they see high-level disciples, let alone fight and fight. Unless they are the kind of people who have a good relationship, otherwise you will not be able to speak with honorifics. To be considered rude. And since they already have the exercises, why should they practice in the place next door that has neither takeout nor internet air conditioning, nor even electricity? In addition, the world next door is an ancient world, or the kind of Pharisee group. People who die are not reported to the official. Most people just practice Buddhism and want to be young and healthy. They are not interested in such a dangerous world. There is no interest in the place at all. At least, Dad can still protect them in his own world and country. The law is here, and the police uncles have high levels of cultivation and feel safe. When you get to the next door, people are too busy practicing to practice. Who has time to protect you? At most, if you die, the sect will find the murderer and kill the murderer to avenge you. Therefore, although many people are very curious about the situation of the sect in the world of Xiangxia, there are still only a small number of brave young people who follow the recruitment advertisement and join the sect. The face of the head of the Buddhist cultivator next door has been glowing recently. Compared with young people who prefer mobile phones, computers and the internet, monks in the modern world are not so obsessed with these. They are less playful than ordinary people, and most of them enter the temple because they like Buddhism. Now when they see he was actually able to become a Buddhist cultivator. As soon as he cultivated enough to be able to barely fly, he spent all the money to join the Buddhist cultivator in the next world. Even if there are young people who really want to play with their mobile phones, they will go back to the modern world regularly to download some TV series and the like. There are also some young people who have read too many novels and think swordsmen are handsome. They say goodbye to their parents happily and say that they want to practice swordsmanship. After a few days, they come back dejected. Sword cultivators do have high martial arts values, but their martial arts values are earned through hard work and hard work. If you want to be a sword cultivator, you must learn how to use a sword. The sword sect next door's sword training method is for the disciples to stand together and swing their swords. Thousands of times. Every day except during mealtime, he stood there swinging his sword. Because he is a cultivator, he is not afraid that something will happen to his shoulder. At most, it will be so sore that he cannot lift it up. He can just take some pills the next day and then continue to swing the sword. How could these young people who had been pampered and grown up endure this? They covered their faces and quit the sect and ran away within 2 days. Fortunately, this world of cultivation is not like in the novel, where leaving a sect is tantamount to betrayal, especially the sword sect, which is almost equivalent to hard training. The disciples have long been accustomed to this kind of disciples and joined their sect with confidence. Within a few days I couldn't stand it anymore and left. However, in the end, a few young people who could endure hardship and really wanted to become sword cultivators persisted. The sword sect gained new disciples, and they were even more okay with it. No matter which sect people in this world join, everyone feels that they will still have Chinese nationality in the end. This is because China has no intention of establishing a sect, otherwise the name of the first sect may change hands. Ji Chang's has always refused to practice. Even if everyone puts the benefits of cultivation in front of him, he refuses to practice and insists on continuing to use his powers which are more scientific than cultivation. The father of the country can't do anything to him. What can you do? He is a hero of the country. Do you still force him to do things he is not willing to do? And he has no parents, no girlfriend, not even a friend. All he has is a group of subordinates who were tortured and cried, and he couldn't even find anyone to persuade him emotionally. In addition to not wanting to die, most people practice immortality because they can live forever and never have to suffer the pain of old age again. Even if they practice immortality until their lifespan reaches death, it will not be a lingering death on the sickbed and finally a painful death. But this benefit is useless to Ji Chang's. He has the curse of being forever 15. Although he personally rejects this curse, it does have its benefits. Ji Chang's will always look 15 years old, even if he is 80 years old, he will not grow old. So, since he doesn't think about immortality and his own strength can defeat everyone, cultivating immortals naturally has no temptation for him. Even when Ji Chang's was cursed to never grow up due to his unintentional triggering of supernatural powers, he was unlucky enough to inexplicably use his body to curse the girl, causing her to be only 8 years old forever. She also chose not to cultivate immortality and die naturally. Everyone can only think that people who may never grow up are really not interested in immortality. So in the end, the father of the country had no choice but to comply with his wishes. But even if he is not a cultivator, no one can underestimate Ji Chang's status. Compared with Chigwa, who didn't know anything at the beginning, now that everyone has come into contact with the real world of cultivation, everyone knows that Ji Chang's can kill a lot of people by himself. What does Mo Xiu represent? Yu Qi didn't know if it was intentional. Although all the demon cultivators were killed, there was no nuclear contamination in that area. This unscientific. But when you consider that Ji Chang's used his superpower to create a nuclear bomb, it seems, this is not scientific in the first place, right? But this is a good thing for both worlds. After all, the passage is there and that's where they want to go. With the advent of the era of universal cultivation of immortality, a group of people who devoted themselves to cultivation left the society, and soon, they came back. After all, we are not people from the cultivation world next door who are used to hard training. Even if they don't need to eat after going without food, they still don't eat or drink, don't go out to play, and always practice seriously. They really can't stand such days. But eating, drinking, playing, buying action figures, becoming a member to watch TV, and buying clothes all cost money. They used to think that they would be free to quit their jobs if they practiced cultivation and no longer needed any money. But now they feel dejected when they come back after spending all their money. The disciples of the sect next door can accept practicing without eating or drinking, but most Chinese people really cannot accept it. As a result, the saying that despite cultivating, one is still a social animal soon became a new slogan among the public. Of course, work has changed. For example, the delivery boy no longer rides a bicycle, but flies with a sword. The cooking master no longer needs electricity, but directly uses fire spells, which allows him to practice and control the heat better. The school has launched a cultivation course. The selection requirement for this course is not high cultivation, but good patience. As a result, various self-cultivation cram schools came into being. In the end, everyone still complied with the country's wishes, and science and technology were placed side by side with cultivating immortals. While working as a social animal, at the same time cultivating immortality. For the boss, the advantage may be that employees will not leave their jobs for 100 or 200 years, which is extremely stable. For the modern world, cultivating immortals only allows them to live longer, have better skin, not be afraid of growing old, and can fly with swords without having to drive at work. But so be it. Do you think flying with a sword will not be blocked? So many people across the country are still stuck in the sky during the morning and evening rush hours. They can only stand on the flying sword and play with their mobile phones while complaining. Although they complained, no one thought about getting out and taking a ride. Since cultivating as immortals, everyone's 5 senses have become more sensitive. Various smells that ordinary people cannot smell now enter their noses. The smell of gasoline after starting the car is really unbearable. So, now there is only one bicycle left that has not been eliminated. Nowadays, when commuting to and from get off work in China, there are a bunch of people flying above and a bunch of people riding bicycles below. Because the bicycles have been eliminated, the smog has disappeared. In addition, after cultivators have reached a high level, they cannot breathe for a long time, and they can still being able to use magic weapons to protect themselves. Some people who used to like to go to the beach to volunteer and pick up trash on the beach can easily enter the sea after practicing. The person responsible for supervising tourists throwing trash has also changed from a monitor to a cultivator with relatively high monitoring and cultivation. A person with a high level of cultivation will not only fly faster, but his 5 senses will also be sharper. Even if he is eating delicious food with his back to someone at this moment, if someone throws a spicy chicken bottle behind him, he can hear it and fly directly to you to ask for you. Pay fines and volunteer. And now everyone has a very strong awareness of environmental protection. After all, poor air quality is a disaster. If you see someone on the street who is not environmentally friendly, just report it directly. Coupled with the influx of spiritual energy from the world next door, the animals and plants were more energetic than before. As a result, the ecological environment of China slowly recovered at an astonishing speed. The country's father couldn't be more happy. Today's harmonious scene is exactly what they have always wanted. If it seems like nothing has changed here in the modern world, and yet everything seems to have changed, then the repair shop next door has really changed from top to bottom. In the sword sect, there was a genius who was directly named Jianwei because he was an abandoned baby. Although Jianwei is only 30 years old now, he has already reached the golden elixir realm. He is not only a genius, he is also very diligent. Ever since he felt that his cultivation level was loose, he went to retreat in the back mountain and stayed there for a while. That's 5 years. The day before he went into seclusion was the day when the demonic cultivators secretly planned to attack the modern world. So, naturally, as a sword cultivator who frequently went into seclusion for 10 or 8 years, he completely missed the establishment of diplomatic relations between the two worlds. On this day, he felt something and finally attracted the promotion to Tianli. Jianwei jumped to the top of the mountain, ready to meet the sky thunder. He stood in the strong wind that was whipped up out of thin air because of the impending sky thunder. He tried to open his eyes and tried to shout to the junior brothers and sisters who came over to watch as usual, "Everyone don't come here, I won't hurt you, just watch from a distance, eh." His voice paused because he suddenly discovered that on the hill next door where people were supposed to be watching the sky thunder, there was only a junior brother of the Xian generation standing there, holding something dark in his hand and pointing it at him. Sighed. Seeing him looking over, the junior brother jumped up and waved, "Brother, come on." Jianwei. What is refueling? He didn't have time to think too much about why in the past, the junior brothers and sisters of Du Tianli would come to watch and count the number of lightning strikes to calculate the rules of the recent sky thunder. After the calculation, they would decide whether they should also fight the sky thunder in the near future. The result was now there is only one junior brother left to come and take a look. Are there other disciples crossing the sky thunder today? Jianwei only thought about this and seriously resisted the thunder. His cultivation was solid, and he successfully passed through the thunder without much effort, and his cultivation successfully rose to nascent soul. After seeing that the thunder stopped, the junior brother put away the dark things, flew his sword in front of him, saluted with a smile and congratulated, "Congratulations, senior brother, for stepping into the nascent soul." "Thank you, junior brother." Jianwei returned the greeting seriously, wanting to ask why the other junior brothers and sisters didn't come to see him, but he felt that asking seemed like he was being pretentious, so he hesitated to speak. The junior brother probably misunderstood what he meant, and explained directly, "Senior brother, I'm afraid you don't know it after 5 years of seclusion." 5 years ago, senior brother, not long after you went into seclusion, we formed an alliance with the world next door. Nowadays, the world of cultivation has changed a lot, and I'm afraid that senior brother doesn't even recognize it. He pointed at the dark thing he was holding and said with a smile, "This is a camera. I bought it after the Zyojhan world was connected to the internet. Every time someone in the Sword Sect crosses the Sky Thunder, I record it and send it go to the Sword Sect forum so that all the junior brothers and sisters can see Tianlei without having to come here." Jianwei. He understood every word of these words, but why he couldn't understand them when they were put together. The world next door, is it the world he imagined? He does know that there are other worlds. After all, people in the world of cultivation work hard just to ascend to the fairy world, so it is normal to have other worlds. It's just that he can't understand these cameras, the internet, and the forums. Seeing that he still didn't understand, the junior brother said enthusiastically, "How about I take senior brother out for a walk? You will know it when you look outside." Jianwei didn't like to bother others. He could tell when he heard that he was just going out for a walk, so he said, "There's no need to bother junior brother, I'll just go out and take a look myself." After parting ways with his junior brother, he did not fly with his sword, but chose to walk out of the sword sect. Along the way, almost every sword sect disciple had a sword in his hand. Jianwei frowned in confusion. It is normal for disciples of the sword sect to keep their swords close to their bodies, but they always wear swords. Why are these disciples holding their swords in the sky and staring at the scabbard? He felt strange and calmly glanced at the scabbard of one of his disciples. On the scabbard, there was a picture of him just fighting the thunder. Jianwei. What kind of thing is this that can record and preserve what just happened? He asked, "What are you looking at?" The disciple stared at the scabbard intently, and replied without raising his head, "Senior brother Jianwei's nascent soul heavenly thunder, haven't you seen it? It was just posted on the forum. Senior brother Jianwei is indeed senior brother Jianwei, Yuanying heavenly thunder lay can get through it so easily, it's amazing. It's a forum again, it seems to be an object where things can be placed on it for communication. The world of cultivation has indeed changed a lot." Jianwei said, "Thank you." He turned around and left, and the disciple continued to watch the video carefully, not realizing that the person who just passed by and asked him what he was talking about was Jianwei who he was watching. In the air, a car pulled by a monster flew past and landed at the door of Jian's zone. Crash. A bunch of boxes were poured out of the car. After the dumping was finished, the people in the car shouted to the guards, "I have sent them all text messages. If there are still parcels that have not been taken away at night, you can take them back to the express room." After saying that, he quickly returned to the car and the car flew away quickly. Jianwei's excellent eyesight allowed him to see the names written on the boxes on the ground, one of which was the junior brother who had just recorded the video for him. Soon a disciple arrived, picked up his own box from the ground, thanked the guard before leaving. "The kinky pill I bought arrived so quickly. The reviews said it was very good. I will go back and try it." "You try it first. If it's easy to use the link, send it to me. I'm going to buy the Ching Chi pill in the near future." "Hey, what is this? It's so big. I always feel tired when meditating. I bought a meditation artifact from a Buddhist cultivator. I heard that sitting on it and meditating can make you feel refreshed and you won't feel tired for 10 hours. It's very cheap and only costs 10 spiritual stones. I found out, I'll give you the link." Jianwei listened silently for a while before walking down the mountain. If he was just a little confused at the sword sect, then when he arrived at the market at the foot of the mountain, his heart was really full of question marks. Don't miss it if you pass by, I'm very good at repairing toilets. Elixirs, wholesale elixirs, buy a certain treasure. You don't have to worry about being cheated. You don't have to negotiate the price. If the price drops within 10 days, you can also guarantee the price. Dear, think about it. Look at these elixirs. These are wholesale prices. Are you still worried about not being able to improve your cultivation? Are you still sad because everyone is starting to get started and you are the only one left? Wanling Cram School. Upgrades are included, but not upgrades. We will compensate you tenfold. Yes, you heard it right. 10 times the compensation. Let's take a look at my new mobile phone. It's no problem to make calls, send text messages, go online, and go to forums. There are ones that look like sword scabbards, alchemy furnaces, and wooden fish. I guarantee that it won't delay your practice and you can surf the internet. You can customize your order. Let's take a look. Toilet installation, air conditioning installation, please come and take a look. Oh, this senior brother, you must have just left seclusion. I don't have a mobile phone with me. Jiangziu, senior brother, come and take a look at this mobile phone. Jianqiu, the sheath form ensures that you can connect with the sword every day and play with your mobile phone at the same time. Brother, do you want to take a look at this big gift package that just came out of the customs? It is specially designed for those of you who don't know about technology. I will give you 20% off. How about it? Jianwei. He glanced at the junior brothers and sisters around him, everyone holding a mobile phone, hesitated for a moment, and nodded. The next day, he blew on the comfortable air conditioner, tried the bathtub, and then tried to register for the forum with his mobile phone. He also downloaded a takeout app and ordered takeout. Only after he finished eating the takeaway comfortably, went to the big bed, and started watching TV, did he realize what the junior brother meant by the great changes in the world of cultivation. He likes this change. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 197. When Ji Changs was 40 years old, everyone who had given up on persuading him to practice cultivation began to persuade him one after another to join the ranks of national cultivation, but he stopped talking after he flatly refused. When Ji Changs turned 60, almost everyone expressed the hope that he could practice cultivation to extend his life. After all, everyone knows that the lifespan of ordinary people is too short, and they don't know why in modern times, everyone has spiritual roots in their bodies. Don't tell me whether this spiritual root is a good spiritual root or a secondary spiritual root. As long as you are willing to practice hard, living for 300 years will definitely not be a problem. As a result, Ji Changs just refused to practice. By the time he was 78 years old, the matter had become a matter of worldwide concern. It seems that in order to control the balance of the world, it is difficult for cultivators to have children. The young couples at the time are now in their 50s and 60s, and only a few have given birth to children. They are not in a hurry. Anyway, this age is not as good as the age after cultivating. It's not that long. The days are going to be long in the future, and if I really can't give birth, I'll just have to raise a baby. Yes, because there are too few newborns. Many parents post happy messages to major platforms to show off their children after giving birth, and then they become everyone's favorite babies. Ever since I started cultivating, no matter how old I am, I have no pain in my body. At most, I fell off my flying sword and lost my legs. If I was willing to spare the money and buy a pill, I would be cured the next day. From that time to now, no one has died due to normal life expectancy. Ji Changs was the first. Everyone was stunned when they heard the news of his death. It can be said that Yuki Nagasawa started the era of cultivation. If it weren't for him, maybe their world wouldn't be as peaceful and enjoyable as it is now. He gave them a new life and new choices, but in the end, he was the one who left first. Everyone knows that Ji Changs has a sharp temper. When scientists all choose to cultivate, he is the only one who insists on refusing to cultivate, firmly believing that he will never engage in such superstitious activities, although his supernatural powers are not scientific. But at that time, everyone who realized the benefits of cultivation did not take his persistence to heart. They were very sure that Nagasawa's father could smell really good. If you live forever, you will never suffer from illness. Apart from everything getting better, your life has not changed at all, right? They are still star chasing, but occasionally attend 2 sky concerts. They will still be stuck in traffic jams, even if the odd number Fijian is now restricted, and the even number Fijian is restricted. They can still play games, but there have been conflicts in the game, so they have arranged to fly to each other's house late at night to fight more often than before. Life has not changed. Why is Nagasawa's father unwilling? After he was announced to have died of natural causes, people in the cultivation world were surprised to find that all the disciples from the next world had taken leave, including those who resold elixirs and various technologies, and those who set up stalls. As long as they have household registration in the next world, they all left the world of cultivation on this day. When asked, just say that a great person in their world has passed away. On this day, under the attention of the whole world, Ji Chang's body was cremated in accordance with his last words. Buddhist monks were invited from all the way to recite sutras for this national hero to be saved, hoping that he would be reborn in the next life with the wishes of people all over the world. A good family. In the next life, you must cultivate yourself and don't leave so early. The sound of chanting resounded throughout the funeral scene, and the Buddhist monks felt strange while chanting sutras. Why, it seems like the dead are not around at all this time. No way, the 3-day soul-leaving period hasn't come yet. Can he still run away on his own? Ji Chang's really ran away on his own. On the one hand, he is unwilling to cultivate to consolidate the character of the original master. On the other hand, he has done everything he should do. No one in this world needs him. If he doesn't just wander around, why should he wait for him again in a few decades or 100 years? Is the show soaring? Ji Chang's, who ran away, successfully opened his eyes in another world. As soon as I looked to the side, I was almost blinded. He immediately closed his eyes, sat up and squinted his eyes, only to realize that the room he was in was filled with all kinds of treasures. The shiny kind. It seems that the original owner is quite wealthy. After making sure that there was no one else in the room, Ji Chang's began to check his memory. In the last world, he escaped just to avoid wasting time and ascend, but in this world, he was sent directly to the world of cultivation. Oh, it's not that the original owner is rich, it's just that he is greedy for money and knows how to make money. All the treasures in this room were obtained by him through various means with hard work. The original owner, an orphan, was picked up by the former head of Chi Xian sect and found that his spiritual roots were good, so he took him as a disciple. Originally, the former head thought that he had good spiritual roots and was young, so he wanted to train him well, and maybe he could be good again. Cultivate a genius for the sect. As a result, Chi Xianzong, who was very diligent from top to bottom, unexpectedly created such a strange person as the original owner. He has been lazy, and greedy for money since he was a child. He has a spiritual root. It is said that cultivation can get twice the result with half the effort. However, he just despises the hard work of cultivation and refuses to practice. The cultivation of his junior brothers and sisters who are not as good as his spiritual root has improved, and he is still here. Go at a turtle's pace. The former head scolded and punished him, but he couldn't do anything to this youngest disciple. You can scold him and he will suffer. You punish him. He cried and begged for forgiveness at that time, and what should he do afterwards? A place where the whole sect is full of immortality, but he was raised to be such a magical person who admits his mistakes in time and makes them again in the future. It happened that he was picked up since he was a baby. At that time, the previous head was waiting to survive the tribulation and did not practice in seclusion as usual. It is not an exaggeration to say that he was raised by his own hands, although he was lazy, greedy, and thick. Shameless, but he is not as steady as his senior brothers and sisters. When he pesters his master for good things, he is obedient and jumps out word by word. Among all the stable people in the Qi Xian sect who were over 5 years old, the original owner, who was still a teenager and still managed to drag his master around, stood out and successfully made the former head of the Qi Xian sect, who had been a bachelor and childless for 800 years, take notice of him. Become a biological child. It's still the kind that can't be let go even if it ascends. Before his ascension, the former headmaster was afraid that he would be bullied if he left this young disciple without his care, so he specially talked to the disciples in front of him one by one, asking them to take good care of this youngest junior disciple, and saved up 800 years of wealth for himself. 80% of the family's wealth was left to the original owner, which can be said to be very partial. But this cannot be blamed on the former head. He did this, on the one hand, because he really favored the youngest disciple, who was a thief who could talk sweet words since he was a child. On the other hand, his other disciples had already stabilized themselves and opened up a new peak in the section. They were all serious. Cultivating Wei Gao also has a bunch of apprentices. Looking at the young apprentice again, if his cultivation level is not high, it means that he can't be beaten by others. If he refuses to leave his mountain top to open up a new peak on his own, it means that he has no territory of his own. If he doesn't have a disciple under him, he doesn't even have anyone to say hello if something goes wrong. No. In such a comparison, wouldn't it mean that the other disciples who have their own territory and are able to defeat a large number of their disciples will be outclassed? The magic weapons and spiritual stones he left to his young apprentice were a help in times of need, but leaving them to other apprentices was the icing on the cake, so naturally they were given to his young apprentice. Of course, the biggest reason is that he is partial. Fortunately, none of his other disciples are jealous. Cultivators attach great importance to the Tao. What's more, they all have a stable temperament. They have never acted coquettishly towards their master since they were 5 years old. They all follow the rules. The rules are upright, there is filial piety, there is respect, and there is less admiration. They didn't have any objections to the little junior brother who was pestering his master to ask for this or that. The master's things should naturally be distributed by the master, and it is not the turn of disciples like them to think too much. Besides, cultivation of immortality depends on oneself. No matter how good the things given by others are, they are not as good as the hard work of oneself. Of course, even in the world of cultivation, the ideas of these disciples are quite transcendent. They never thought of being jealous of the original master, the junior brother. On the contrary, because of the master's instructions, even if the junior brother was not good at anything and was lazy, the senior brother who inherited the Qi sect would still promote the junior brother who was not good enough. When you reach the position of elder, you will enjoy the treatment of elders. Even though his cultivation level is not as good as that of his disciples, it makes sense because he is the same generation as the sect leader and other elders. But the original owner had no intention of being grateful to senior brother, nor did he have the idea of master has ascended, no one will support me, I have to practice hard and strive for promotion, but directly changed to master has ascended, then brothers and sisters will be W0 Kai mountain from now on. I don't know how the original owner got so temperamental. It may be because he was not good at cultivation, so he paid more attention to the possessions that for high-level cultivators are external possessions. He wants all the spiritual stone magic weapons, heavenly and earthly treasures, as long as they are valuable. In the past, I would pester master and tell him what he wanted, and master would find it from his treasure house and give it to him. If he didn't have it, he would go get it himself or have someone buy it for him. It can be said that he completely gave it to him. It hurts when my little son comes. Now master has ascended. Ask your senior brothers and sisters for it, and they will only agree to it after you say it. After giving it to him, they will warn him with a serious look on his face that he must practice hard and not be lazy. Gradually, the original owner was no longer happy to find his senior brothers and sisters. How to fix it? After much thought, he suddenly came across a new way to make money after watching his senior brother celebrate his birthday, and his disciples presented all kinds of rare treasures they had worked hard to acquire. Take on a disciple. It is not troublesome to raise a disciple in the world of cultivation, especially for someone with the status of an elder like him. Usually, the disciple points to a cave after taking him in. After the other party moves in, he greets him every day, brings him tea and water, and then follows him. The other disciples practiced together, and when they came back in the evening, they said good night to him, and the day passed. Generally, after a disciple has established a foundation, he can go on missions to practice. Whatever good things he gets after training will definitely be dedicated to the master. The higher the disciple's cultivation level, the more rare treasures he can bring back. Aren't they the apprentices of his senior brothers and sisters? He would run out every day, come back to see the master, give gifts, and then go back to recuperate for a while before running out again. The original owner remembered that when he was 7 years old, his senior brother was his apprentice Jindan. Now he is 27 years old. The disciples are all nascent souls. Nascent soul, how many good things can you get? If he also accepts a few disciples, they can serve him when their cultivation is not high, and they can be filial to him when their cultivation is high. When their cultivation is high in the future, they can inherit the position of master and support him. The more the original owner thought about it, the more beautiful it became, and the abacus made a lot of noise. Then during the disciple recruitment meeting, he walked over and unceremoniously named the best disciple of Lingen to his name. The scene was very embarrassing at that time. After all, everyone knew that although Nagasawa was an elder, his advancement was not based on cultivation, but entirely on seniority. I am already 27 and still in the foundation building stage. There are so many peak masters in Chizongmen, but his peak is the only one with a kitchen. Why? Because their peak master has not yet made a living and has to eat 3 meals a day. Many disciples were disgusted by the fact that the peak master still wanted to eat. If this was revealed, they would all be embarrassed for Master Nagaze. As a result, not only did he not feel embarrassed, he also ran out to rob these disciples with good spiritual roots without any self-awareness. People do things. The head elder brother refused to agree at first. They were willing to take care of this little junior brother. As soon as he came crying and begging, thinking about the instructions of the master before ascending, and considering that he was still young, for them who are hundreds of years old, 27 is indeed young enough, they relented and gave up. But can I give him something else, a disciple with good spiritual roots? Isn't that misleading? Although there is a martial arts training hall within the sect, they all come together to practice after being taught by the master. How do you expect this little junior brother to teach others? Dreaming is faster. Moreover, he himself is only building the foundation. These disciples all have good spiritual roots and can build the foundation in less than a year. By then, the disciple's cultivation level will be higher than that of the master. Isn't it embarrassing? The original owner doesn't feel embarrassed. He went to his senior brothers and sisters to ask for something, and they could use their status as senior brothers and sisters to scold him and ask him to practice well. He asked his disciples for something, and the disciples couldn't do the same thing. If the master brother doesn't give it, the original owner keeps making trouble. One moment I cried and complained that you bullied me as soon as the master left. The other moment I cried that the master had told you to take care of me. If the master were here and I only wanted a few disciples, he would definitely agree. Yes, I will agree, but according to the master's temperament, I will accept and help teach, and they are all cultivation fanatics. The only senior brother who is not is the leader who has everything to do. Who will spare time to teach the junior disciples? When they didn't agree, the original owner kept making trouble. You don't think about me as a junior brother. Now that master has left, you will not be as good as before. If you ascend in the future, who will take care of me? My cultivation level is low, I am an elder, and my virtue is not worthy of my position. You can still take care of me because it is my senior brother and sister. Can you guarantee that when you ascend, if I stay alone in the sect, the juniors below will take care of me just like you and won't laugh at me? Brothers and sisters, don't tell me. Although everyone says that this junior brother is not self-aware, what he just said is quite clear. He knows that his cultivation level is low, and he also knows that his moral character is not up to par. Then you should practice hard. You just wander around here and there every day. You have a spiritual root. If you could concentrate on cultivating, your cultivation would be very high. But the original owner didn't listen. He has a typical temperament where he can feel good now, but never feel good after working hard now. When his brothers and sisters told him about cultivation, he would cry with them. Finally, as usual, the senior brothers and sisters, who were good-natured and seldom spoke, could not speak louder than the junior brother who had a small mouth and relied on laziness and cheating. I could only resist the urge to beat my junior brother and assign 3 disciples to him. Although I really want to beat him up, I think there is nothing wrong with what the original owner said. They are still here now, and they can't stand this junior brother. If they ascend, it is difficult to guarantee that the juniors below can tolerate it. In this case, it is better to find a few apprentices for him. When they ascend, with these apprentices around, the junior brother will not let others bully him. Of course, no one would think of letting juniors in the foundation building stage teach their disciples. They can only take turns and let these 3 disciples come to them for guidance. It can be said that they have given the original owner 3 good seedlings. Then they, the senior brothers and sisters, work hard every day to water and fertilize, watch the progress, and wait until the saplings grow into towering trees. Now, the original owner will come again to reap the fruits. It's a pity that the brothers and sisters sacrificed their cultivation time to plant saplings for him, while the original owner, who was seeking death, kept pulling out the saplings. The disciples had just turned 13. Other masters told their disciples not to act too hastily and to take on tasks after their cultivation was stable. As for him, he urged his disciples to take on tasks. After the other masters came back, even if they were carrying, even though he was injured, he acted as if he hadn't seen it and ran over to ask his apprentice for the mission prize. In the end, it even became his mission to visit the mission hall and choose his favorite prizes to assign missions to his apprentices. The original owner didn't feel at all that what he did was wrong. Aren't other people's disciples like this too? When I go out to do tasks, I will bring treasures to my master. However, he didn't look at it at all. Regardless of whether the master received the filial piety from the disciple, he would always give the disciple elixirs, magic weapons, etc. as rewards. From ancient times to the present, the master has always given more to the disciples. When did it become the disciples' turn to make offerings to the master? However, this was the case with the original owner's apprentice. His disciples all practice hard and go out to take on tasks from time to time. When they come back, they are rewarded with various elixirs and magic weapons by their master. When they meet a gentle master, they will also say a few words of gentle care. But it was different for the 3 unlucky apprentices of the original owner. After completing the task hard and dragging their tired bodies back, they saw their master coming with a happy face from a distance. Even if they knew that their master was unreliable, they would still feel warm in their hearts. The head brother was also afraid that his junior brother would not be able to control these disciples, so he carefully selected among the disciples and finally selected these 3 children who had no father, no mother, no background, and good spiritual roots. Children will always have some admiration for their elders, especially since they are from the mortal world and pay more attention to relationships than children in the cultivation world. If they develop a relationship with their junior brother, they will have a higher level of cultivation than their junior brother in the future, and will still take good care of them after they leave. It's a pity that the leader's senior brother calculated that all the worries he had over his incompetent junior brother were all in vain. The disciples were all admiring, but the master ran up to him and urged me happily, "What good things did you bring when you went out this time? Come on, give them all to me. Have you received the reward? Give it to me quickly, I have liked it for a long time." That's a reward, but I didn't expect that the mission hall would be willing to use it as a prize. Disciples. They silently took out the reward and handed it to the master. Then when they saw that the other party had obtained the treasure, their purpose was accomplished, and they turned around and went back. I didn't even ask them if they were tired from going out or if they were injured. No matter who it is, the mentality will not break down. It's strange to have the heart of Confucianism and admiration. The master gives various magical weapons and elixirs, greets the disciples when they are injured, and personally leads the disciples to practice. Their master wanted all kinds of magic weapons and elixirs, and pretended that the injured disciples could not be seen. He threw them to the uncles to practice, and when they came back, they asked them to pour him tea and water. With such a strong contrast, it's strange that they could like their master. The original owner did not consider at all whether his disciples admired him or not. Anyway, in the world of cultivation, he was the master and they were disciples, so they had to be filial to him. To the original owner, these three disciples were his three tools. He had no feelings for them, and he didn't expect these three apprentices to have feelings for him. Anyway, in the name of master, they must give him something if he asks them for it. The three of them grew up stumbling like this. At the age of 16, the three talented disciples had already established foundations. Depending on the situation, they could form elixirs before the age of 20, even though they had an unreliable master to let them. Their path of cultivation was more bumpy than those of their fellow disciples, but gradually they got used to it. Numbness. Although they are always sent by their master to do tasks, find treasures, they gradually learn to hide some things from their master, and are forced to be filial to their master without affecting themselves to the greatest extent. As a result, on the eldest disciple's 16th birthday, his junior brothers and sisters planned to celebrate his birthday, but the original owner took a fancy to a mission reward released by the mission hall that day and forced the three of them to go out and do missions for him. It stands to reason that this task requires a golden elixir level to be fully grasped, but the original owner did not care about this. His three disciples are all very strong. Although they are in the foundation building stage, they have already reached the stage where they are about to break through. 3 foundation building stages should be about the same as 1 golden elixir, or so he thinks. Therefore, even if the 3 of them were unwilling, they still had to accept the mission and go do it. It turned out that when we left, 3 people left together, and when we came back, 2 people carried 1 person back. The eldest disciple was seriously injured while performing a task. The wounds were very serious and he looked like he was going to die. The reason why the 2 of them carried him back was because they knew that the original owner had a Huiwen pill in his hand. That pill was obtained by the eldest disciple during a mission. He was still young at that time and had not yet treated the shameless master generously. From experience, when master came back and asked if he had got any treasures, he honestly gave them to me. The Huiwen pill can be used to save life. It is very precious. It is not available in the pill hall. Even if they go to buy it now, the 3 of them are plundered by the master every day and there is no spiritual stone to buy. Seeing that the person was dying, they could only think of asking the original owner to get the elixir back. Even if it's just a loan. When the elder brother is well, they will definitely pay it back. A normal person should take out the elixir when faced with this situation. But the original owner was not a normal person. For him who loves money as much as his life, it is absolutely natural for him to ask for things from others, but to take things from him? No way. Stop thinking about it, just dream. Refuse 3 times in a row, it's impossible anyway. So the original owner said something like, this injury is not serious. The Huiwen Dan is a treasure. I won't waste it. Isn't your senior brother this very good? Look at his rosy face. I took it easy and went back to sleep comfortably. The disciples were angry and anxious, so they could only knock on the doors of their masters at night. As a result, even though they begged for the elixir and rushed over, they still didn't have time and only saw the cold body of the senior brother. If the master had given him the medicine while he was still alive, he would never die like this. How ridiculous to tell it. The 72nd generation disciple, the disciple of the Lord of the Peak, established his foundation and cultivation at the age of 16, but died unexpectedly due to lack of medical elixir. None of the disciples of their generation are full of money. In addition to what they earn, most of it is given by their master, and they do not expect anything from the master. But if the master does not take away most of their finances, they will not be able to take care of them. When the senior brother was on his way back, the spiritual stones in their hands were definitely enough to buy a Yuan Hui Dan. Even the Huiwen pill in master's hand was filial to the senior brother. How many treasures have they brought back to him over the years? However, he refused to give away even one of the Yuan Hui Dan they brought back, and just watched his senior brother die. The second disciple and the third disciple hated their master, who had insufficient cultivation and no sense of shame. Their cultivation level had long been higher than that of the original master, but now they regretted it. At that time, they should not have cared about the inferiority of the disciples, and should have directly used force to coerce the other party to hand over the Huiwen pill. Even if he was kicked out of the sect afterwards, the senior brother would still be alive. But they didn't. They were accustomed to not dare to resist their master, which ultimately led to this result. The more they thought about it, the more they got into trouble. In anger, they went directly to the place where the original owner lived, and tried their best to make him pay for their senior brother's life. Although the original owner was not good at cultivation, he had many treasures. Just the magic weapon left by his master can withstand a blow from the Mahayana cultivation level. Although the 2 disciples were startled at first, they quickly wrapped themselves in the magic weapon after they realized it, and then went to brothers and sisters, "Please help." The 2 apprentices were finally taken to the training hall. Although everything happened for a reason, everyone felt that the fault this time was not with them, but with the shameless original owner. However, by trying to assassinate the master as disciples, they violated a taboo in the world of cultivation. According to the rules, one should be given 30 sticks and then expelled from the division. But the original owner didn't agree with it and let them go so easily. After they were beaten with 30 sticks, they felt at ease after their cultivation was abolished. To be honest, he actually wanted to kill these 2 people, but now he has made everyone have opinions by abolishing their cultivation. If he makes another killing move, he is afraid that his brothers and sisters will have opinions on him. As a result, the 2 disciples were left in the Qi sect in such a state of embarrassment. If their former disciples of the same generation hadn't gotten along well with them, quietly went down the mountain to settle them, and asked for medical treatment for them, and they had received so many canes for their lack of cultivation, I'm afraid they wouldn't have been able to survive it. Suddenly one day, the 2 left quietly. No one knew where they had gone, and the original owner no longer cared about these 2 traitors and continued to pester the brothers and sisters to find new disciples. Unfortunately, this time they refused to agree and punished him with seclusion. Pass. If it weren't for the fact that he had built his foundation and cultivated his skills, and had been pampered since he was a child, and was afraid that he wouldn't be able to survive it, they would still want to hit him. In the past, they could tolerate his wanton behavior, laziness, and greed for money. But killing his direct disciple for the sake of greed for money has already touched the bottom line of the elders. The original owner also noticed that his senior brothers and sisters were not as good as before. Although the disciples did not dare to be disrespectful in person, they were probably beeping at him behind the scenes. He was angry in his heart and felt that he was unlucky, but now that the form was stronger than the human being, he had to keep his head down and be a human being. After shrinking for more than a year, the world of cultivation has started a war. The demon cultivators and the immortal cultivators are fighting together. Qi Xianzong, one of the top 2 sects among the immortal cultivators, will naturally join the battlefield. I don't know where the demon cultivators can suppress it. The scattered immortal flowers of immortal cultivation spread all over the Qi Xian sect. All the immortal cultivators were suppressed to the point of being nothing. Just like mortals, they could only be slaughtered by the demon cultivators. At the scene of the massacre by the demon cultivators, the original owner, who was so frightened that his legs were weak, found that 2 demon cultivators were secretly pouring the antidote to the disciples. And then asked them to leave carefully. Although they are full of demonic energy, they are indeed helping the immortal cultivators. As long as the immortal cultivators recover their cultivation, they will definitely be able to defeat these demonic cultivators. He had hope in his heart and quietly waited for the other party to save him. As a result, before the 2 demon cultivators could wait, a demon cultivator's sword came first. In order to save his life, he quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. Seeing that the other party still refused to let him go, he gritted his teeth and pointed in the direction of the 2 demon cultivators. He said that he saw them feeding the immortals the antidote with his own eyes. All the immortal cultivators were stunned. He couldn't be so stupid that he didn't know that those 2 demon cultivators were Qi Xian sect's only chance of survival. But he still betrayed the other party without hesitation. After waiting for the 2 demon cultivators to be found out, the original owner discovered that they were actually the 2 disciples he had expelled. They didn't die, but joined the demon cultivators. This was the original owner's last thought, because his head brother forced himself to get up and stabbed him to death. The last 2 disciples who were expelled threw the antidote to the leader before they died. After the leader recovered his cultivation level, he could not fight against the crowd with one person. In the end, he paid the price of self-destruction and was able to save 30% of the section disciples' life. Afterwards, the demonic cultivators were repulsed and the Qi Xian sect's vitality was severely damaged. The remaining elders witnessed the tragic death of their disciples because of the tragic death of their junior brother. They had inner demons in their hearts and believed that they could not take charge of the sect. Another year later, Qi Xianzong announced its dissolution on the spot. Such a large sect, passed down for more than 70 generations, finally came to an end. After reading it, Ji Chang's was no longer too lazy to comment that the original owner was stupid and poisonous. I don't know how the upright Liang in this litter raised such a crooked Liang. But he is really destined to be a demon cultivator, and this time it's a demon cultivator again. After sighing, he analyzed the character of the original owner as usual. In fact, just throw in all the best characters and combine them. Greedy for money, thick-skinned, lazy, wants good things when others have them, has a small mouth and talks sweetly when others ask for help, acts arrogant and arrogant to those with lower status than him, and is the first to deal with trouble. If he runs away, he will be the first to get there if there is any benefit. He has no conscience. No matter how nice people are to him, they are just human wallets to him. It seems very difficult to maintain such a persona and keep yourself clean. Ji Chang's touched his chin and thought about what to do. At this moment, the system can't help but brush up the host's presence. Buy props. Once you have the props, you can wash them however you want. It's cheap, affordable, 20% off. If you buy one prop, you'll get a guide to major events in the world. Oh. Ji Chang's narrowed his eyes slightly, his face remained calm, and he only asked if it was true or false. I remember that the guide to world events requires 100 points, but you are actually willing to use it as a gift? Seeing that he was rarely interested, the system was instantly excited. It was not because you had never bought the host. It should have been a hot seller. In the past, most missionaries would have put it in the must-buy list in the New World. So you really buy props and get guides for important events. Seeing that Ji Changs really wanted to buy it, the system quickly answered that it was true, buy the props and get a guide for free. Okay, then I'll buy one. At this moment, it was the most beautiful sound the system had ever heard. He diligently opened the system mall and showed Ji Changs those powerful and awesome props. Look, host. Here are the props that can be turned into gold and quickly improve your cultivation. Here are, host, what are you doing? Ji Changs nonchalantly chose the lowest price to buy props. Select today's offer, you only need 001 points for a handkerchief, click to buy. The handkerchief quickly arrived in Ji Chang's hand. He asked the system where was the 100-point guide I gave away. System, do most people assume that only expensive props will be given away? Judging from what you said, we have been partners for so long, do you still think that I am an ordinary person? System. It felt a little aggrieved and handed the guide to Ji Changs. Ji Changs quickly read through it, hung it up again, and sold it to the next person who came here at a 50% discount, if there would be another one here. System. Ji Chang's 50 points have been transferred to my account. Oh, so your system mall should do more activities. It's a good thing like this that you can make a net profit of 49.99 points after reading the guide and getting the handkerchief. Next time just call me again. The system shuts down again. With the important strategy in hand, Ji Changs no longer had to worry. He looked down at the gorgeous clothes on his body, and then turned to look at the gorgeous hair crown in the bronze mirror. He doesn't look like a simple cultivator at all, but more like a rich playboy from the mortal world. But it happened to fit well with the new identity he gave himself. Thinking about it, Ji Changs picked up the box on the table, opened a pearl as big as an egg inside, and used magic power to set it directly on the hair crown. Suddenly, the already gorgeous hair crown became shiny again. If the original owner hadn't looked pretty good, he wouldn't have been able to withstand such a gorgeous dress. Now the timeline has reached the point where the eldest disciple has returned from injury and the other disciples have failed to seek medicine. The original owner has just finished saying, why do we need you and Dan for such a minor injury? Ji Changs threw some more gold powder onto his sleeve, and after making sure it was bright enough, he waved his sleeve and walked openly towards the place where the disciples lived at the foot of the mountain. He came back as soon as he left. The second and third apprentices were a little bit unresponsive. They saw the master standing at the door as if they disliked their room for being unclean and refused to come in. They just stretched their necks and stared at the senior brother for a while, and then they were full of emotions. He clicked his tongue in disgust. It's such a small injury, only a few broken bones, and it's been so long and it still hasn't healed. As a teacher, I know you are useless. The two. They have long been accustomed to this master who belittles his disciples even though he is a useless person, as if this will make him appear to be very powerful. They did not care about this with him, and only tried hard to beg, "Senior brother is really dying, please give me some blessings from master, we will definitely return the medicine to master." Ji Changs, it's not enough alone. Brothers must settle accounts with interest. Let's do this. 1 yuan Hui Dan. I'll give it to you now because it's your senior brother who needs it. That's 1. You both want it too, that's 3 because you are master and disciple, master is giving you a discount. It will be calculated as if you borrowed 5 pills. The interest will be 1 pill a month and doubled in 2 months. If you have not paid it back in 10 months, then double it again, and if it is not paid off after 2 years, quadruple it, and so on. The two of them were confused. Master, what do you mean? Without waiting for their reaction, Ji Chang stood at the door, used magic power to open the disciple's mouth from a distance, threw the elixir in with one hand, and then clapped his hands. Okay, it's settled. He turned around in a good mood, touched his shiny sleeves, and left directly. In the distance, the two disciples could still hear the familiar satisfied voice of their master, another prophet. I'm really good at making money, diligent and thrifty, and a good master. Hey, how can I be so good? I'm really jealous of my apprentice. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 198. Waiting until Ji Chang's left, neither disciple reacted until they discovered that the senior brother's wounds were actually healing quickly. The hideous wounds were closing together at a rapid speed, the blood no longer flowed, and the chest that was originally collapsed due to broken ribs also returned to normal. The eyelashes of the originally unconscious eldest disciple also began to tremble, as if he was about to wake up. Big brother. The youngest junior sister, the third junior sister, burst into tears of surprise. Sure enough, the eldest disciple slowly opened his eyes, looked at his junior brothers and sisters with a little confusion, and then looked at the top of the cave where they lived. Are we back to the sect? Did I kill the snake? Have you gone to change the rewards? When he heard that his junior brothers and sisters had seriously injured him with red eyes and had no choice but to bring him back to ask the master for medicine, the eldest disciple looked a little startled on his face. Since he woke up, he naturally took the Huiwen pill. But master, he is actually willing to give medicine. The eldest disciple is not like the two naive junior brothers and sisters who are protected by him. He has long seen clearly that the master loves money as much as his life. Since he joined the disciple, it has always been him who wants money from their pockets, but he has not yet. I saw the master gave them a spiritual stone. Master is actually willing to give him medicine? Does this prove that master has disciples like them deep down in his heart? A warmth gradually rose in the heart of the eldest disciple. Then the second junior brother insisted that the pill Ji Chang's gave them should be calculated as the weight of 5 pills. This was not enough. He also calculated it based on the high interest rate of 1 Huiyuan Dan per month. Disciple. The emotion in my heart calmed down instantly. Forget it, if master is like that, it would be great if he is willing to lend it to me. His temperament has always been to get in and out. I never thought of counting on him before I fell into coma. Junior brothers and sisters are still too young. If one of the two of them was injured this time, the eldest disciple would never bring the person under the master's peak. He would go directly to the uncles to beg for help, whichever one is closest to him. The uncles will never sit idly by and they will return it to the uncles in the future. But if it were master, it would be hard to say. Thinking about it this way, master can be considered to have made progress. Even with the interest added, it would probably take a long time for the three of them to save up enough money to repay a Yuan Hui Dan. Even if the master does not suffer a loss, if he suffers a temporary loss, he will suffer a loss. He will definitely not give it in the past. The eldest disciple is right. How can a person who is greedy for money be willing to tolerate a temporary loss? After he left, he didn't even return to his place, and went straight to the top of the head brother's peak. The head brother is over 400 years old this year. Although he is an out-and-out old guy, he still looks like a handsome man in his 20s because of his appearance. When Ji Chang's arrived, the handsome man was closing his eyes to rest, and standing underneath were his disciples who were also practicing cross-legged. It was obvious that he had just given instructions to these disciples. He had just finished instructing his disciples, but when he closed his eyes and rested his mind, he was thinking about all kinds of big and small things in the section. He was quite a social creature. Hearing the footsteps, before he could subconsciously judge who the footsteps belonged to, he heard a miserable cry like a dead master, elder brother. You must help me. Handsome leader. His temples jumped and a vein popped out of his forehead. The disciples who were practicing quietly below quietly opened their eyes and made eye contact with each other. Uncle Junior is here again. He must be looking for something from master. Why is the little uncle like this? He has called his master so many times this month. Is there any way to make him a junior uncle? But fortunately, the things the master gives to the junior uncle every month are fixed. If he has already given them to play with this month, he will definitely not give them again. Not paying attention to the eye contact between the disciples, Master Shui opened his eyes and looked at Ji Chang's with a very patient expression. Changs, what do you want to do again? What do I want to do? Senior brother, why are you like this? I came to you for help, but you didn't help me, and you asked me in such a questioning tone. You were not like this when master was here, and you still treated me. You laughed and gave me a gift. I knew that as soon as master left, I would become a child without a father and a mother, and even you would not care about me. Handsome leader. He smiled at this little junior brother and took the initiative to give him a gift, only once. It was this boy's 3rd birthday, and it was also the first time he saw his junior brother. When he saw that this boy was white, fat, and sculpted, and called him senior brother softly and sweetly, his heart softened. How did he know that the cute little fat boy back then had now grown into such a bastard? Thinking that this month's things were all given, the handsome leader closed his eyes and pretended that he didn't hear the little junior brother's thoughts. Anyway, he was used to hearing them, and he would never give this kid a look this time. Senior brother, are you asleep? You are not me. Why are you still sleeping when your cultivation level is so high? Oh, I know. I heard that there is a technique called sleeping immortal, which is usually used between Taoist couples. By using it, Taoists can meet each other in dreams even if they are far apart. The handsome leader's temples jumped again. The head disciples below also had their hearts beating. Young master uncle really dares to say that he is not afraid of master beating him. Ji Chang's is really not afraid. His image in the minds of these senior brothers and sisters is not only a piece of meat, but also a fragile foundation building stager who can be killed with just a slap. In order to avoid shooting their junior brother to death, they would never do anything. Ji Chang started babbling. Senior brother, you actually practice sleeping immortal? Do you have a Taoist partner? Who is it? Didn't you say that you only want the Taoist path and don't want a Taoist partner? Senior brother, you don't care. Me. Then I'll ask second senior brother if he knows who you have practiced sleeping with. The handsome leader, stop. True Temu. If he continues to ignore this kid, he will spread the false news that he has a Taoist companion throughout the Qi Xian sect. The handsome leader was very helpless. What exactly do you want to do? Tell me clearly. If you don't tell me clearly, I will throw you out. Don't throw it away, don't throw it away, senior brother, I'm here to ask you to make the decision. You don't know that I'm so miserable. My cultivation level is low, but I still stand in the position of the peak master. The juniors below me all look down on me. He called me Master Nagasawa in front of him, but he was not sure what to say about me behind his back, so he accepted 3 disciples. As a result, these 3 disciples are only in the foundation stage of cultivation now. The handsome leader, who heard veins popping out from his forehead, interrupted him. You yourself are only in the foundation building stage. That's right. It's because I am in the foundation establishment stage. So my disciples can't and only have the foundation establishment stage. I'm stupid and can't practice it. But if my disciples are also stupid, then they won't be a bunch of stupid people. The disciples who are in their 20s and still in the foundation building stage. The handsome leader said, they have already established a foundation before they reached 20. They can be regarded as geniuses in the world of cultivation. How can they be called stupid? I was building a foundation when I was 5 years old, but I'm still building a foundation now. Handsome leader. Is that because you are lazy? If you don't practice when you are asked to practice, Who is to blame now? Ji Chang's balabala had finished his misery and covered his face as if crying. His voice was as weak as possible. Senior brother, do you know that a Ling's child came back with serious injuries today? The handsome leader frowned. Although the foundation building period is only the foundation for cultivators, Qi Xian's own disciples have always been respected by others when they go out. It's so good, how can the disciple of the younger junior brother come back seriously injured? Thinking back to what the junior brother said just now, the subordinates looked down on him. The handsome leader showed anger in his eyes, stood up suddenly, and asked in a cold voice, but there are disciples who bully him. Even if the junior brother's cultivation is not good enough, as long as he still stands on the main peak, he will be an elder of Qi Xian sect. An elder is a direct relative of an eldest disciple, and cannot be insulted by others. The head disciples who were listening quietly below were also a little angry. Because the three disciples of the young master uncle will practice with their master and other uncles, they have already become familiar with each other. On the one hand, they sympathize with the three of them for meeting such a master as the young master uncle, and on the other hand, they admire their talents. High and diligent. No matter how little prestige the junior uncle has in the sect, he is still the master of a peak. As an elder disciple, Ailing wants the head disciples like them to be brothers. Who would dare to bully him if he is not wise? Ji Chang's, oh, that's not true. I sent him out to do the mission, and he was seriously injured while doing the mission. The handsome leader who had just accumulated anger said. They were also full of anger, and they just wanted to rush out and kill the disciples who bullied their brothers. The master and apprentice were in perfect harmony at this moment, and they all tried to take a deep breath. At this moment, the handsome leader was very angry. Calm down, my junior brother's cultivation level is low, so he cannot be beaten. If he is beaten to death, how will he explain to his master when he ascends? Then, he struggled to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. Why are you crying here? Ji Chang's raised his head and glanced at him. Seeing that he didn't look like he was going to hit someone, he immediately showed a flattering smile on his face and ran up to him. Brother, Ailing is seriously injured and needs pills. His junior brother and sister kneel down in front of me and beg me for medicine, but I am still the least valued elder in the sect in the foundation period, and one yuan pill cost me most of my fortune. The handsome leader almost laughed out of anger at him. Master left 80% of the treasure trove to you before he ascended. Over the years, your other senior brothers and sisters and I have also provided you with subsidies. Are you poor? You are the richest person in our Qi Xian section. Senior brother, you are heartbroken when you say this. Once I am in the foundation building stage, I will not be able to ascend like you in the future, and secondly, I will not be able to earn elixirs by myself. Although I have something in my hand, it is just for make plans for the future. What about you, senior brother? Even if you don't have a single spiritual stone, with this cultivation, you can still earn 10,000 spiritual stones in 3 days. How can I be like me? Master is gone and there is no one to take care of me. I only have 3 disciples who are still in the foundation building stage. If I don't save some wealth, what will I do if you and other senior brothers and sisters ascend? What do you expect from my 3 disciples? A disciple in the basic period? You have ascended to the throne and enjoyed the blessings. Why don't you think about what will happen to your poor junior brother if he stays in the world of cultivation? The handsome leader wanted to refute, but found that Ji Chang's words were indeed correct. He has no cultivation, and when he loses his backer in the future, doesn't he need more wealth to live well? But he still couldn't bear to see that the richest junior brother in Qi Xian sect was still here to cry for misery. He said, even if we ascend, you will still be an elder. When the next generation inherits the sect in the future, as usual, if you can be promoted to supreme elder, which disciple will dare to be disrespectful to you? He pointed to the disciples underground. They all call you Junior Uncle Master. When I ascend in the future, I will naturally tell them to take good care of you. Disciples. Their minds suddenly flashed into a tragic future where their master would ascend to the throne many years later and their junior uncle would come to them asking for things all day long. Ji Chang smiled miserably, as pitiful as he could be. Master told me the same thing before he ascended, saying that my brothers and sisters would be good to me and take care of me like he takes care of me, but what about now? I just feel aggrieved and came to my senior brother to say a few words, and you are annoying me. You have been like this since I was a child, let alone the younger disciples below. Handsome leader. He felt a little guilty after being told by Ji Changs. Before the master left, he indeed promised the master that he would be kind to his junior brother and would definitely take good care of his junior brother and not be wronged. As a result, the master had only been ascended for 20 years, and he started to annoy his junior brother. This is true for his direct senior brother, and his disciples have no feelings for this young junior uncle. Ji Changs turned his head and used his wide and gorgeous sleeves to wipe his eyes, his voice choked with sobs. I know that you all find me annoying. You feel that I always come to bother you with trivial matters. You wish I would never come. The handsome leader who was mentioned felt even more guilty. It's not that serious. Ji Changs let out another exaggerated sob. Fortunately, he was too young for the handsome leader. Plus, I had seen him act coquettishly like a child to his master, but he didn't think that his junior brother was still in his 30s. He was crying and crying like a child, and he only comforted him with guilty embarrassment. Junior brother, this is a good idea, why are you still crying? Stop crying, you are already a master, let the juniors see the joke again. Let's just laugh at it. When master was here, there was no need for me to worry about these possessions. If I wanted anything, I would tell master, and he would be willing to give it to me. That is the orb of the East China Sea. I asked master, and you are willing to fly to the East China Sea to retrieve the orb for me. Now that master has ascended, a person who knows nothing in the foundation building stage, what else can I do except rely on my brothers and sisters? At the beginning, each of you promised master that you would do well. Protect me. He has only been gone for less than 20 years, and as a sect elder, I can't even cry in the place where I am my direct senior brother. No, senior brother, that's not what you meant. Ji Changs turned his back to him and began to twitch his body while wiping his face. You all look down on me for loving money, but you don't think about it. Now that I have a family, I will be looked down upon. If I have no cultivation and no family, I will be looked down upon. How can I live without you taking care of me? Today, Ailing was injured. I was able to find a recovery pill from the few pills I had. One pill, that's all I had. I saved Ailing today. If I can help her next time, are Shui and Fu injured? As their master, how can I save them? If it were you and other senior brothers and sisters, if you want to return to Yuan Dan, you can just collect the medicinal materials directly. Those monsters guarding the medicinal materials are no match for you. When you go to the alchemy sect and exchange medicinal materials for elixirs, the alchemy cultivators also I will let you join the team for the sake of your cultivation. What about me? I went to collect medicinal materials, and monsters could eat me. If I went to the alchemy sect, I wouldn't be able to support flying with a sword for such a long time. Even if I go to the alchemy sect, would they take me seriously even if I am in the foundation building period? The handsome leader was speechless. What Ji Chang said was indeed correct. The reason why the master gave the junior brother 80% of his wealth was because he did not have the cultivation base to support him. They, the brothers and sisters, could rely on their high cultivation level to earn a fortune on their own, but the junior brother could not. Just like the Huiwen pill, use one, but one less. To use an analogy, they are renewable resources, while junior brothers are non-renewable resources. And before, He always felt that his junior brother was too greedy. He wanted this or that, and thought about how to collect money all day long. But now I think about it, not long after Master left, they became impatient with their junior brother. Their hearts are full of flesh, how could he not notice it? The more impatient they are, the more he will want to save more wealth. Cultivators are meant to be open-minded. In the past, he only saw that his junior brother loved money as much as his life. He was not like a cultivator. But from another perspective, from the perspective of his junior brother, others had cultivation skills, but he could only relying on money. Cultivation is the foundation of his life. He regards cultivation as a treasure and thinks about improving it all the time. Junior brother, it's not like that. He just turned his cultivation into money. After thinking about it this way, Master Shui actually felt that his stagnant state was beginning to loosen. First he felt happy that he had realized it, and then he felt ashamed. I feel ashamed that he used to look at his junior brother through colored glasses from his own standpoint. From the junior brother's point of view, why wouldn't he feel aggrieved? Junior brother, don't be sad. It was me who neglected trivial matters and failed to take good care of you before. I will never do it again in the future. Ji Chang's turned his back to him, slowly shook his head, and said in a disappointed tone, Senior brother, you don't have to guarantee anything, it doesn't matter. I have been here for more than 10 years, am I still afraid of the future? It's just that I can't help but feel sad. I wanted the orb of the East China Sea in the past. The master was able to fly with his sword for 10 days to retrieve it for me. Now that he has ascended, I am all alone without a father and mother. Even if I want another East Sea Pearl, no one will go and retrieve it for me. The handsome leader was already feeling deeply guilty at the moment. After hearing these words, he felt that he had gone too far before. He had completely forgotten what his master said before he ascended. The little junior brother was entrusted to him by his master. Now that the little junior brother is being wronged like this, how will he have the honor to meet his master when he ascends to heaven one day? Junior brother, I was wrong before. It's just the orb of the East China Sea. I will fly with my sword to get it for you. You can rest assured. Even if the master ascends, senior brother will still be your support. Ji Chang still covered his face and cried, and said weakly, Brother, it's unnecessary. With my level of cultivation, I don't deserve the orb of the East China Sea. If senior brother really cares about me, just give me some pills. I'm just afraid that my 3 poor people will be poor in the future if something happens to my apprentice, I won't even be able to get the elixir out. At this point, he seemed to suddenly think of something, and quickly added, I didn't get it for nothing. I still have some spiritual stones there. I will exchange them with my senior brother. The more he behaves like this, the more guilty the handsome leader feels in his heart. In the past, when the master was around, the younger junior brother was so wanton and allowed him to take advantage of the master's treasure house. Now, he has become so alienated from them due to the neglect and disdain of several senior brothers and sisters. In the final analysis, it was him, the senior brother, who failed to do a good job. He sighed, as he did when he met his junior brother for the first time, and touched his head lovingly, Nagaze, you don't have to be so careful when asking for something from your senior brother. After saying that, he turned around and said to the disciple below, Fukan, go and open the treasure house. I will send all the 10 yuan pills in the master's treasure house to your little master's uncle's peak. Disciples below. No, as you say, master, why are you starting to give away things again? Didn't you say before that you wouldn't send any more gifts this month? And why are you so full of self-blame and guilt? Junior master uncle is lazy and doesn't practice cultivation, so you blame yourself for nothing. Ji Chang's quickly refused, no need, senior brother. I just happened to use the Huiwen pill today. Give me these. Maybe they will need to use other pills next time they are injured, and my kindness will be wasted. The handsome leader thought the same thing. Fukin, when you go to get the UN pill, take out 50% of the other pills in the treasure house and send them over. Fukin. Other disciples. Before they could recover from their dazed state, they saw their junior uncle choked up pitifully and thanked him, "Thank you, senior brother. There is really no need to take this orb. I just heard a casual cultivator say when I was going down the mountain to eat noodles. There is a rare orb buried under the palace of the Dragon Clan in the East China Sea, which is bigger than a human face. I just wanted to take a look at it. If it was Master, I would just take it. But now that Master is not here, I don't want to take a look that much." The handsome leader sighed in his heart. The little junior brother has loved collecting orbs since he was a child. He doesn't want to see them. It's just that he knows that he can make any demands on his master, but he doesn't dare to trouble his senior brother. "Since you want to see it, senior brother, go to Donghai now. But I heard that dragons all love pearls. That rare pearl must be a dragon pearl. Senior brother, if you go to get the pearl, will you be hurt by the guards there?" The handsome head laughed and said, "Don't just go around eating, drinking, and having fun every day, but also look at other things. The Dragon Clan is uniquely endowed. It can compare to the Golden Immortal just by relying on its dragon body without any effort in cultivation. More than 10,000 years ago, all of them have already. The clan has moved to the upper realm, and mortals don't know it, so they still say that there are dragons in the East China Sea. In fact, there are no dragons living there for a long time." Ji Chang's immediately suggested, "The orb may have been taken away by them." "Senior brother, please don't go. I don't want to trouble you. It doesn't matter. Maybe I haven't gone out to practice for a long time. It just so happens that I will go to the East China Sea for a walk." Ji Chang's let out another exaggerated sob, "Brother, you are so kind to me. I think of Master. Master was like this before, Master." Seeing that his junior brother was still facing away from him, as if he was sobbing with emotion, Master Shui felt soft in his heart when he thought that he was only in the foundation stage of cultivation now, and he might never be able to ascend to the upper world to see his master again in this life. Then he touched his junior brother's head, "Don't be afraid, just treat him as your master. If you want something when I go out this time, just ask Fukin to open the treasure house. If you are wronged, go and find him, your second senior brother and the others." Seeing that the younger junior brother was afraid that he would see him crying, he refused to turn around. The handsome leader stood up, his soft face returned to a cold and serious look, and said to the disciples below, "I will go to the East China Sea for my master. This please protect your little uncle for a while, do you hear me?" Disciples, "Yes." The handsome leader then took his sword with him, and immediately flew with his sword after leaving the door, heading towards the East China Sea. He left, and the disciples looked at each other, carefully trying to comfort the crying little uncle. "Little uncle, don't be sad, the master has gone to get the orb." "Yes, little uncle, master, he will be back soon." Ji Chang's turned around directly, his face was clean, there were no tears, and his eyes were not even red. Disciples. They watched the young uncle sit comfortably on the master's chair, patting the armrests of the chair with joy on his face. "I know the elder brother will be back soon, eh? Is the chair on the elder brother's chair inlaid with gold, phoenix feather? It's so beautiful. He's always serious and serious, so he definitely doesn't like such gorgeous decorations. I'll help him take it off." Disciples. Fukin had a look of ruined outlook on his face. Little master uncle, are you not crying?" "Crying? I'm crying. Fukin, but there are no tears on your face." Ji Chang's touched his face and waved his hands indifferently, "It's nothing. Some people are only sad on the surface, and some people are sad in their hearts. Although you see me very happy now, my heart is. My eyes have been devastated for a long time. If I take 2 steps, I will see a hole. If I take 2 steps, I will see a hole. Tears almost flood my heart. This phoenix feather is very difficult to pry. What should I use to put it on? Can any of you help me get it? It's so hard to get it off. Disciples. It was the eldest disciple Fu Chen who tried hard to hold back the twitching of the corner of his mouth, stepped forward respectfully, saluted first, and then continued, "Little uncle, this phoenix feather was taken out and embedded in the chair. If the chair was not split open, it would not be taken out at all. Come on, in addition to phoenix feathers, this chair also contains 305 pieces of mysterious stones, 5,000 mysterious crystals, and 10 pairs of orbs. I'm sure you won't be such a waste of natural resources, right?" After Ji Chang's heard what he said, he immediately withdrew his hand from plucking the hair. "You're right, you really shouldn't destroy the entire chair just for the phoenix feathers, it's such a waste." Fukin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I saved the phoenix feather on the master's chair. Ji Chang's, in that case, I don't just want this hair. Come on, Fukin, call a few junior brothers to carry this whole chair up to my peak. Fukin. Disciples. Ji Chang's urged from above, what are you still doing? Hurry up. By the way, Fukin, why are you still standing here? Didn't senior brother ask you to get me the elixir? Go get it quickly and send it with this chair me that. Fukin gritted his teeth and said, "Little master, master likes this chair very much. He is not here now. Why don't you wait for master to return from the East China Sea and then ask him for this chair? What else are you asking, Ji Chang's, your master even gave me the orb of the East China Sea, how can you still be stingy with a chair? Then he would definitely give it to me directly, and maybe he would give me something else to make up the whole thing." He turned around with a I'm helpless look on his face and spread his hands. "Hey, tell me, I said I didn't want it anymore, but my senior brother still insisted on giving it to me. I really can't help it. I don't have any other abilities. I'm just born to ask for money. People like it, master is like this, senior brother is like this, you guys, please be gentle when you move the chairs, don't break my chairs." Disciples. So, is this your chair now? At this moment, they deeply felt that they were really too naive before. I actually thought that my junior uncle was just being thick-skinned. How could he be so shameless? He was so thick-skinned. Before, they couldn't figure out why their master, such a wise and powerful person, could be the most partial and least capable among so many capable disciples. After witnessing their master's fall today, they finally understood. The faces of several people were gloomy. They looked at the young uncle in front of him who was walking with an arrogant face, and recalled how weak, pitiful, and innocent he looked in front of his master, and silently swallowed a sip of blood in his heart. Ji Chang's walked in front, followed by several disciples of the master, who carried chairs and took pills. With his high-spirited expression, it seemed that he had just brought some treasures from the master. The disciples all stepped aside and bowed, feeling extremely envious in their hearts. Some masters may not give so many things to their disciples, but the master is so kind to Master Nagasawa as a senior brother. Even other elders will occasionally give Master Nagasawa rare treasures, even if he asks for them. But it's his ability to come. If they were to ask for something from their senior brothers and sisters, it would be impossible without them being beaten and scolded with "Are you awake?" The 3 disciples over there also learned about this from their peers who came to visit the eldest disciple. Young Master Uncle said that you used the last Yuan Hui Dan in order to save Ailing. After listening to this, Master Uncle gave his own elixir to young Master Uncle. Later, it was said that young Master Uncle wanted a rare orb. The great uncle went to the East China Sea to look for the pearl. This disciple said with envy, the senior uncle is really nice to my junior uncle, and he treats you all the same. I heard from my third senior brother that the senior uncle always calls you a ling, and he treats his own. None of my disciples have ever been so close to each other. Fu Ling, master uncle called me a ling because my name is Fu Ling. Because this disciple heard people call him Fu Ling and a ling, he always followed the call of a ling and a ling. He never thought about how to pronounce the prefix of his generation before ling. Now that I heard it, I was a little confused. Why do you call me this name? Fu Ling, master, got it? At first, he wanted to call Axueu Fujin Fuyan. The master heard that it was inappropriate, so he changed it. But my name was not changed by the master, so I decided to change it. I've always called her Fu Ling. Disciple. He comforted dryly, it's okay, although the name is not very good, at least the silk of yours is not an efficacious spirit. If this is the case, it can really be called supporting the spirit. Fu Ling, it was the spirit that master gave birth to in the beginning, but in master's eyes, it was not the spirit that supports the spirit, but the spirit of the spirit stone. Later, the uncle asked him to change his name, but he was really unwilling to change it. Then everyone took a step back and changed their spirits into Ling. Disciple. He really didn't know what to say, and in the end he could only rack his brains to say, then this must be the best wishes from my junior uncle to you. I hope you have many spiritual stones. Fu Ling didn't answer. They all knew that Ji Chang's was named because he purely liked spiritual stones, gold, and silver. Actually, it's not bad. Although my uncle is usually not very reliable, at the critical moment, he is still willing to take out the pill to save you. The Huiwen pill is so precious, and he is willing to take out the only one. It shows that I still love you disciples from the bottom of my heart. Fu Ling, forget it, don't tell him that master is asking them for interest. Think about it, master originally only had one recovery pill. As a result, he calculated it as if he had borrowed 5 yuan pills, gave him this one, and asked them to pay back the 5 pills plus the interest of 1 pill a month. He also went to the uncle to complain about his poverty. I heard that the uncle gave me 10 Huiwen pills and some other pills. Not counting interest and other pills, master directly turned 1 yuan pill into 15 pills. If he hadn't been the unlucky apprentice whose master had given him medicine and had to repay it with interest, Fu Ling would have been unable to help but applaud his master and praise him for his business skills. Forget it. Master is so pissy, it would be great if you are willing to borrow it. He sighed and pulled back the quilt to see how his wound was healing. You have to hurry up and return the 5 yuan Hui Dan. Otherwise, depending on master's temperament, some weird interest may be added to them. Over there, Ji Chang sat comfortably on the chair of his senior brother. Not to mention, this chair is really comfortable, and it is worthy of being the leader's chair. Outside, someone came up to the top of the mountain, disciple Fu Qing, pay homage to my junior uncle. Ji Chang's didn't know how to transmit sounds into the secret, so he had to get out of his chair and open the door. Don't pay me my respects. Did third senior sister ask you to urge me to practice? Fu Qing was thin-skinned and urged his elders to practice, which made him blush with embarrassment. Little master uncle, master is also doing this for your own good. Come on, go back and tell your master that it's impossible to practice cultivation. It's so comfortable to have such a good sun on your body. Why don't I go to sleep to practice? That would be a waste of such good sunlight. Fu Qing dryly squeezed out words of advice. Little master uncle, the day's plan is in the morning. I just calculated that it will rain soon. It's not as good as master. Rainy days are even better for sleeping. When I fall asleep listening to the sound of rain, I feel so comfortable that I can soar. In this way, go back and tell your master that I have taken a liking to the Xianjing cane she brought back from the last trip. Go ask her for it next time. Go back quickly, I'm going to bed. Fu Qing, but junior senior uncle, junior uncle. Boom. The door is closed. Inside the house, Ji Chang's was lying comfortably on a chair, looking like he was enjoying his vacation. The system couldn't help but pop up, "Host, don't forget that there are still demon cultivators in this world. If you don't practice, you won't have the strength by then. No matter how much you can say, can the demon cultivators retreat? Ji Chang's, it's not like I've never tried to persuade people to withdraw from the army with my words. System. Well, he actually did it. Ji Chang's, but this is too time consuming. I think it is more convenient to just turn yourself into a YIL0NG. System. Seeing how this body was a human being, it immediately became excited. Does the host want to exchange for the blood of the dragon? It's available in the mall, and it's very cheap. Only 3,000 points. 3,000 or 3,000, you can't buy it and suffer a loss, you can't buy it and be cheated, only 3,000. Ji Chang's, oh, no, I plan to take out a piece of L0NG blood and press it on myself. System. As mentioned in the major event guide, the reason why the Dragon Clan moved thousands of years ago was because the world of cultivation was not suitable for the Dragon Clan to survive at that time. All the dragon eggs born were stillborn. After the Dragon King's eggs were found to be stillborn, his mentality collapsed and he simply took them with him. As the whole clan ascended to the upper world, the dead egg could not reach the upper world, and the Dragon King was unwilling to break the egg shell, so he simply left the dragon egg in the palace. As long as I merge with the dragon egg, I can live on its behalf. Remember this method? No, I figured it out on my own. At that time, you wanted to sell it to me for 500 points, but I figured it out on my own. Right now, the Dragon King is my father. Are you happy or surprised? System. Really, every time it thinks its host is good enough, Ji Chang's can always refresh its lower limit next time. It doesn't matter, he can face it. He has become such a dog. He doesn't believe that the host can be more doggy. Ji Chang said that he is really capable. Do you think the dragon's bloodline costs 3,000? Great, then when I leave, can you pluck out the blood from my body and sell it in the mall? I don't want much either. Half, 1,005 will be enough. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 199. Ji Chang's lay comfortably in the house for several days. Although the original owner was greedy for money and stingy towards others, he was absolutely kind to himself. His apprentices lived in caves, and he lived in a gorgeous and comfortable house. His apprentices slept on broken beds, but he slept in a luxurious one. A big bed, the luxuries of mortals are everywhere in the house. After a few days of being a happy salted fish, the very diligent Ji Chang's went down the mountain to see some of his apprentices. When he went there, Fu Ling was practicing her sword skills seriously. Qi Xian sect has always focused on sword cultivation. Although there are a few alchemy cultivators, most of them are just hobbies. After all, there are many powerful alchemy cultivators in the alchemy section. If you want anything, you can just go there and buy it. They don't need more. Dig deeper. The original owner's senior brothers and sisters were all sword cultivators, so the disciples below naturally followed his example. Ji Chang saw that he was practicing seriously, so he simply leaned against the tree and watched quietly. When he saw Fu Ling finally made a beautiful sword flower and sheathed her sword, he clicked his tongue twice and took a bite of the peach he had just picked. Fu Ling's cultivation level was already higher than Ji Chang's. He was so focused on practicing his sword that he didn't pay attention. Now as soon as he put away his sword, he immediately noticed someone around him. He shouted directly towards the side, "Who is it?" Then, he saw his gorgeous peacock-like master walking out. He hurried forward to pay homage. "Disciple has met master. Aling, your swordsmanship is not good. Just practice swordsmanship. What's the use of doing all these bells and whistles? When it comes to fighting with real swords and guns, who will see if your swordsmanship is good or not? Hey, you are a young man after all. He just likes to do these flashy things. I told you this time, don't do this next time. Did you hear me? Fooling." He looked at Ji Chang's with an incomprehensible expression. If he had to translate the meaning in his eyes, it would probably be, "Aren't you the person with the worst swordsmanship in the entire Qi Xian sect?" Yes, the original owner was famous for his poor swordsmanship. As a master who is a swordsman, his brothers, sisters, and even his nephews are all elders of swordsmanship. Ji Chang's doesn't know much about swordsmanship at all. In fact, the original owner still learned well at first, but after he gained the master's favor, he began to feel comfortable and lazy. The former head of the family had lived a long life, and he always looked at this little disciple like a child. When he cheated, he couldn't bear to force this little disciple to practice. Therefore, the original owner's swordsmanship has now regressed to the point where the three disciples were just getting started. He wanted to show off his master's style, but as a result, he fell to the ground after practicing. "What's that look in your eyes? Are you thinking that I'm a master of swordsmanship and want to teach you?" Fu Ling was startled and quickly opened her mouth to deny it, but she heard Ji Chang say, "You are still too young. Although I don't know swordsmanship, it doesn't affect my teaching you." Fu Ling. He forced out a sentence from his throat, "Master, what do you mean? Hey, if you think about it carefully, I have never taught you anything seriously since you entered my section yesterday. I suddenly thought of this as a teacher. It makes me feel uneasy. I tossed and turned in bed and didn't fall asleep all day. It was very uncomfortable." Fu Ling. It's really hard to imagine that his master still has a conscience. Ji Chang's continued to have an "I'm talking to you" expression on his face, and kept talking non-stop. "You are all my disciples, and now you are so old but you are still in the foundation building stage. I am very worried about your future." Fu Ling. Fuxiufu, who just came out of the cave. What did they hear? They were in the foundation establishment stage at the age of 5, and now they are in their 30s and are still masters in the foundation establishment stage. Are you saying that they are only in the foundation establishment stage when they are less than 20 years old? Ji Chang's pretended not to notice the dazed expressions of the three of them. When he saw the other two disciples coming, he immediately smiled. "Fuxiu and Fu are here too. That's great. Come on, come on, come on, master, I will teach you so that you will not be jealous of me for giving you a small stove. Turn on the stove." The three of them had no idea what to say. "Master, what makes you think that you have the ability to open a small stove for others? Is it courage?" But even though they were full of complaints in their hearts, this was their master after all. The three of them still tried their best to keep from falling apart. They stood upright in front of Ji Chang's and listened to his nonsense. No, they listened to his teachings. I don't know if you have seen Ailing's sword skills. Let me sum it up in 3 words. Flashy. The youngest Fu. She reminded in a low voice, "Master, flashy is just 4 words. Huh? Yeah. Yes. Of course I know it's 4 words. Why did I say it was 3 words? I just want to test you and see who of you follows my extraordinary intelligence. Fu, you can do this. Very good, master will reward you. Fu. The other 2 people. The master, who was gorgeously dressed, actually took out a peach and handed it to Fuyu. Eat it quickly, this is a semi-immortal peach that ripens every 10 years. Eating it can improve your beauty. I saved this peach for you after all my hard work, Master only left it to you, a female disciple. Fuyu was the youngest one after all. Hearing that his master, who was always so shy about plucking his hair, actually left half a fairy peach for himself, he couldn't help but feel a little touched in his heart. He took the peach carefully and said softly, "Thank you, master." Ji Chang's showed a typical gentle smile and urged Fuyu. "No thanks, no thanks, eat quickly." This is the first time Fuyu has seen the half-immortal peach. It is said that this kind of peach only blooms in the wild but does not bear fruit. If it wants to bear fruit, it requires careful care. It blooms for 10 years and then bears fruit after 10 years. And it only takes one tree to bear fruit. A dozen fruits. The advantage of this half-immortal peach is that it can beautify the skin. Although almost all cultivators are immortal, which female cultivator doesn't want her skin to be fairer and softer? Because of its beauty-enhancing properties and the rarity of this peach, it has always been very expensive on the market. I heard that their fifth uncle simply planted a tree because peaches were too expensive. He took good care of it for so many years and waited for the results. This shows that this peach is very precious even to the elders. And now, master gave her such a precious peach. Fuyu felt the care from his master for the first time, and his eyelashes couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Ji Chang's also urged her, "Silly girl, what are you doing standing still? Hurry up and eat. It's delicious." Fuyu felt something was wrong in her heart, but looking at the gentle and amiable master who smiled at him, Grandma Wolf smile, she still took a bite with some hesitation. "It's sweet in the mouth and really delicious. It's delicious. Come on, master, we still have some here. Ailing, Fuxio, you two come over." Two male disciples stepped forward hesitantly, and each of them stuffed a peach into their mouth. Ji Chang's face was filled with a loving smile. "You have always been well behaved, so naturally master will give you peaches to eat." Fu Ling and Fu Shui held the peach stiffly, somewhat unsure of what the master was going to do. This was the first time he took the initiative to give them something since they entered the master's sect. "Master," Fuxio asked carefully, "is there anything good today? Otherwise, why would you be so nice to them all of a sudden?" "Yes, master learned something new today, and I will teach it to you." Ji Chang smiled happily at them, and said with a bang, "The mysterious formation must be broken with Ling Buxing. The paper cigarette formation is about walking directly and traveling far away. Wuling formation can be broken directly with Jiao Tuesday." The three of them were shocked. These three formations are notoriously difficult to break. Sometimes even the formation master himself is trapped in the formation. Once the formation is released, unless you follow the route set by the formation master, you will definitely be trapped and die. But now, master actually told them how to crack these three formations. Their first reaction was disbelief. But Ji Chang said with full confidence, "Don't look at me with disbelief. I tested it today. I don't believe you can try it out by setting up a formation yourself. Ailing, didn't you learn Wuling from your fifth master uncle before, formation? Come on, set one up, you can break it with Jiao Tu." Fu Ling glanced at her master hesitantly and saw that his eyes were filled with "what I said must be right." After thinking about it, she obeyed and took out the formation stone and set up a formation seriously. His junior brothers and sisters hurried up to help, while Ji Chang stood aside and watched carelessly. He also took out a cup from the ring space and gargled his mouth carefully. After rinsing 7 or 8 times in a row, the formation over there was ready. Fu Ling was the one who set up the formation, so naturally she couldn't try it. Fu Shui and Fu Yu walked in carefully and used the Jiao Tu stone to test it. The formation was actually broken. "Elder brother, the formation is broken. It really breaks with just one touch." Fu Shui and Fu Yu were very happy. These three formations are the most difficult to break. They occasionally encounter them when they go down the mountain to do tasks. At this time, They either wait for their fellow disciples to come to rescue them, or they try to make peace with the formation master. If they master the method of breaking the formation now, it will be much easier for them to go out in the future. After the excitement of the three of them was over, they looked at Ji Chang's with a little more hesitation and curiosity. Master, how did you come up with these methods? Hey, do you still need to think about this? If you are trapped by the formation, just throw something out. It took me a long time to break the 3 formations. When I finally picked up the thing back to the ring, I could worn out. After Ji Chang's finished complaining, he smiled at the 3 of them, who looked like a wolf again. Have you remembered everything I taught you just now? The 3 people nodded quickly. Remember, thank you master. They were somewhat touched at the moment. Even though the master is usually aloof, he is still their master after all. As soon as he has a way to break the formation, he immediately rushes to tell them. It can be seen that in the past, it was not that master was unwilling to teach them, but that he had nothing to teach them. Master, deep down in his heart, he still has direct disciples like them. Fuyu is a girl and is the easiest to be soft-hearted. At this moment, she looked at Master with Rumu in her eyes and asked obediently, Master, why did you suddenly think of breaking the formation? Ji Chang's waved his hand, looking unconcerned. You said this, unexpected, unexpected. Ji Chang's. A shocking roar came from afar, but within a second or two, the person who had just roared arrived in front of the master and disciples. The next life was handsome and cute, with a baby face, and he looked like he was only 17 or 18 years old. But at this moment, like a fire-breathing dragon, he rushed over and grabbed Ji Chang's collar. Have I not taught you a lesson for too long? Do you really think I dare not beat you? Being caught and threatened, their master did not panic, and even moved his face to the side leisurely. Fifth senior brother, what are you doing? You come out like this, so you can save some face for me in front of juniors. You still want face? You actually have the nerve to want face from me. I won't beat you and me to death today. Fifth senior brother, wait. Ji Chang still looked as calm as ever. He put his hands in front of his face and suddenly raised his voice and asked the 3 disciples who had not yet figured out the situation, Disciples, what should I use to break the mysterious formation? Fu Ling hesitantly glanced at the furious 5th uncle, bowed seriously before replying, Ling Buxing. Where's the cigarette formation? Travel with you. Wuling formation. Jiao Tu. The expression of the 5th senior brother suddenly became speechless. He looked at his younger brother, then at Fu Ling, and hesitantly relaxed his grip. That's right, the peaches Ji Chang's gave to his 3 apprentices were picked from his peach tree. In order to protect the peach trees, a triple formation was specially deployed around the peach trees. He is full of confidence. After all, as one of the few cultivators of Qi Xian sect who is proficient in formations, he can guarantee that as long as Doshu is still in Qi Xian sect, he will never die prematurely. As a result, when I just came back from having a big meal today, I saw my broken formation and a peach tree that had all the leaves but all the peaches missing. After asking around, some people said they saw Elder Nagasawa walking on the road while chewing peaches. The 5th senior brother was furious. He didn't expect that his always lazy little junior brother could break the 3 formations he had around the peach tree. He just thought that this guy was relying on some magic weapons left behind by his master to forcefully break the formations. Suddenly I felt even more angry. All the master left behind were life-saving things, but this guy ended up using them to steal peaches. I was getting more angry, but I actually heard how to crack the 3 formations. As an formation master, the 5th brother naturally knew how difficult it was to crack the 3 formations. And this little junior brother who had accomplished nothing not only cracked it, but also taught it to his 3 disciples. The anger of having the peach stolen was half extinguished in an instant. As one of the senior fellow apprentices who had been chewed out, the fifth senior fellow apprentice couldn't bear to see his junior fellow apprentice playing around all day long but not cultivating properly. Even for the sake of his master, he hoped that Ji Chang's would be able to protect himself. Otherwise, what would he do if he stayed here alone when they ascended? At this time, Ji Chang's shouted at the top of his lungs, "It hurts, it hurts. Fifth senior brother, you know now, just let me go. It hurts so much. I am in the foundation building stage, and there is no way I can hold up to your strength." Humph. Now that you know how to beg me, why would you have done it earlier? Knowing that his junior brother is not that useless, and that he finally has a little more sense of responsibility as a master, when he listens to him begging for mercy, the fifth senior brother's face gradually loses his anger. But he still couldn't help but complain, "If you want to eat peaches, just tell me. Why do you need to do such a sneaky thing? I am your fifth senior brother. If you ask for it from me, will I still be reluctant to give it to you? Senior brother, what are you talking about? How could I pick your peaches? I don't like peaches. It was my 3 apprentices who picked them." The fifth senior brother, who just felt a little relieved, said. The 3 disciples, whose emotions have not completely subsided. The 4 of them stood there with dull faces and watched Ji Chang's serious nonsense. "Senior brother, you heard it just now. My 3 disciples broke your 3 formations, and they also ate the peaches. If you want to be punished, you can punish me. Please don't punish me." 4 people. Ji Chang's. The fifth brother's angry forehead was full of veins. "Do you have any sense of shame? Wouldn't you feel ashamed if you blame the things you did on your disciples?" "Whatever I did, I didn't do anything." Ji Chang's breathed at him. "Brother, if you smell it, there is no peach scent at all. If you smell the 3 of them, they must have it." 3 apprentices. No wonder master just rinsed his mouth several times. Just say, how could master be so stingy and suddenly give them peaches? The fifth senior brother did not misunderstand these 3 nephews at all. "Junior brother, this stinky boy, he has seen him since he was a child, how can he not know what kind of urinary nature this guy is?" Looking at the 3 nephews standing there with complicated expressions and confused faces, he couldn't help feeling a little worried for the 3 of them. Since ancient times, it has been the master who has cleaned up the mess for his disciples. I have never heard of disciples backing up their master. The key point is that this is not a voluntary backing. It is the idiot junior brother who pushed the person out himself. "Do you want to piss me off to death? Do you want to piss me off to death, Ji Chang's? My master has a great reputation. The brothers and sisters in front of me are also heroic people. How did you teach such an incompetent person like you? You actually put the blame on me? Push it on your own disciple. Where's your face? Senior brother, please really listen to my explanation. I'm not that kind of person. I don't like to eat peaches. If you don't believe me, just check. There must be only 3 peach stones here, which are what Ling and the others eat." The fifth senior brother laughed and suddenly asked, "What about the remaining peach stones?" "I buried him under the tree." Realizing that he had spilled the beans, the gorgeously dressed elder of Qi Xian Zone quickly covered his mouth. Seeing the fifth senior brother glaring at him, he slowly put down his hand and smiled flatteringly at him. "Senior brother, you love me the most, you will definitely not punish me, right? After all, I am an elder now, and you won't hit me like you did when you were a child. My butt doesn't fit." The fifth senior brother gritted his teeth. "You also know that you are an elder? An elder? Who would steal peaches? You just stole them and didn't leave any for me. Hey, don't be angry. I just wanted to see you after not seeing you for a long time, but I saw a peach tree standing there from a distance. Oh my god, the peach trees are so long and juicy. Yes, I originally wanted to wait for you to come back before eating, but I accidentally entered the formation. Who knows when you will come back? I entered the formation and had to get out. If I wanted to get out, I had to break the formation. Who would have thought that after breaking it, I would be standing in front of the peach tree? The peach was placed in front of me. No one could bear it, but I couldn't hold it back, so I ate it. The fifth senior brother stood there with his arms folded and sneered, "Make it up, keep making it up. I'm really not making this up. Senior brother, you also know that I can eat it." Before I knew it, I only had 4 left. Fifth senior brother, hee, so you took away those 4 and left none for me. Ji Chang's looked aggrieved. "You can't blame me." His aggrieved look made fifth senior brother amused. "According to what you said, you don't even blame me for eating and taking things, so you blame me." His little junior brother quickly put on a flattering smile and said, "It's not my fault, senior brother. It's not my fault." After saying that, he sighed deeply, with a melancholy look on his face. "If you want to blame me for being too nice. I always think carefully about everything I do, and I think too carefully." Fifth senior brother. 3 disciples. Fifth senior brother, you are thoughtful. Ji Chang's looked confident. "Yes, aren't there 4 peaches left? As a master, I haven't given anything to my disciples for so many years, so I thought, I might as well take a peach and give it to Aya, needs to be replenished so that he can recover from the injury and needs to be replenished." Fifth brother, "Then why did you take 4 of them? Why don't you just take 1? Senior brother, listen to me. These half-immortal peaches are for beauty. I gave them to Ailing but not to Fuyu, who is a girl. What should Fuyu think? There are only 2 of them. I gave them to both disciples. It's not appropriate to have Fuxio left. Why don't we give Fuxio another one? Hey, I'm just too considerate of the thoughts of my disciples, so I'll take more." 3 disciples. The fifth senior brother was also shocked by this young junior brother's shamelessness. "Even if you're right, why don't you just take 3? Those 3 disciples all have peaches to eat. As the master, how can they not have them? If they see that I don't get to eat, won't they feel uncomfortable when they see that they themselves are enjoying the peaches? As the master, I know these things best. I am an apprentice, and they all respect me so much that if I don't get to eat what they have, they will definitely refuse to eat it. So." Ji Chang's clapped his hands. "So, didn't I just pick the last peach with the heart of loving my disciple and for the sake of my disciple's good?" Fifth senior brother. 3 disciples. They all stopped talking, not convinced, but shocked by Ji Chang's shamelessness. You wait, you tell me to slow down. You're like this. How can you ask me to ascend to see master? My God, I can't do it anymore." The fifth senior brother regained his composure and almost died from Ji Chang's anger. "Archie Sien Sec generation, no, not just this generation, there are so many generations up and down, how come there is such a weirdo like you? You stole something, and you stole it from me. Oh my God, how can I see master?" Perhaps seeing that the matter was revealed, the younger junior brother, who had always been upright and confident, looked frightened. He cautiously approached him and squeezed his shoulders. "Senior brother, I was wrong. I ate it if I couldn't hold it back. Don't be angry. I'll do it next time. I don't dare to do it anymore. I just thought of the last time you told me that whoever breaks your formation can pick your peaches. I originally wanted to wait for you to come back and ask for peaches again. This is not true, peaches. It smells so good, I can't help it." Fifth senior brother. "Forget about this one. He did say something similar, so if he said such words, the junior brother would not be considered stealing." He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Since he didn't steal and he knew how to admit his mistake, there was still hope. There was only hope. If he was afraid of something hopeless, then he would really have no face to see his master. "Junior brother, since master left, even though our brothers and sisters have taken care of you, I can also say a few words to you on Master's behalf. You can ask for things from us, but you must not steal them. No matter how shameless you are. He tried hard to swallow the rest of his words and replaced them with other words. No matter how much you stay away from us, it doesn't matter. You like to eat peaches, as long as you ask for it from me, I will give you my peach tree, no problem, but you absolutely cannot eat it without my permission. Anyone who takes it without telling you is considered stealing. Don't think you are stealing something. Tao Zi is fine. As a cultivator, you are competing with heaven for your destiny. You are most afraid of going too far and becoming a demon. Your character is particularly important to a cultivator. You thought you were just stealing some peaches today, but if you start this way, you will definitely get into deeper trouble in the future. Do you understand? Seeing his junior brother nodding in confusion and agreement, he sighed. In fact, he hadn't made this clear before. As one of the top formation masters in Qi Xian sect, he had indeed said that if someone could break his formation, he could eat the peaches at will. But what he meant was that those who broke the formation could eat the peaches, not that all the peaches would be taken away if the formation was broken. It's shameful for cultivators. When the fifth senior brother said this, he never thought that someone would eat one or two, but all of them would be round. Don't most people know that even if the formation is broken, they must inform the master? Or just eat one or two and leave without telling them? How could there be someone like Ji Chang's who didn't even take food and took it away, but also took it to frame his own disciples? Seeing the little junior brother dressed in gorgeous and shiny clothes, with a peacock hairpin on his head, he is still young, and dressed like this, he looks like a delicate young man in the mortal world, and he is still wearing it at the moment. He looked at himself confusedly. If it were in the mortal world, people like my junior brother would have a lot of children. But now he still looks like a child, and he even needs to be taught what stealing is. It's okay now, but when they ascend, who will be able to endure his temper and protect him all the way? The fifth senior brother couldn't help but sigh heavily again, and tried his best to stand up on tiptoes and touch the little junior brother's head. Little junior brother, you really need to grow up, you really have the temper of a child. 3 disciples who were less than 20 years old looked at their almost 40-year-old master being called a child. Just, numb, very numb. The fifth senior brother did not pay attention to the expressions of the 3 nephews, and tried to soften his voice. He imitated the gentle fourth senior brother and taught. Today, you made 2 big mistakes. The first mistake was that you shouldn't have picked the peaches from the tree without waiting for me to come back. The second mistake was that you shouldn't have put all the blame on your disciples. As a master, you should have done it for me. They shielded themselves from the wind and rain, which is really too much. Why don't you think about it? If I really believed you and punished them, would it be too unfair for them to suffer such an unreasonable disaster? Ji Chang's, but fifth senior brother, you won't punish them. Fifth senior brother. They are juniors. Fifth senior brother, you never like to punish juniors, but it's different for me. If you knew that I wouldn't leave a peach for you, you would definitely spank me until my ass blossoms. But if you knew that it was the juniors who ate it, yes, if they were released before, senior brother, you would definitely not punish them, and you would also reward them. Fifth senior brother. If he hadn't asked Ji Chang's about eating peaches all the way here, he would have really rewarded these 3 nephews who were able to break the formation at such a young age. Ji Chang's was still babbling, and I have calculated it all. If you believe it, they will be rewarded. When the time comes, I will come over to reward you. If you eat peaches, you will be rewarded. If you don't believe it, you will definitely not punish them for being implicated, and since the 3 of them are here, you will definitely not beat me up in front of them. Foolproof. Seeing him talking about those little plans with a proud face, the veins that had just gone down on the fifth brother's forehead popped up again, and his gaze towards Ji Chang's became increasingly dangerous. 3 disciples. Master, since you have the brains to come up with such a method, why don't you have the brains to hide it? Didn't you see that the fifth uncle almost wants to eat you alive? Master. The fifth senior brother really wanted to eat this little junior brother alive. Seeing Ji Chang still babbling, he twitched the corner of his mouth and smiled, so, you are quite thoughtful. No, I have thought about everything I can think of, inside and outside. Senior brother, don't always treat me like a child. I have grown up long ago, and now I have disciples. Right, senior brother, you just said that if I want a peach tree, you will give it to me. Will you really give it to me? Then can you give it to me now? Those peaches are so delicious, or you don't have to give them to me, you can continue to plant them, and I will eat them when the peaches bear fruit in 10 years. Don't worry, I will save one for you this time. If you eat his peaches, you still want his peach tree. It doesn't matter if you want the peach tree, it's still the kind of thing that takes away the naming rights and lets him take care of it. The most disgusting thing is that you left one for me. 1. Ha 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 ha. You're right. It's really hard for me to teach you a lesson in front of juniors. The fifth senior brother gave up on the gentle fourth senior brother, twisted his neck, and began to move his wrist. Ling, take your junior brothers and sisters to another place to practice. Fu Ling carefully glanced at the fifth uncle who was already on the verge of explosion, and then looked at the master who was completely unaware of how happy he would be if he could eat peaches every 10 years in the future. Fifth senior uncle, master respects him, he was too embarrassed to say, my master is lacking a brain. Fifth uncle, don't worry about it, he murmured twice before saying, master is only in the foundation building stage, don't be too harsh. After saying that, he carried his junior brothers and junior sisters and walked back. The master's horrified cry came from behind, brother, what are you doing? Aren't you not angry anymore? Help! Eldest brother and 5 senior brothers are going to beat me. Then, there was the sneer of the fifth uncle, give up, senior brother has gone to get the orb of the East China Sea for you. You will be beaten no matter what you say today. Don't worry, I will beat you with my cultivation level in the foundation building period. Oh, Nagaze. Stop. You are using the magic weapon given by master at this time. Stop. When the 3 heard something was wrong, they turned their heads and saw their master flying forward on a life-saving magic weapon, followed by the 5 uncles chasing after them. When flying above their heads, one could still vaguely hear the master's triumphant voice with his teeth and claws dancing. Master said, just use it if you think it's dangerous. I'll use it anyway. If you have the ability, you can chase me. If you come and beat me, you can't catch me. 3 people. Phew, is master really almost 40 years old? Why is it so? She held it in for a long time before she came out with 4 words, innocent. Master, wake up, you live here. Did the monk escape from the temple? Is it possible that you can still escape with a magic weapon every day? No matter what, he was going to be caught by the fifth uncle, so why didn't he admit his mistake and act provocatively like a child, for fear that the fifth uncle wouldn't beat him up? Fuxia couldn't figure it out either. Fu Ling, on the other hand, frowned and thought for a while, then suddenly relaxed and smiled. It's also a good thing for us. Good thing. Fu Shui and Fu Yu both looked confused. Master is so out of tune, how can this be a good thing? Fu Ling gave a serious analysis. Since we started, not only has Master not taught us, but he has also asked us for this and that from time to time. I was originally worried that Master was taking advantage of us. If this is really the case, then we will have to worry about Master pushing us to death at any time in the future. When he sent us to take over tasks that we should not take on with our level of cultivation, I have been worried that this kind of thing will happen again in the future. It happens often, and if so, the chances of the three of us surviving well are too low. Fuxia didn't quite understand, but this is not a good thing. Master is still like this now. In order to avoid being punished by the fifth uncle, he pushed us out to take the blame. Fu Ling shook her head. It is precisely because Master does this that it is a good thing. Although what he did today was a little clever, it was not harmful. He just wanted to rely on us to avoid the punishment of the fifth uncle. In the past, the Master may have wanted to maintain the respect of his elders when facing us, but he never showed it in front of us. Showing his true self, looking at his words and deeds towards his fifth uncle today, it is clear that his mind is like that of a child. It's precisely because we are children that we don't hide it, and just ask us for what we want. If we were a scheming person, there would be many ways for us to carry out dangerous tasks without asking, Master. Zunke has always been outspoken, so it can be seen that he may just not have thought of how dangerous it would be for us to carry out such a mission. I look at the words and deeds of the fifth senior brother. Although he has always been cruel to Master, he does so out of love and care. Looking at the other senior uncles, they always give the Master whatever he wants. The senior uncle is even willing to leave to get the orb for the Master. The sect went to the East China Sea. It can be seen from this that although many disciples in the sect said that their uncles had already annoyed the Master, these words were just rumors. At least for now, the uncles still love the Master very much. It is precisely because the uncles take care of everything and the Master only wants things for food, drink, and fun, so he has developed this temperament. Seeing that her junior brothers and sisters were confused, Fu Ling spontaneously felt a sense of responsibility that was suppressed by her intelligence. There are 4 masters and disciples in one section. The Master doesn't know anything and only cares about eating, drinking, and having fun. The juniors are too stupid. If he hadn't woken up now, maybe decades later, they would still think that Master was the kind of person who wantonly exploited his disciples for money. In fact, this is not difficult to understand. I heard that Master is the youngest disciple of Master. He has been with me since he was a child and he has been favored since he was a child. Before Master ascended to the sky, 80% of the treasures in the treasure house were left to Master. From this, it can be seen that when Master was here, he also grew up being pampered. After the Master left, it was replaced by the uncles. Give me whatever you want, even if it means going to the East China Sea to get an East Pearl that has no use except for its beauty. The great uncle who is always busy with everything is willing to agree. The great uncle, he was actually deceived. Also, Master was able to receive the 3 of them at the foundation establishment stage. It can be seen that the Masters are willing to take turns to make time to teach Junior. They must love Master very much. Masters, no, I can't stand being pestered anymore. Being pampered like this, not having to worry about anything, the Master always said what he wanted, so he naturally regarded the people close to him as his master and uncle. In other words, he felt that the 3 disciples were his own, so he treated them as if they were masters and asked them what they wanted. It's a pity that Master is really spoiled. They only thought about getting things, but they didn't think about how the 3 of them, who were only in the foundation building stage, could compare with the masters and uncles who had advanced cultivation levels. After understanding this, Fu Ling breathed a sigh of relief. He was not afraid that the Master was stupid, naive, but he was afraid that the Master did not take the 3 of them into his heart at all, and only regarded them as tools to obtain various objects. If that's the case, the fate of the 3 of them will not be much better in the future. If someone is injured, who cares whether the tool or the person dies? But this time he was injured. After the junior brothers and sisters explained what happened, Fu Ling always felt that something was wrong. He clearly didn't want to take care of it before, so why did he come out and give him the elixir later? Although it was for interest, it was still given. Ah! According to his understanding of Master, Master Yanguo plucked his hair and wished that all the treasures in front of him could come to his room. Now that she has understood her master's true temperament today, Fu Ling can reconstruct what the situation was at that time. He was seriously injured, but the master thought it was a minor injury, because the injured people he had seen before were all highly cultivated people, such as the masters and uncles. For master and others, the wounds of death during the basic period can be recovered naturally in just one day. Then he was given the elixir, and found that he seemed to be unable to heal on his own, so he was given the elixir. Asking for interest, this is very simple, Master has always been like this. If he doesn't give anything directly for free, Fu Ling will feel something is wrong. Master gave the medicine to save his life, but this does not conflict with Master's love for money. After that, he ran to the Master and asked for the elixir. This was normal. According to the Master's temperament, it would be good if he could make him bleed. If he wanted him to stop bleeding after he bleeds, that would be impossible. After thinking about it, I went through everything from the beginning to the present. They all matched up. Master, he didn't mean to oppress them, he just put them on the same level as Master. Fu Ling was still thinking about it. Fu Shui was already puzzled and said, "Senior brother, what did you just say? How can it be a good thing? Master still seems to be the same and different now, so won't he still let us do those tasks in the future? Which company your master is like our master, and you actually think it's a good thing? You do not understand." When Fu Ling faced her second junior brother, she felt both intellectually and emotionally condescending. He sighed and said, "It's not my fault, Master, it's because our cultivation level is too low." Fu Shui Fu Yu. They looked at Fu Ling in shock, full of horror. "It's over, it won't. The injury last time damaged your brain, right? Everyone knows I'm a good man." Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 200. Fu Ling was thinking about Huanji here, and Ji Chang's over there was riding the life-saving magical weapon given by the former headmaster, and while running away, he didn't forget to turn around and taunt the fifth senior brother who was chasing after him. He ran, and the fifth senior brother chased him. He was mocking and scolding each other, and they all flew past the sky, attracting a bunch of disciples who were walking underneath. "Is that Elder Nagasawa?" "It seems so. The one following behind seems to be your master. Elder Nagasawa must have done something again." The disciples didn't take it to heart after discussing it, and Ji Chang certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to keep flying in the sky to hide. He saw the opportunity and sprinted directly to the top of the third senior sister's peak. When he came down, he shouted, "Third senior sister, save me, fifth senior brother is going to beat me to death." Then he scurried up like a mouse. The disciples guarding the mountain below were all stunned. Seeing Ji Chang's going up, he was not sure whether he should stop him or not. The fifth senior brother came up behind him with a livid face. Now they didn't dare to stop him anymore. They quickly stepped forward and saluted, "I've seen the fifth senior uncle." "Have you seen Ji Chang's uncle junior? He just came up." Seeing the cold expression on the face of the fifth uncle who was always laughing and making trouble, both of them felt a little uneasy. "I'm afraid that the younger martial uncle might have offended the fifth martial uncle again. It's just that I don't know why the young uncle didn't go to the gentle and easy to talk fourth uncle, but to find the always stern master. If he really caused trouble, I'm afraid the master would not keep him quiet and would teach him a lesson together with the fifth uncle." The fifth senior brother who headed to the mountain also thought so. The third senior sister has always hated evil and had a serious temperament. If she knew that Ji Chang's broke his formation and picked all his peaches while he was away, she would be the first one to beat this junior brother. His heart was a little complicated for a moment. On the one hand, he was happy that his junior brother had surrendered himself to a trap, but on the other hand, he was afraid that the third senior sister, who had always been ruthless, would beat him until he cried for his father and mother. Third senior sister is not as soft-hearted as him. What if she beats someone up? Thinking of this, he hurriedly walked up. When he went up, he happened to catch up with Ji Chang's hugging third senior sister's waist and crying like a child, "Third senior sister, you love me the most, but you must save me. Fifth senior brother is chasing me and trying to beat me. I'm like this, my weak body can't withstand a beating from him. Senior sister is the best. Senior sister, please help me." Third senior sister is a woman with a beautiful appearance but a serious look on her face. She always has a stern look on her face. She can also be called the stern elder of Qi Xian sect. In addition to being the peak master and elder, she also takes care of the disciple hall. Now, this third senior sister, who was stern and serious outside, with a face that was not to be trifled with, was standing there with a stiff expression on her face, looking awkward as she wanted to break away from her junior brother, but was afraid of hurting him with any force. "Release," she ordered with a cold tone. Otherwise, she is the most prestigious among the disciples. Although it is just 2 words, it makes people subconsciously fearful when they hear it, and they want to quickly have a big meal of looking down at their feet and holding their breath. Not loose. However, this tone seemed useless to the junior brother, who was in urgent need of a backer to help him avoid beatings. He still hugged her tightly and hid his whole head behind third senior sister, crying to the sky and to the ground, "Third senior sister, if you don't help me, I will be beaten to death today. Fifth senior brother didn't attack lightly. It's not a day or 2 since I'm not heavy. I know that senior sister loves me. Please help me, senior sister. Please help me, senior sister. Nagasawa will definitely repay senior sister in the future." The fifth senior brother looked at this scene, staring at the cold expression of the third senior sister, and listening to the sweet words of the younger junior brother. His teeth felt sour. This brat doesn't even know how to find a partner when it comes to flattering. Third senior sister has always been cold-hearted and cold-hearted. If he comes to see third senior sister, isn't that a sheep entering a tiger's mouth? Ji Chang's didn't think he was a sheep in a tiger's mouth at all. If this third senior sister was really cold-hearted, she wouldn't be like other senior brothers who gave the original owner what he wanted as soon as he cried and begged. Despite her sarcastic words and cold eyes, she never let the original owner go away empty-handed. It's just that the original owner was afraid of this cold-looking third senior sister, so no matter how shameless he was, he didn't dare to come to her too many times. He even looked for her less often than other senior brothers. But if you really think about it, this third senior sister is indeed the most happy person to give things, despite her appearance. Ji Chang's calculated the time in his heart. When the previous leader wanted to practice with peace of mind and prepare for ascension, the sect affairs were handed over to the disciples below. This third senior sister was in charge of the new disciples, so it was normal for her to be more serious than others. The only strange thing is that in the memory of the original owner, the third senior sister seems to have always had this cold look. However, Ji Chang still believed in his own judgment more than the memory of the original owner. "Ji Chang's, come down here. The third senior sister is a woman, and you are a man. It's not appropriate for you to hug me. Third senior sister watched me grow up. I was just hiding behind her. How could I be so decent? You can't even coax me to go down. Third senior sister, look, fifth senior brother is so cruel to me." The third senior sister looked at the 2 junior brothers coldly and asked, "What's the matter?" Well, she always spoke concisely, and what she meant was to ask them what caused the quarrel. The fifth senior brother was afraid that Ji Chang's would be beaten down if he opened his mouth, so he quickly spoke first and explained clearly what happened today. It was rare that today's junior brother did not try to stop him from telling the truth, nor did he confuse right and wrong in front of him. Instead, he quietly hid behind the third senior sister and listened to what he said. This boy now knows that he is afraid of third senior sister. He understood in his heart, and the expression on his face was much lighter. After all, the reason was on his side this time. After finishing speaking, the fifth senior brother stood there and shouted to Ji Chang's, who was above him, confidently, "You didn't say anything to refute, but you also know that you are wrong. Why don't you come down and follow me to receive the punishment?" Then, the unconvinced voice of the younger junior brother came from above, "I know I'm wrong, and whether you beat me or not is a completely different matter. I don't want to come down." As he spoke, he stood up slightly, stretched out his hand, and shook third senior sister's wide sleeves like a child acting coquettishly. "Third senior sister, you heard it?" Fifth senior brother himself said that after breaking the formation, you can eat peaches at will. I ate peaches, but it's really unreasonable to come and beat me up. Senior sister, you are kind-hearted, please help me. I saw the expression on the third senior sister's face changed slightly, and her eyes were cold on his hand holding her sleeve. Although her expression was still cold, she was a little hesitant, as if she was hesitating whether to let her junior brother continue to hold her sleeves. Ji Chang's became more sure of his thoughts. The fifth senior brother below pointed at him and yelled, "You brat, when did I say I beat you because of Tao Zi? I beat you because of what you said before. This was not an honest mistake on your part. You were clearly relying on your understanding of me. You went to eat knowing that I wouldn't punish you, but today I have to teach you a lesson." Ji Chang's emerged from behind the third senior sister, looking very confident. "I relied on my ability to eat the peach, and relied on my ability to avoid the punishment. Why should the fifth senior brother lecture me? Just because I am your senior brother. Then third senior sister is still my senior sister. Senior sister didn't even say she wanted to beat me up. Fifth senior brother, you are behind senior sister." The fifth senior brother was almost amused by the little junior brother who was messing around. "Did you also steal senior sister's peaches? You said it yourself, this is not stealing. I just broke your formation to eat it. According to your words, I can eat whatever I want after breaking the formation. How can I be considered stealing? So, there is no reason for you to punish me. I won't talk to you about this, just come down." Ji Chang shook his head at him from above, "If you don't come down, you won't come down. Are you going to get down? Don't force me to be rude. Senior sister is here, how dare you make trouble in senior sister's peak?" The fifth senior brother was so angry that his younger brother almost died on the spot without performing a performance for them. Gritting his teeth, he took out a rope magic weapon from the ring, imbued it with spiritual power, and headed straight towards Ji Chang's. "Ah!" Seeing the little junior brother who was so proud just now scream and hide behind him, the third senior sister frowned slightly and waved her sleeves to push back the rope. He scolded in a cold voice, "Nonsense." Seeing her serious and indifferent look, the fifth senior brother also felt a little scared. Although he was not much different in age from the third senior sister, he was still a little afraid of this always fierce senior sister subconsciously. He could argue with Ji Chang's every word, but he did not dare to make the third senior sister angry. Especially, the third senior sister looked angry. He was frightened and quickly apologized to third senior sister, "Senior sister, I didn't mean to cause trouble in your peak. I won't do it next time. Don't be angry." Seeing the fearful look on his face, third senior sister lowered her eyes and swallowed the rest of her words expressionlessly. That's all. What else could she say? Anyway, no matter what she said, they all looked frightened, as if she was some kind of savage beast. As soon as this thought came to her mind, the younger junior brother who was hiding behind her suddenly became energetic as if he saw that the fifth junior brother was wilting. The stretched waist is called a straight line. The heads were raised slightly. Even the tone of his words was much louder than before, and he sounded very arrogant. "Fifth senior brother, it's okay if you know your mistake. Third senior sister has a lot of people, and I will definitely not argue with you. But if you know your mistake, you can correct it? You can't make such a low-level mistake next time, okay? A typical look of a fox pretending to be a tiger. Third senior sister. Fifth senior brother. The expression on the face of the fifth senior brother, who was still standing respectfully to apologize to his senior sister, suddenly became distorted. He gritted his teeth and looked up at Ji Chang's. His voice was almost squeezed out from between his teeth. You still have the nerve to act like this? Why? If you don't come down, come and apologize to senior sister with me. The third senior sister, who didn't want to ask her two junior brothers to apologize, moved her lips, recalled the way Ji Chang's held his sleeve and looked very dependent on his closeness, hesitated, and said, no need. Her original intention was not to apologize. As a result, she turned out to be cold, with an air of an icy beauty not to be trifled with. Coupled with her short sentences and cold voice, it seemed as if she couldn't bear it anymore. A simple translation is, I'm sorry, I won't forgive you even if you apologize. The fifth senior brother was worried about Ji Chang's. Although the senior sister has never done anything to her fellow sect members, she is well known outside as an expert at killing demons. She kills everyone with accuracy, never talks nonsense, and she takes the task with just one strike. Compared with the past, those who like to babble in front of demon cultivators who have made mistakes and say things like, "Mo cultivator, you made XXX mistakes. Today, I, XX generation disciple of XX sect, XXX, will take your place. You will pay for your life, or if you obediently kill me, I will spare your life, and as long as you reform well, you can become a demon again." The senior sister can only use 3 words to describe the cultivator. Act quickly, do it as soon as you get up, and don't say any nonsense. Sometimes, without even saying a word, he would just strike out with a sword, and the demon cultivator would die and then turn around and leave. He was like a cold and ruthless mission machine. Therefore, when dealing with her, everyone in the sect is cautious, for fear of offending her. She will not wait for you to apologize and ask for forgiveness, but just strike with a sword. That was such an unjust death. The fifth senior brother was reviewing the great achievements of the third senior sister, and was hesitating whether to beg for mercy for Ji Chang's, a brat, when he saw above, Ji Chang's didn't even look at the cold look on the third senior sister's face, and smiled directly at her to please her. Senior sister is so kind, I know she loves me. Fifth senior brother. Damn it, little junior brother, are you blind or deaf? Look at third senior sister's cold expression. Listen again to her tone of voice that is so cold it could freeze someone to death. Are you sure she loves you and doesn't want to throw you out? You have to find the right person to shoot a rainbow fart. Not only was he surprised, but the third senior sister, who was used to the expression "I'm going to get killed" when talking to others, was also surprised. This was the second time someone dared to smile at her after she finished speaking. The last one was Master. However, the smile on Master's smiling face froze, and finally he said, "Okay, don't be angry, I'll just do it if I don't make trouble next time." From the beginning to the end, the third senior sister just looked at the Master's smile silently. Just very confused. Nowadays, it is rare to see someone who has escaped the curse, and she is still a little happy in her heart. In his ear was the little junior brother's NBBB, "Senior sister, I was just hiding from the fifth senior brother without realizing it. I haven't seen you for a long time. Have you done some beauty care? Your skin looks fairer again. It's really beautiful. Hey, senior sister, your clothes are newly made. I didn't see you wearing them last time. The material is really smooth, but is it made of ice silk?" The third senior sister didn't expect that someone would be able to tell that she had changed into new clothes. Although she is dedicated to Taoism, she still has girlish preferences. She loves beauty and shopping. After getting this dress, she was very happy for a while, but she was embarrassed to boast about it, so she kept waiting for others to find out and praise her. For this reason, she, who never liked wandering around outside, spent a whole day wandering around the sect. As a result, at the end of the day, when the disciples first saw her, they immediately lowered their heads to look at their shoes. From the time she came and left, no one dared to raise their head to look at her. It was even reported in the sect that due to the recent gatherings of various major sects, the third elder came out to check the disciples' attire. If the fifth elder discovers that he is not dressed neatly, he will be punished with 50 lashes and be locked up in a dark room for 10 days and so on. As a result, the subsequent disciples did not even dare to look at their shoes. When the third senior sister arrived, she shrank her head and wished she could fold her head. The third senior sister, who just wanted to show off her new clothes, said she could only return to practice depressedly, thinking that the disciples in her peak should be able to find out. It turned out that her disciples were even more outrageous than those younger disciples. Before she said a word, she just dusted off the non-existent dust on her clothes, tried her best to show off her new clothes, and knelt down with a pop after the nearest disciple. Zhang Jingjing said some incomprehensible words such as disciple made a mistake and shouldn't have been so close to the master, and then asked himself to be punished. Rumors began to spread in the peak that she was in a bad mood for some reason, and that a disciple made her angry by being too close to her, so she was sent to a small dark room as a punishment. Third senior sister. What am I punishing? That's why the little apprentice talked to himself and ran away to be punished. It's such an injustice. However, as a wise master, she could not take the initiative to explain. But now, someone finally appreciates her new clothes. The inexplicable feelings in the third senior sister's heart have disappeared instantly, and she is much happier. The look she looks at Ji Chang's is not a little gentler than that of others. In the eyes of the fifth senior brother, the third senior sister's eyes turned cold after hearing the little junior brother's very unskilled and perfunctory flattery. She even squinted her eyes. As we all know, third senior sister only squints her eyes when she wants to Shari-en. If third senior sister knew what he was thinking, she would be speechless. She is a sword cultivator. Shari-en just hit the opponent with a knife and the opponent will die. But the person is dead, but the blood is still there. As soon as the sword is drawn out, the blood will spurt out. Of course, she has to squint her eyes to prevent the blood from splashing into her eyes. Inside. However, the fifth senior brother didn't know the truth. He just tensed up in horror. While nervously paying attention to the expression of the third senior sister, he was ready to step forward at any time to save the younger junior brother. The third senior sister didn't know what the other junior brother standing below was thinking. This was the first time in so many years that someone was willing to talk to her so much. In the past, for some reason, those people would silence themselves while talking, and then leave like a hasty escape. She once thought that she was isolated, people were simply afraid that she would beat someone up, and from then on she worked hard to become stronger, focusing on practicing and occasionally going out to do a few tasks. It's just that those demon cultivators were so hateful that they looked at her with strange expressions and kept saying things to other people who were doing the tasks. Hey, ha 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 ha, I'm the big bad guy, I'm Shari-en, what do you do to me? She immediately shut up when it was her turn, clearly looking down on her, seeing her high strength and cold face. It was hard to offend the dead demon cultivators who did not dare to offend her. That's all for her fellow sections after all, they came from the same sect, so she forgives them. But the demon cultivator dared to be disrespectful to her. Mo cultivator, I am so wronged, and was not willing to talk to her. She was not willing to talk nonsense to these demon cultivators. When she thought of this, the third senior sister felt a little depressed. Then she looked at the only one who was willing to smile at her. Others were afraid of her and didn't even dare to take a look, and complimented her on her beautiful clothes. Others dared to praise her, but who knew her cold appearance. The ruthless third elder also loves beauty, and Ji Chang's, who is willing to get close to her, hugging her waist to hide from others, grabbing her sleeves to act coquettishly, finally feels a little comfort in his heart. No wonder the master likes his junior brother, and she likes her too. Unwilling to let go of the only person who was willing to get close to her, the third senior sister tried her best to twitch her lips, trying to respond to her junior brother with a smile of friendship. The fifth senior brother standing below. He was almost stunned. The third senior sister not only looked at the younger junior brother with a dead look, she actually even smiled. "You're smiling, but you're not smiling." When he was still young, he naughtily led his fourth senior brother to catch fish together. The third senior sister happened to be passing by, and the water splashed up and fell on the third senior sister. At that time, the third senior sister was also like that. She stood there, facing him slowly, and slowly raised the corners of her mouth, showing a standard smile, and then stood there motionless, her eyes cold and cold, staring at him, as if planning how to peel him off. The fifth senior brother was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he hurriedly apologized tremblingly. Then he did not dare to wait for the third senior sister's reaction, so he pulled the fourth senior brother and ran away, hiding in the master's cave for more than a month. The third senior sister's anger should have almost subsided before she dared to show up. Even so, during the month or so he hid, he often had nightmares, dreaming that the third senior sister was smiling at him but not smiling at all. This once became the shadow of the fifth senior brother's childhood. Even now that he has advanced in cultivation, seeing the typical smile on the face of the third senior sister again still made him subconsciously stiffen his body and make his head numb. All he could think of was, danger. Danger. It's incredible, it's really extraordinary this time. Third senior sister doesn't know how to kill her fellow disciples. After the ball is over, his cultivation level is not as high as that of the third senior sister, so what should I do if he can't stop him? The eldest brother has gone to the East China Sea again, the second brother is currently in seclusion, and the fourth brother is here, but now it is too late to ask the fourth brother to persuade him to stop the fight. No, it is too late to persuade the third brother not to kill the younger brother. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. However, Ji Chang's, the person he was worried about above, also smiled carelessly and said, "Senior sister, you look so pretty when you smile. You should really smile more. Mortals say that it takes 10 years to smile. Senior sister, you are already beautiful and charming. If you smile all the time, laugh, I'm afraid even the magic weapon will be fascinated by you." Fifth senior brother. Is now the time for flattery. Are you praising the appearance of the third senior sister who is excellent in swordsmanship? Have you ever had a brain? Isn't this the same as praising a talented person for his good looks? The ball is over, and just now I was thinking about whether I would have to collect the body of my junior brother today. Now it seems that there are no corpses left. The third senior sister is usually scary enough, but if she gets angry, she won't tear her junior brother apart. He felt truly sad for his fantasy, and even thought about how he bravely fought to prevent his junior brother from being killed by the third senior sister. Unfortunately, he was seriously injured, and in the end, his junior brother passed away tragically. A few years later, he ascended and came face to face with his master. The master asked him, "Wu, where is your little junior brother? Have you taken good care of him?" He opened his mouth to speak, but didn't know what to say. In the end, he could only tell the truth, and then hugged his master and cried. Thinking of this, the fifth senior brother's eyes couldn't help but turn a little red. "Hey, little junior brother, you died miserably." Ji Chang's, who was not dead yet, glanced at the fifth senior brother who was obviously lost in his own thoughts, and then looked at the third senior sister who was smiling stiffly at him. "Senior sister, although your clothes are beautiful, they still have shortcomings. They are missing some beads. There is also gold thread. How can such beautiful clothes be without gold thread?" In this way, I know a good clothes maker. You give me the gold thread and pearls of the clothes, and I will send them over and let him embroider them for you with gold thread. Flowers come and are decorated with pearls, they look pretty, but if I finish making the clothes, I want to keep the gold thread and pearls left over. My new clothes should also be made, but I am extremely poor. If senior sister loves me, please give me these remaining materials. Senior sister, you are the best. I know you will agree. The fifth senior brother, who came out of his fantasy and was already choosing defensive weapons, said, I still want gold thread pearls. When everyone is gone, what will be the use of these external things? The third senior sister is so cold-tempered, and the younger junior brother has already annoyed her. He still mentions these bad things, but he is really trying hard to impress the third senior sister. The fifth senior brother tensed his body tightly, grasped the defensive weapon tightly, and tried hard to jump in front of Ji Chang's to help him block the angry attack of the third senior sister. Then, the next second, he heard third senior sister say, okay. Fifth senior brother? What did third senior sister say? Good. Wait, this sentence must have an inner meaning. The real meaning may be, okay, it depends on whether you have the life to take it. Then he saw Ji Chang's, a brat who was so shameless, leaning his head on third senior sister's shoulder just like he was a child. His mouth looked like it was covered with honey. Third senior sister is the best. Third senior sister, you are so okay, can you also give me some ice silk? Junior brother also wants to make clothes as beautiful as the third senior sister. Please, senior sister. Among the senior brothers and sisters, the senior sister is the most loving to me and the most gentle among the senior sisters I have ever met. The most beautiful senior sister who loves her junior brother the most. Fifth senior brother. He didn't know for a moment whether he should complain, junior brother, wake up, the master has only accepted one female disciple, and we are just one senior sister, or whether he should complain that you usually talk sweet words to senior brother, but you always talk to him. The third senior sister, who dislikes communicating with others with sarcastic remarks, is saying this. This is really the last time the wild goose pecked its eyes. Junior brother, you actually make such stupid mistakes. Then, he heard third senior sister say, okay. Fifth senior brother. The younger junior brother above cheered, and gave third senior sister a shoulder squeeze attentively, with a very insolent look. Thank you, senior sister, Nagasawa likes senior sister the most. Fifth senior brother. Even though he was shocked, he didn't forget to feel his teeth ache. You are a person who even holds a child in the mortal world. Even if you are young, how can you be so shameless and act coquettishly in such a sweet and greasy tone? Also Nagasawa. This is simply because he is afraid that the senior sister will not be angry. Just as I was thinking about it, the third senior sister above me hummed, still looking cold, and only one word came out of her throat, be good. Fifth senior brother. Damn it. He was confused. He was really confused now. He stood there in a daze, looking at the little junior brother above him who was smiling and taking advantage of the situation. Senior sister, you are so kind, gentle and amiable, you don't look like the fifth senior brother. As he said that, he didn't forget to turn his head and make a face at him. The fifth senior brother's brain was at a loss and he had no time to argue with him. He just stood there in a daze, clutching the defensive weapon in a daze, unsure whether he should go up to protect his junior brother. The little junior brother who needs protection is still squeezing the third senior sister's shoulders diligently. Sister, senior sister, did you bring back a lot of elixirs last time you went out? Can you give me a little, not much, just a little? I am collecting elixirs. I especially want to collect all the elixirs in the world and arrange them neatly together. How beautiful it will be. Fifth senior brother. So, little junior brother, you don't even have a legitimate reason to ask for something now. Asking for elixirs is not to save lives or to be prepared. Is it because you want to collect elixirs? What the hell is this reason for? They are all arranged neatly together. Who can agree to this kind of excuse? Third senior sister, okay. Fifth senior brother. Fifth senior brother. The little junior brother above had received so many benefits today, and he looked completely excited. He squeezed his shoulders even more diligently, and spread the sweet words in his mouth without any money. Senior sister, you are so good to me. Then senior sister, if you get something weird next time, remember to share some with me. Also, I like shining treasures. If you meet me outside, senior sister, please bring it back for me. Senior sister is the best. When Nagasawa grows up, protect senior sister. Senior sister will give you. Senior sister will eat sweets. This but the candies I made are so delicious, my senior sister is a girl and she will definitely like them. Fifth senior brother. He felt like his heart had been floating up and down with that brat Ji Chang's. No, after listening to his junior brother's words, his heart suddenly became restless again after he had just calmed down. If he wasn't afraid that his loud voice would make third senior sister angry, he would have wanted to grab Ji Chang's sleeve and curse him. Is there something missing in your TMUDI mind? If third senior sister is not angry, you should be grateful to God and run away quickly before she intends to beat you. As a result, there you are. You get a good deal, but you still dare to ask for this and that from your senior sister. You think life is too long, right? On my unlucky junior brother who has been crazy about life and death countless times. The secret truth about the third elder of Qi Xian Sek's Handblade junior brother. The elder who died at the hands of his senior sister on August 18th. Third senior sister, okay. The fifth senior brother took a deep breath. The heart that had just risen fell steadily again. He thought numbly, yes, I should get used to it. After all, my heart has been up and down so many times just now. Now he was even beginning to wonder if his junior brother had made some kind of magic weapon that could confuse people just for convenience. Judging from my junior brother's moral integrity and lower limits, it's not impossible. But looking above, the third senior sister's eyes were clear and her expression was as usual. It was hard to tell that she was bewitched. What's more, no matter what level of cultivation she has now, who can still bewitch him? He was so confused. Until the third senior sister actually asked the disciples to go to the treasure house to get the treasure for the younger junior brother, the fifth senior brother had already begun to doubt life. Senior sister, look at this. These are spirit flower petals. Crush them into juice and apply them on your face to make your skin smooth. This is my exclusive collection. I guarantee that no one else in the entire Qi Xian sect has it. Fifth senior brother. In a sect where most of the people are swordsmen, everyone is either practicing swordsmanship or walking on the road to practice swordsmanship every day. Who would mess with these flowers and plants? That is something only the Dan sect does, okay. Ji Chang's continued, sister, are you okay today? If you are okay, I will stay here and help you apply the petals. The only drawback of these petals is that they are time sensitive. After today, even if I put them in the ring, it will also wither, so I have to apply it today. Fifth senior brother. So is this the reason why you, who has always been devoid of money, are willing to dedicate flower petals to your senior sister? If you say you're going to give it, you're going to give it? Don't tell me the real reason. It would be strange if the third senior sister wouldn't be angry when she hears this. Third senior sister was not angry. After hundreds of years of isolation, from top to bottom of the sect, respect, she cherishes even the slightest kindness and kindness from others, and does not feel at all that Ji Chang's is holding a horse. Treat yourself with useless things. Even if these petals are really useless tomorrow, wouldn't they be useful today? If the little junior brother didn't have her as a senior sister in his heart, he wouldn't have sent it to her for her use. Thinking like this, the third senior sister simply ignored that Ji Chang's was chased by the fifth junior brother and fled to her peak, and she completely forgot about the value of the treasures she gave away. No matter what, the junior brother is just nice to her. Although her heart was soft, on her face, she still said concisely, "Okay. Okay. Then I'm going to smash them now." "Senior sister, do you have a Yukwan well? I'm going to wash my face first. Just now, the fifth senior brother chased me and Keek scared me. I was sweating coldly along the way." "Stop it, fifth senior brother, you should learn from senior sister. Look at how good senior sister is to me, look at you again." The fifth senior brother, who was suddenly dissed, "You." Seeing that he was about to get angry, Ji Chang's quickly jumped up behind the third senior sister like a rabbit. His voice instantly changed from the triumphant and energetic one to aggrieved and weak. "Senior sister, look, look, the fifth senior brother was so cruel to me just now. I was so scared. How could I resist this fear at such a young age? I was so frightened that I even used the magic weapons given by Master. When Master ascended, he only left me so few magic weapons. That was done with one was missing, but I ended up using just one in my sect today." The fifth senior brother laughed angrily at him. "You also know that you are from your own section. What's wrong? I chase you and beat you to death. It's obvious that you don't know the importance of it, but now you still have the nerve to blame me." Ji Chang's did not argue with him about this. He hid pitifully behind third senior sister, lowered his voice and said weakly, "Senior sister, please let senior brother go and let's go study the petals, okay?" The fifth senior brother laughed angrily at the way he looked very confident just because he had the support of the third senior sister. "Come on, Ji Chang's, the third senior sister is not what you think. She is a fair person, so she will definitely not." The cold and clear voice that belonged to the third senior sister sounded, "Shuns, go back." "Fifth senior brother." He looked at third senior sister with disbelief. "Senior sister." The third senior sister was still like that, with only her sleeve slightly moved forward to block the situation, just in time to protect Ji Chang's, who was behind him. "Junior brother, you are still young. Small. He is already 40 years old and still young? Senior sister, even if you are helping him, you can't use this excuse. Look at him, look at his look, he is obviously an adult." The fifth senior brother's voice paused as he spoke. Because he saw Ji Chang's hiding behind the third senior sister and making faces at him. Well, a mature-minded adult really cannot do such childish behavior as making faces. Just seeing the normally quiet third senior sister using such outrageous excuses to protect his junior brother Ji Chang's, the fifth senior brother still felt suffocated. "Sister, he is older now, you shouldn't be like this." The third senior sister's face was expressionless, and she obviously didn't listen. "You go back." Fifth senior brother. He recalled his senior sister's astonishing lethality and her always fast sword-drawing speed, and finally gave in. However, before leaving, he glared at his junior brother fiercely and said, "Wait for me, see if I don't take care of you sooner or later." Ji Chang's made a face in return. The angry fifth senior brother became even more aggrieved. "What kind of bad thing is this, junior brother? Whose junior brother is as naughty as Ji Chang's? I really don't know what happened to my senior sister today." He was even a little aggrieved. When he was a kid, he would get so angry when he spilled water on his senior sister. She would smile at him but not smile, and stand there without saying a word and look at him coldly for a long time. Now, at an advanced age of over 30, Ji Chang's is still protected by his senior sister. The fifth senior brother felt sour in his heart. I turned my head again, wanting to say something, and when I turned around I saw my senior sister and my junior brother getting together affectionately. The junior brother was mumbling something, and the senior sister nodded in agreement. "Grass." The fifth senior brother was so angry that he almost fell to the ground. They are both junior brothers, so the difference is probably too big. At this moment, he only felt a strong sour smell, and felt that he was miserable at this moment. How do you say that? It's sour, vegetable, and superfluous. As for the third senior sister here, watching the fifth junior brother leave, she also remembered the beginning. At that time, she saw her two junior brothers having fun in the water and wanted to play, so she stood by the water, hoping that the two junior brothers could take her to play with them. As a result, the fifth junior brother didn't know why, even though she smiled kindly at him, he still refused to play with her. Not only that, he didn't want to play with her himself. He was so angry that he pulled his fourth junior brother and ran away. This incident once caused a huge psychological blow to the third senior sister. She even began to wonder if the fifth junior brother hated her. That's why she took the fourth junior brother and ran away with her instead of playing. At this moment, facing the gentle and considerate junior brother who was close to her, the trauma in the third senior sister's heart finally calmed down a little, and she felt an unprecedented peace in her heart. Ah, is this friendship? Ji Changs asked her, "Senior sister, why do you keep saying 2 words and 2 words?" The third senior sister did not hide anything from her and said directly, "I stutter, I can only say 2 words." Because of this incident, she has always been sensitive and fragile. When people avoid her, she feels that they dislike her. She sighed, thinking, the world. Most people judge people by their appearance. Even if she has high cultivation, treats others with sincerity, and is even willing to lose face and take the initiative to please others, smiling at others, they are still unwilling to make friends with her. Alas, there are still too few people as full of sincere kindness as Nagasawa. Ji Changs really didn't take it seriously, but nodded and said, "Sister, please wait for me. I heard that stuttering can be cured. I will definitely cure it for you." The truth about senior sister Gao Leng came out. If you have a senior sister who is aloof and quiet, please don't find her difficult to get close to. She may just be innocent. It's a stammer.